Chapter 408. Hearing Su Fei's words, Yan Zhaoge carefully observed Shijun. Although the youth in front of him was cheerful, there was a hint of vulnerability and sensitivity in the depths of his eyes, as well as restlessness and uneasiness. It looked like a little hedgehog that was ready to raise its spikes to protect itself at any time. While he appeared cheerful and mature in front of people, he was closer to like Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei. He was actually still a child inside. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before sending a sound transmission to Xue Fei. From what I remember, Shijun's personality is also that of the more impatient type. Just as senior brother Su said, most of his attention is on sister-in-law Yuzhen, forcing himself to be mature and calm. However, he still cares about elder brother Shi's matters. Although he can understand eldest uncle's difficulties, he is very sensitive because of elder brother Shi. He cares a lot about what others think of him. Yan Zhaoge said slowly he may be rather eager to prove himself, rather anxious about it. Xue Fei nodded and said, "That's right, but as a child I can't ask more of him." Yan Zhaoge sighed emotionally. "That's right. It's really all thanks to you, senior apprentice brother Su. For him to be able to understand what happened back then, to be able to empathize with eldest apprentice uncle is indeed not easy at all." Su Fei said, "There's no need to worry about it. I will still do my best in his future path. Having the motivation to improve is a good thing, but going too far is as bad as not going far enough," Yan Zhaoge said. "If the blade is too sharp, you might accidentally cut your own hand. I do need senior brother Su's help in the future." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Still, having already passed the most difficult stage, the rest will definitely not stump you. He turned to look at Shijun. However, little Jun, Er's talent for martial arts is very good. I feel that he's even better than senior brother Shi. Xue Fei's gaze also became gentler. He smiled and said, "Yes, he is better than me and brother Shi. I believe that he will surpass his master." Yan Zhaoge laughed, wanting to surpass the master, not just relying on talent alone. Xue Fei also laughed. "Are you talking about yourself?" Yan Zhaoge smiled and shook his head. Thinking of something, Su Fei retracted his smile and asked, "Zhaoge, is there a chance with sister-in-law Yuzhen?" "Yes, that still depends." Yan Zhaoge sighed. Sister-in-law Yuzhen's situation is much worse than little Er's. Although my condition is much better after the trip to the northern lands, it is still very difficult for me to completely recover and wake up. While of her is much better after the trip to the northern domain, she of the mountain realm, there are still many difficulties. After pausing for a moment, Yan Zhaoge continued, "After some time, I intend to make a trip to the marsh of Illusory Sea of the Lake Domain." Yan Zhai said, "I said of a Fei. I said of him, I you. Of Yuzhen, of you of me. Su Zai Fei of the Oblong, he Su. I've heard a little about the reputation of the empty spirit rain mist, but it seems that this treasure can't be brought out of the marsh of Illusory Sea, or it will lose its effect. Tian of Yen of Fei, said Yang of Fei of him, as Fei Tian Yen as. Of Fei Su of. Xue Fei said, "I'll bring little Shijun and go with you." Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "Well, we are about to reach the period of weakness that occurs once every 10 years. That place is still the marsh of Illusory Sea. Senior apprentice brother Su, you are naturally fine, but if it's little Jun," Xue Fei glanced at Shijun. "The ice coffin containing sister-in-law Yuzhen's body is currently under his personal care. It is stored in his shadow, shrinking pouch, not willing to leave him for even a moment." Yan Zhaoge shrugged. "Ask him if he would be willing to remain within the shadow, shrinking pouch for a long period of time, being brought along by us." Shijun was naturally more than happy to hear that it was to treat his mother's injuries. Forget about letting him stay in the shadow, shrinking pouch for a long time. Even if he was asked to return to sleep in the ice coffin once more, he would also be extremely willing. Looking at Shijun, whose face was filled with anticipation, Yanjiaoge also sighed slightly within his heart, able to understand the emotions of the youth before him. After taking his leave of Su Fei and Shi Jun, Yanjiaoge walked amidst the forest. After pondering for a moment, he headed in the direction of the back mountain. Arriving in the vicinity of the waterfall where Feng Yunsheng usually cultivated, Yanjiaoge focused his attention and listened carefully. While there was the rumbling sound of water, with Yanjiaoge's current hearing ability, he was still able to clearly distinguish that there was currently more than just a single person cultivating within the waterfall. Exiting the forest, gazing into the distance, Yanjiaoge saw that beneath the waterfall, other than Feng Yunsheng, there were two other people. One was Ying Longtu, the other a girl. While her appearance was inferior to Feng Yunsheng's, she could still be considered pretty. Yanjiaoge's gaze first fell on Ying Longtu, instantly feeling his eyes light up. Even with the interference of the sound of the waterfall, Yanjiaoge was still able to hear the sound of blood flowing smoothly within Ying Longtu's body as though it was heavy as lead mercury. This youth before him, who still had a childish look on his face, had shockingly already stepped into the early outer aura martial scholar realm at this moment, also having completed the second cleansing of his marrows. Such a speed of advancement could really be described as shocking. Gazing carefully over, Yanjiaoge saw Ying Longtu standing stably beneath the waterfall, allowing the violent water currents to wash over his body as they descended from the heavens. His every move and stance neither fast nor slow, clear and forceful. The usually rather ignorant Han Long currently had a serious and focused expression on his face, his gaze actually seeming to overflow with spiritual qi. Beside him was the calm-looking Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng was currently not practicing her martial arts, as she just sat quietly in the meditative position, completely ignoring the waterfall descending from the sky. Yanjiaoge had heard that Ying Longtu's current cultivation was often based on Feng Yunsheng as a benchmark. However much Feng Yunsheng cultivated, Han Long followed suit. As Feng Yunsheng did not stop to rest, Han Long also did not stop, completely not caring whether he could bear it or not. Yanjiaoge smiled slightly, swiveling his head to look in another direction. The girl there was the maiden of extreme Yin that Broad Creed Mountain had discovered in the East Sea, in Luhua. She had currently also formally entered Fu Enshu's tutelage, becoming the junior apprentice sister of Feng Yunsheng, Xigong Qing, and the others. Having been sent back to Broad Creed Mountain earlier, as Yanjiaoge knew, because Fu Enshu had previously been at the East Sea, much of the burden of teaching in Luhua had fallen onto Feng Yunsheng's shoulders. Having resigned from her position as the East Sea's first seat elder this time and returned to Broad Creed Mountain, Fu Enshu could instead focus on nurturing them. Yanjiaoge did not utter a sound as he crossed his arms before his chest, just silently looking at the three beneath the waterfall just like that. As compared to Feng Yunsheng and Han Long's composure, Yin Luhua was clearly having a hard time holding on. Her cultivation base was not as high as the other two's. It was normal for her to be like this. Yanjiaoge just watched calmly. After a while, Yin Luhua finally seemed unable to hold on any longer as she rushed out from beneath the waterfall, landing within the pool of water. She floated up from within the pool, circulating her qi to dry her clothes before swiveling her head to look at Feng Yunsheng and Ying Longtu with a rather complicated expression on her face. Seeing her movements, Yanjiaoge carefully appraised her a few times. Feeling the state of her body, he gradually came to an understanding as he could not help but raise his brows lightly. To be continued. Chapter 409. Looking at Yin Luhua, Yanjiaoge raised his brows slightly but did not speak. Meanwhile, Feng Yunsheng's voice resounded through the rumbling sounds of the water. Junior apprentice Sister Yin, if you could persevere a little longer, the effects would be better. Hearing her words, Yin Luhua felt slightly aggrieved, but I really can't persevere any longer. Senior apprentice Sister Feng, did you really go through it like this that year? Feng Yunsheng said frankly, when I entered the clan that year, I had already refined qi into aura qi, reaching the martial scholar realm. However, the amount of training and intensity that I arranged for you were all lowered to a level that a body refinement martial practitioner could get used to. Yin Luhua pursed her lips. Therefore, you see, you also didn't do such training when you were in the body refinement realm. Senior apprentice Sister Feng, no body refinement martial practitioner would be able to bear it. Feng Yunsheng sighed. If you really can't persevere any longer, I won't force you. It's just that you started off rather late in the first place. If you want to catch up to the others, you will have to put in more effort. However, you always say that you are completely unable to bear it now. The intensity of your training has been lowered time and time again. Compared to me at the same cultivation level, you are actually not even at 80%. A doubtful look appeared in Yin Liuhua's eyes, but she did not retort as she lowered her head. Feng Yunsheng said, I won't force you. I've lowered the standard intensity for you, but now that Master has returned to the mountain, she might not agree to this. The intensity of your cultivation will be raised again. It's good that you're mentally prepared. Hearing her words, Yin Liuhua's face instantly turned bitter. Hugging her knees as she sat by the side of the pool, she said vexedly, I'm already working much harder than the others of the clan. Amongst those of the same cultivation level, I spend the longest time cultivating every day, having been given the most homework, even double that of most others. Feng Yunsheng said mildly, the resources and various privileges that we enjoy of the clan are also much more than the others. In terms of talent in the martial Dao, we're more than double that of the others of the clan. Neither you nor I are junior apprentice brother-in-law. Yin Liuhua's expression stiffened slightly. She opened her mouth, wanting to speak, yet no sound came out. Beneath the waterfall, Feng Yunsheng stood up. As soon as I entered the clan and put on the white clothes, I have already reserved the black-bordered blue robes. It won't be long before I truly wear them. How many people in the entire sect can receive such treatment? As she said this, she walked out from beneath the waterfall, coming to Yin Liuhua's side. Since we have obtained more than ordinary people, we naturally have to pay more in certain areas. We are maidens of extreme Yin, and the sect has high hopes for us. Yin Liuhua lowered her head, letting out a soft amen as she did not speak. Feng Yunsheng looked at her, not knowing if she had heard what she had said. She shook her head slightly and didn't say anything more. The black longsword was unsheathed and drew a perfect arc in the air before it steadily hovered in front of Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng did not make any other movements. She just raised her saber and extended her arm, maintaining this posture. Her entire person was like a statue, not moving at all. From afar, Yan Zhaoga could see that Feng Yunsheng's actions were not ordinary at all. The sharp saber intent was contained but not released, as if it was hidden in a scabbard, but it was still extraordinary. Amidst that saber, there was the fierceness of the sacred Sun Clan's west tilting heaven incinerating saber, the great sun descending in the west, the golden crow incinerating the wild, as well as the boundless, unparalleled sharpness of Broad Creed Mountain's chaotic elements, uniting saber, cleaving through space and shattering it. What caused one to have a whole new level of respect was that Feng Yunsheng's saber, at the same time encompassing everything, also possessed a unique style. Her saber intent resembled a dragon soaring to the 9 heavens, swallowing the heavens and devouring the sun, vaguely having the aura of forming a school of its own. To a martial practitioner, this was actually what was truly valued. It was like how the immeasurable heavenly saber in Yendi's hands was different from others. The Vajra body in Shirtai's hands was unprecedented, and Yuan Zhengfeng and the 2 grand elders, Elder He and Elder Zhang, all knew the heavenly broad creed palm. But Yuan Zhengfeng was able to suppress 2 of their palms with a single palm. When a martial practitioner became a martial grandmaster and cultivated in their own true martial soul, even if it was the same martial art, they would more or less be different from others. This was because this involved their own understanding and knowledge of the martial Dao. While still in the martial scholar realm, Feng Yunsheng already possessed a unique style. This was an extremely rare thing. After watching quietly for a moment, Yan Zhaoga appeared. Seeing Yan Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng smiled slightly, not keeping her saber as she still maintained her original posture. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoga also smiled. Beneath the waterfall, Hanlong let out a cheer as he suddenly shot out of the waterfall, resembling a true dragon leaving the water as he arrived before Yan Zhaoga. You've advanced very quickly. It looks like you've put in quite a bit of effort. Yan Zhaoga smiled as he patted Yinglong's shoulder. Having received Yan Zhaoga's praise, the youth was instantly overjoyed to the point of being unable to conceal his smile. Seeing Yan Zhaoga arrive, Yinluhua hurriedly stood up as well, her gaze somewhat flustered and distressed as she wondered if her earlier conversation with Feng Yunsheng had fallen into Yan Zhaoga's ears. Looking at Yinluhua, Yan Zhaoga smiled. Junior apprentice Sister Yin, are you used to living on Broad Creed Mountain? Yinluhua calmed herself, answering, everything is fine on the mountain. The seniors of the clan, as well as my fellow disciples, all treat me extremely well. Yan Zhaoga nodded. He had indeed heard of this matter before. Yinluhua had the feeling of being somewhat sociable, as her relations with others were still pretty good. In the martial Tao, proper methods are important. You don't necessarily have to squeeze out your potential, cultivating to the limit every time. Yan Zhaoga said mildly, however, the situation of you maidens of extreme Yin cultivating in the extreme Yin scripture is rather special. Squeezing yourself to the limit, after your Qi meridians and extreme Yin power have both been depleted and regenerated, the effects of growth can be seen. While it is only a sliver each time, with the foundation being firm and the unceasing cycle of this, many a little makes a mickle, many grains of sand forming a tower, accumulating over a long period of time, it will be rather impressive. This principle should have been mentioned when I imparted you the extreme Yin scripture, right? Hearing his words, Yinluhua's gaze flickered slightly. I did. Yan Zhaoga praised Yinluhua all over. I see that you, junior apprentice Sister Yin, have not pushed yourself to the limit. Is there some special situation today? Yinluhua sucked in a deep breath, saying, no, I still haven't finished my homework for today. I will continue later. Yan Zhaoga nodded slightly. I won't disturb you then. You can continue. Senior apprentice Sister Feng is currently cultivating. After glancing at Feng Yunsheng, Yinluhua asked Yan Zhaoga, Senior apprentice Brother Yan, there are some questions in the martial Tao that I would like to consult you on. I wonder if that's possible. Yan Zhaoga said, feel free to speak. Then let's not disturb senior apprentice Sister Feng. Yinluhua led Yan Zhaoga to the side, asking him some questions as they walked. These were indeed the obstacles that some martial artists faced in their attempt to break through to the martial scholar realm. As Yan Zhaoga answered them one by one, Yinluhua nodded repeatedly as she felt as though she had suddenly seen the light. While it was the same principle as Yan Zhaoga explained it, she felt that it was much more thorough and easy to understand than the seniors of the clan. Yinluhua glanced back at Feng Yunsheng before swiveling her head to look at Yan Zhaoga, saying in a low tone, Senior apprentice Brother Yan, I also understand the significance of being a maiden of extreme Yin now. However, do I really have hope? Chapter 410. Looking calmly at Yinluhua, Yan Zhaoga said mildly, hope has to be fought for by oneself. Fortune favors those who are prepared. Yinluhua pressed her lips together, lowering her head as she answered, yes, Senior apprentice Brother Yan, I understand. She felt a little uneasy, feeling that Yan Zhaoga might have heard their conversation earlier. She could not help but feel vexed at this. I wonder if Senior apprentice Sister Feng sensed Senior apprentice Brother Yan just now by the side. Yinluhua's gaze dimmed slightly. Having returned from the East Sea and entered Broad Creed Mountain, living together with her fellow disciples, she had truly felt how much weight this youth before her carried. It was indisputable that he was the most outstanding leading figure of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation of the 6 great sacred grounds. He could even be said to be the current leader of his generation in the entire 8 extremities world. There was already completely no one who viewed him as a junior disciple of the past. Outside the clan, when Yen Jiaoge went to other sacred grounds, the people he received were at least bigwigs of their clans, longtime elders of the clan. His title had been first suggested by the oldest and most senior martial saint expert of the current world, the painting Saint Old Man Mo, currently, in the eyes of the higher echelon experts of the other sacred grounds, the most important figure of Broad Creed Mountain, other than Yuan Jingfeng and Yendi. Was not Feng Zhuan of the Broad Creed 3 heroes alongside Yendi? Nor was it the 2 grand elders of the same generation as Yuan Zhengfeng, but Yen Jiaoge, who was only in his 20s. Within the clan, Yen Jiaoge had long since become a legendary figure in the hearts of the younger generation, disciples of Broad Creed Mountain, who had entered the clan at the same time as Yin Luhua. While the difference in age was still not very great, they were already on completely different levels, other than a few extremely competitive people who still harbored thoughts of chasing after him. Most people's impression of the senior apprentice brother Yen had long since become that of a follower. While they still addressed him as senior apprentice brother, Yin Luhua knew that many of her fellow disciples, herself included, were even more nervous when facing this senior apprentice brother Yen than when facing many longtime elders of the clan. And in truth, due to his youth, his current cultivation base was still lower than that of many seniors of the clan. However, in terms of authority, Yen Jiaoge was definitely one of the top few in the entire Broad Creed Mountain. All this was not because Yen Jiaoge had a father called Yen Di, the current chief of Broad Creed Mountain, the #1 martial grandmaster of the 8 extremities world. It was merely because he was Yen Jiaoge, as a maiden of extreme Yin. Yin Luhua felt this exceptionally clearly. On the matter of the maiden of extreme Yin, the weight of this young man's words was even greater than that of his own master, Fu Enshu. This youth in his 20s was the true leader of Broad Creed Mountain scheme for the maiden of extreme Yin and the extreme Yin bout. Looking at Yin Luhua, Yen Jiaoge said calmly, "Go cultivate seriously. I was just strolling around today, casually coming over to take a look. After senior apprentice Aunt Fu has finished dealing with the matters on hand, she should be coming to check on your and junior apprentice sister Feng's progress." Yin Luhua nodded. "Yes, senior apprentice brother Yen. I will definitely cultivate seriously." Her expression was somewhat gloomy. "It's just that, in front of senior sister Feng, I always feel a little lacking in confidence. Senior sister is so outstanding. I've also seen the images of the previous extreme Yin bouts. Those maidens of extreme Yin were all so outstanding previously. Yet, senior apprentice sister Feng was able to surpass them in such a short period of time." Glancing at her, Yen Jiaoge said slowly, "That is what junior apprentice sister Feng deserves. The effort and hardships she has put in also far surpass that of ordinary people. I won't deny that the clan and I have played some role, but it was mostly junior apprentice sister Feng herself who did it." Yen Jiaoge said mildly, "The homework that you have to complete every day is done in accordance with junior apprentice sister Feng's intensity. How do you feel?" Yin Liuhua's face was a little pale. "Very difficult," Yen Jiaoge said. "There are few shortcuts in this world. Even if there are, they are usually accompanied by a price or risk. Currently, there are 2 things that the clan has provided that junior apprentice sister Feng has and you do not. One is the Qilin spring baptism. The other is a secret technique." Hearing his words, Yin Liuhua's gaze flickered slightly. After learning of the Qilin spring baptism, she had also yearned for it. Sadly, her chances were limited, and before she had entered the clan, her final chance had already been given to Ying Longtu. This inevitably caused Yin Luhua to feel dejected. If she had entered the clan a little earlier, due to the uniqueness of being a maiden of extreme Yin, there might still have been some suspense. However, hearing the latter half of Yen Jiaoge's words, Yin Liuhua's gaze lit up slightly once more. Yan Zhaoge continued. However, this secret technique requires one to bear immense pain. Not many can bear it. Yin Liuhua pressed her lips together. Senior apprentice brother Yan, I'm willing to give it a try. Glancing at her, Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he nodded slightly. After you have entered the martial scholar realm, if you want to give it a try, you can. Your current body, refinement, cultivation base is too weak. Yin Liuhua didn't know whether it was regret or relief arising within her heart. However, she still nodded forcefully on the surface. I will definitely cultivate diligently, striving to refine qi into aura qi as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Work hard then. Saying thus, he turned and left. Looking at Yan Zhaoge's departing figure, Yin Liuhua's gaze flickered slightly. I wonder what kind of girl he likes? Is it like Feng Yunsheng, or like the rumors say, like that girl surnamed Lin? Feeling Yin Liuhua's gaze on him from behind, Yan Zhaoge paid it no mind. However, after his personal observations today, Yan Zhaoge felt that if there were no major changes, it would be hard for the hopes of some people in the clan who held on to the so-called grooming a maiden of extreme yin that truly belongs to us to come true. Also, it would depend on whether Fu Enshu's wish of grooming a backup like Yun Xiuqing had with Mengwan to assist Feng Yinxing would come true. With her personally watching over Fu Enshu's return to the mountain this time, the situation should be a little more optimistic. As Yan Zhaoge thought about this, he returned to the side of the waterfall. He saw that Feng Yinsheng was still holding her saber horizontally, standing unmoving where she was, stable as a boulder. Beside her, Englongtu was seated in the meditative position. Seeing Yan Zhaoge arrive, Feng Yunsheng smiled slightly while Englongtu grinned. Yan Zhaoge walked before Englongtu, smiling as he asked, "What martial arts has Han Long learnt now?" Englongtu answered on his fingers. I've cultivated and mastered Vajra body, the wind-fire calamities, and learnt the chaotic elements, uniting saber from Chief. Chief said that if I want to learn from now on, I should learn the Great Heaven-Earth Sword or the Big Dipper Sword. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. So many? Having reached the level of the 8 extreme arts, other than Yan Zhaoge, who could freely enter and leave the martial repository, the other core, direct disciples would generally only be taught 1 or 2 supreme martial arts by their masters. If they wanted to learn other martial arts, they would only be able to enter the martial repository after having performed a great merit and obtained a reward, choosing a martial art that they liked. This was not being stingy or restricting them, but more to motivate their disciples to work hard, at the same time also preventing them from biting off more than they could chew. To be continued. Chapter 411. Regarding Englongtu's words that he had already grasped the Vajra body, the wind-fire calamities and the chaotic elements uniting saber, and that he might even learn another martial art, Yan Zhaoge was also a little surprised. Generally speaking, seniors would only impart a single supreme martial art within a set period of time. When the disciple had grasped this supreme martial art to a certain degree, after being tested and verified by the seniors, they might impart another one. During this period of time, if the disciple had the heart to learn it on his own, he would have to rely on his merits to obtain a reward. Englongtu learnt everything very quickly and was also able to comprehend the essence of it very quickly. Yan Zhaoge knew this. Shi Tai had passed on the Vajra body to him. Yan Di had passed on the chaotic elements uniting saber to him. During the great tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain, while Englongtu had been young, he had also gone through life and death together with Shi Tai and Su Fei. After the great tribulation, he had obtained a reward and entered the martial repository, learning the wind-fire calamities. Yan Zhaoge knew all this, and even Han Long, or himself, didn't know about it. However, Yan Zhaoge knew that the higher echelon bigwigs of the clan had already discussed that after Han Long had reached the Xiantian martial scholar realm, he would also be granted the right to freely enter and exit the 4th level of the martial repository and below. Following Zhan Dongge, Yan Di, and Yan Zhaoge, he would be the fourth martial scholar of Broad Creed Mountain to receive this honor. From this, it could be seen how highly the clan regarded Ing Longtu. However, as Yan Zhaoge knew, this was something that would only happen after Han Long had reached the Xiantian stage. Could it be that it has been decided to be brought forward? Yan Zhaoge looked curiously at Ing Longtu. In truth, Yan Zhaoge had hoped to bestow this authority to Ing Longtu as soon as possible. He similarly had high hopes for this junior apprentice brother of his. Han Long chuckled as though he was asking for a reward. Senior apprentice brother Yan, I was also allowed to leave the clan to temper myself earlier. Chief said that my performance was good, having performed a meritorious deed, and rewarded me with a chance to enter the third level of the martial repository. Hearing Ing Longtu's words, Yan Zhaoge knew that not long ago, Ing Longtu had left the clan to temper himself for the first time, having saved the people of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Involving other sacred grounds, the meaning was naturally different. With that, the reward would naturally be different as well. Seeing the youth before him looking like he was asking for praise, Yan Zhaoge smiled. That's a good thing, Han Long has grown up. Having received Yan Zhaoge's praise, Ing Longtu appeared even happier. Looking at Han Long, a smile appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. Back at Cloud Portent Mountain, that young face that had lost its parents, that tearful yet blank face seemed to appear before Yan Zhaoge's eyes once more, causing him to sigh unceasingly. While it had only been because he had discovered the extraordinariness of his Big Dipper body that he had been drawn into Broad Creed Mountain. Looking at Han Long, smiling face now, Yan Zhaoge also felt extremely happy within his heart. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge patted the youth's shoulder. My father's line of thinking is very correct. Han Long, you are suited for a wide range of things. You've already learned the fist and palm lightness kung fu and saber techniques, so it's indeed suitable for you to choose a sword technique to practice. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, after learning the sword art, you'll have to go back to learning fist and palm arts, choosing one of the Golden Curtain palm and the Teshita palm before learning the saber and the 8 sceneries spirit saber. After learning the 8 sceneries spirit saber, you'll learn the second sword art. You have the ability to perfect the 8 extreme arts. Speaking of the martial Tao, Ing Longtu's expression turned solemn, even some sincerity appearing within. Senior apprentice brother Yan, I will work hard. Yan Zhaoge said, according to the clan's customs, when you step into the Xiantian stage, the clan will bestow you a spirit artifact. However, you have already begun tempering outside now. Just in case, this senior apprentice brother will first gift you one. Since you are about to begin learning sword arts, I will gift you a spirit artifact, both encouraging and spurring you on. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge extended his sleeve, green light flickering as a jade green sword appeared within his hand, which he handed over to Ing Longtu. Jade Dragon Sword. Following behind Yan Zhaoge, Yin Luhua was filled with envy as she saw how harmonious Yan Zhaoge and Ing Longtu were. Hearing that Yan Zhaoge was going to give Ing Longtu a spirit artifact, she was even more envious. However, after clearly seeing what spirit artifact it was, she couldn't help but let out a startled cry. Like a statue, Feng Yunsheng, who had been standing unmoving with her saber raised, was also momentarily taken aback as she saw the Jade Dragon Sword. While the Jade Dragon Sword was a low-grade spirit artifact, it was the weapon that had made Yan Zhaoge famous, as well as the first spirit artifact that he had obtained. Having accompanied Yan Zhaoge in battle all along, Yan Zhaoge's recent rise to prominence had always been able to see the shadow of this sword. While Yan Zhaoge had defeated his opponents and collected a great number of spirit artifacts, the Jade Dragon Sword had always been a weapon that he was more comfortable with. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge stepping into the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, the low-grade spirit artifact, the Jade Dragon Sword, appeared outdated. However, with such an extraordinary spirit artifact. Yen Jiaoge could just keep it as a memento. Now he actually wanted to gift it to Ing Longtu, let alone Yin Luhua. Even Feng Yunsheng felt this to be unexpected. Senior apprentice brother Yen Jiaoge smiled. It is a kind of sorrow for a sword to be covered in dust, rather than gathering dust and eating dirt with me. It is far inferior to giving it to Han Long, drinking the hot blood of enemies. That is the best ending for a spirit artifact. Saying thus, Yen Jiaoge lightly tapped the blade of the sword. Where jade light flickered, the roar of a dragon resounded. The sword was intelligent, its ringing seeming to contain unwillingness to part, but more of excitement. Yen Jiaoge lightly stroked the blade of the sword, feeling a little emotional within his heart. It was precisely because his feelings towards this spirit artifact were different from his feelings towards the radiant sun wheel, the incinerating light sword, and the flying thunder saber that he had wanted to keep it, rather than use it to forge that dark green bamboo branch. However, this sword had not been discarded, as it was still as sharp as before. If it were to be sheathed in dust, never to see the light of day, it would really be too sorrowful. Carrying it around with him, not using it, would instead satisfy his desires, being able to take it out at any time to look at it, reminiscing about it and reminiscing about it. However, this was a little unfair to the jade dragon sword. Swords were not ceremonial swords used in rituals, instead being sharp swords used to kill and drink blood. They should always be on the front lines of battle, not letting down their sharpness of a lifetime. Yen Jiaoge handed the jade dragon sword to Ing Longtu, saying, "In my hands, it has killed over 100 enemies. Let's see if it is more or less in yours." Ing Longtu's gaze seemed a little dazed, yet also like he had comprehended something as he received the jade dragon sword dazedly. "Thank you, senior apprentice brother Yen." Feng Yunsheng opened her mouth. Senior apprentice brother Yen then next. Yen Jiaoge smiled. "If it is mid-grade spirit artifacts, I can forge them myself. However, if it is weapons, there is not too much of a need. At most, I can only forge some defensive equipment. You don't have to worry about me not having a suitable weapon. Grand Master has opened his furnace. I'll go over to his place to ask for some help." As compared to mid-grade and low-grade spirit artifacts, high-grade spirit artifacts were much rarer and more expensive. Even a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain was not wealthy. 4 Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters, and even higher Transcending Mortality Martial Grandmasters. The high-grade spirit artifacts they possessed were basically all like radishes in a hole, not having any excess to bestow upon martial practitioners of a lower cultivation base. However, it was precisely because of this that, considering that Yen Jiaoge had stepped into the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, the Martial Saint Yuan Zhenfeng had personally opened his furnace to forge artifacts, preparing a suitable weapon for Yen Jiaoge. Sacred artifacts were hard to come by, and high-grade spirit artifacts were also hard to come by. However, the high-grade spirit artifacts forged by Yuan Zhenfeng would definitely be of the highest quality. Looking first at Yen Jiaoge and then at Ing Longtu, Feng Yunsheng also smiled. Passing down the torch, it was nothing more than this. To be continued. Chapter 412. Looking at the jade dragon sword in Ing Longtu's hands, Yin Liuhua's envy and yearning could not be expressed in words. Restraining her thoughts, she looked at Ing Longtu and then at Feng Yunsheng in a seemingly normal manner before lowering her head, her gaze a little unreadable. "I heard that this senior apprentice brother Ing was also discovered by senior apprentice brother Yen outside before being brought into our clan. It is the same for senior apprentice sister Feng. No wonder they are all so close to senior apprentice brother Yen." Yin Luhua pressed her lips together, not speaking. Yen Jiaoge's gaze fell on the black saber in Feng Yunsheng's hands. That was an artifact. When Yen Jiaoge had first met Feng Yunsheng, this black saber had followed her closely. It was a weapon that Feng Yinxing had obtained back when she had still been in the Sacred Sun clan. At that time, it had been a low-grade artifact. To martial practitioners of the body refinement realm or those who had just entered the martial scholar realm, it was naturally a divine weapon. However, as Feng Yinxing's cultivation base rose unceasingly, logically speaking, it should have long since been eliminated. However, this black saber was still Feng Yunqing's accompanying weapon. Yan Zhaoge had long since noticed the abnormalities with this saber, because this black saber actually seemed to have risen alongside Feng Yunqing. Currently, this black saber had already reached the level of a mid-grade artifact. Yan Zhaoge believed that as Feng Yunqing stepped into the Xiantian martial scholar realm, this saber would most likely also rise to the level of a high-grade artifact. This discovery made Yan Zhaoge feel rather interested. Of all the weapons of the current 8 extremities world, as far as Yan Zhaoge knew, there was only one that had similar characteristics. It was that dark green bamboo branch that Yan Zhaoge had forged himself. However, that treasure could not be measured simply by the levels of spirit artifacts and artifacts. Feng Yunqing did not understand why this was so. This saber had been chosen by her from the Sacred Sun clan's armory that year. At the time, she had only felt that it was rather fitting, its power outstanding amongst low-grade artifacts. She had not thought that it would have such a unique characteristic. However, having this weapon accompanying her all the way forward, growing alongside her, Feng Yunqing was also rather happy, getting along with this black saber even more. Feng Yunqing looked at the jade dragon sword in Ying Longtu's hands, slightly lost in thought. After a moment, she suddenly sheathed her saber and stood upright. Ying Longtu and Yin Luhua were both rather taken aback. Every time Feng Yunqing stood silently with her saber in her hands, it would always be a very long time. Nothing could interrupt her cultivation. Yan Zhaoge also looked over. What is it? Feng Yunqing said, It's nothing. I have some thoughts that I need to ponder over. Yan Zhaoge smiled, because I gave the jade dragon sword to Han Longer? Could it be that you also want a spirit weapon? Let me say this first. I don't have a spirit weapon level saber on hand. How could this be? Feng Yunqing shook her head. It's just that when you mentioned spirit sword jade dragon, I was a little touched. Gradually coming to some understanding, Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned serious. You want to be like junior apprentice sister Seacombe, going out to temper and battle, nourishing your saber through battle. Feng Yunqing said calmly, I know that as a maiden of extreme Yin, the attention of the entire world, if I were to move about outside without sufficient protection, I would also easily be targeted by the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If anything were to happen to me, it would not just be a matter of my own life and death. It would also affect the overall situation of the clan. Feng Yunqing gazed into the distance. However, cultivating in seclusion within the mountains is indeed not suitable for me. I can feel that ever since the last extreme Yin bout, my rate of improvement has been slowing, with it becoming easier and easier for me to encounter bottlenecks in my cultivation. She laughed self-deprecatingly. To use an inappropriate analogy, I am like a saber or sword. A whetstone is already no longer able to make me sharper. I need to clash with other weapons or the fresh blood of my opponents. Yan Zhaoge sighed softly. That's not the case. It's you who are giving yourself too much pressure, your expectations of yourself being too high. Feng Yunqing smiled, not continuing to speak. Yin Luhua had always been fearful of difficulties in the process of cultivating. However, whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Feng Yunqing, neither of them had the intention of looking down on her or feeling disappointed. That was because it was actually a little inhumane to demand of others based on the intensity of Feng Yunqing's cultivation. While others might not be able to complete the intensity of Feng Yunqing's cultivation, it did not mean that they couldn't endure hardship. Their wills not being firm enough, their endurance not being good enough. It was more because it was just too hard. It had already surpassed the limits of hard work. To a certain extent, it was only normal that they couldn't do it. Those who could do it would cause everyone to exclaim in shock that they weren't human. From what Yan Zhaoge knew, not counting himself, strictly speaking, there wasn't a single person of the same generation who could completely cultivate like Feng Yunsheng without crippling themselves. There were only 3 people who could be extremely close to Feng Yunsheng's intensity and still persist for so many years: Su Fei, Si Gongqing, and Ying Longtu. Therefore, while she herself could persist, Feng Yunsheng wouldn't force Yin Luhua to be like her. If not for Yin Luhua being a maiden of extreme Yin as well, Feng Yunsheng wouldn't have said a single word at all. Meanwhile, after understanding the situation, Yan Zhaoge had only lowered Yin Luhua's projected role in his plan. Of course, the amount of authority and convenience, when enjoyed, came with the corresponding amount of responsibility, and vice versa. With Yin Luhua's projected role in his plan being lowered, the resources and convenience of the clan, as well as the support she enjoyed, would also be adjusted correspondingly. However, this wasn't something that was set in stone. It would have to depend on whether she would make any improvements in the future. At the very least, Yan Zhaoge knew that Yin Luhua would soon be facing a trial, because Fu Enchu had returned. As a cultivation maniac of her generation, it wasn't without reason that Fu Enchu had always thought so highly of Feng Yunsheng and Si Gongqing. Undetected by others, Yan Zhaoge quickly rolled his eyes. That senior apprentice Aunt Fu wasn't so easy to talk to. Her principle as a teacher had always been that she wouldn't force her disciple to do what she couldn't do. But what she could do, her disciple had to be able to do as well. It was just like how Fu Enchu had said when she had first introduced Yin Luhua to Yan Zhaoge back at the EC. Didn't Yinxing charge all the way to where she is now in less than 3 years? The underlying meaning of her words was that she had the same expectations and confidence in Yin Luhua. And by the same logic in her eyes, if Feng Yunsheng could grit her teeth and persevere in her bitter cultivation, she, Fu Enchu, and Si Gongqing could too. Since it wasn't just one person who could do it, Yin Luhua should naturally be able to as well. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, glancing at Yin Luhua. Having a master who was a little unreasonable, and having spent too little time with her previously, this girl might have only felt the benefits brought about by Fu Enchu's domineering protectiveness. With her personality, she might not have an easy time in the days to come. If she could endure it, there might be the possibility of her being reborn anew. Otherwise, there would only be bitter days ahead. Yan Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunsheng. The tempering that you speak of is like junior apprentice sister Sikong's journey outside in the past, actually intentionally avoiding the protection of the clan. This way, the risk is very great. From a certain perspective, it is something that our clan cannot afford. This is especially so when, having already proven your ability in the 5th extreme Yin bout, you're no longer an insignificant existence in the eyes of the higher echelon experts of the other sacred grounds. This is especially so for the Sacred Sun clan. Of our clan's younger disciples, if the person they want to kill the most is me, the second would definitely be you. Chapter 413. If one were to say that before the 5th extreme Yin bout, others had still been doubtful of Feng Yunqing's abilities, after having domineeringly defeated Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Xiao in the 5th extreme Yin bout, they no longer doubted Feng Yunqing's aptitude and potential as a maiden of extreme Yin. To the Sacred Sun clan, it held a different meaning, causing their emotions to be complex, as they also felt an even greater urgency to get rid of Feng Yunsheng. After experiencing the 5th extreme Yin bout, Broad Creed Mountain's internal confidence in Feng Yunsheng had similarly been strengthened. The voices of doubt from earlier had completely vanished, no one bringing it up again. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "That year, you yourself already suffered once. You should remember the lesson." Feng Yunsheng answered, "I can't give up eating for fear of choking." She said slowly, after winning the Extreme Yin crown, It is not to be brought back to the clan as a decoration. The opponents that I have to face are also not just Little One and the others who are also maidens of extreme een, but also the Flame Devils. More accurately speaking, they are all powerful Flame Devil Kings, as well as other powerful opponents. Feng Yunqing's gaze was calm and steady, clearly having already thought through this problem very clearly. Hearing her words, Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right. It looks like you're not acting on impulse. Since that is so, I have no objections. However, you're not an ordinary disciple. If you want to leave the mountain, you must first obtain the unanimous agreement of my father and your master. Feng Yunqing said, This is only natural. Yan Zhaoge took his leave of Feng Yunqing, in Longtu and Yin Luhua, returning to his lodgings to rest. Within the secluded room, Yan Zhaoge sat silently in the meditative position, breathing in and adjusting his breathing. As his father Yandi had said, most of the essence of that ice dragon's flesh and blood had been transformed into essence qi, being absorbed into his body, all the way until he broke through into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm. He would not have to worry about accumulating essence qi. What he needed to do was only to advance valiantly, comprehending principles. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could effectively refine and absorb such a large amount of essence qi. Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, the numerous masses of chaotic qi within his body fluctuating, a large amount of essence qi of ice and fire appearing from within. As the ice and fire circulated, they were unceasingly devoured and assimilated by the chaotic qi mass, gradually becoming a part of Yan Zhaoge's strength, refining the accumulated essence qi within his body whilst also studying various martial arts. Yan Zhaoge passed his days incomparably enriching. As time slowly passed, the illusory power of the lake region's marsh of illusory sea gradually weakened, and the date of the 10-character Heavenly Rainbow's appearance gradually approached. It was also around this time that his grandmaster, Yuan Zhengfeng, had also completed his task, sending Yan Zhaoge over to collect the items. Yan Zhaoge arrived at Yuan Jingfeng's residence. After entering, he saw Yuan Jingfeng seated in the courtyard, a middle-aged man standing beside him. Grand Master, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao. Yan Zhaoge came forward, first greeting the two. Yuan Zhengfeng and the middle-aged man smiled and nodded. The middle-aged man was surnamed Gao, also a personal disciple of Yuan Zhengfeng, just that his accomplishments were slightly lower than those of Yan Di, Shi Tai, Feng Zhuan, and Fu Enshu. This man was quite accomplished in artifact forging. It was impossible for Yuan Zhengfeng to do everything by himself this time, so he was only responsible for the most crucial parts. The rest of the work was mostly done by this middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged man was also feeling rather emotional at this moment. Let alone the fact that he was Yan Zhaoge Sr., forging an artifact for Yan Zhaoge was fine. If the news of Yuan Zhengfeng personally forging a personal weapon for Yan Zhaoge were to spread, many people would definitely feel shocked. Ever since ancient times, how many had seen a martial saint specially forge a personal weapon for an essence, spirit, martial grandmaster? However, what was even rarer was that after their initial shock, most people would probably feel that there was really nothing unacceptable about it, because that essence, spirit, martial grandmaster was Yan Zhaoge, a person who couldn't be measured by seniority, age, or cultivation realm. At the very least, the middle-aged man who was assisting Yuan Zhengfeng in forging an artifact for Yan Zhaoge was currently very calm, not having the feeling that seniority had been messed up or that he was being overqualified. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Try it out. Saying thus, a streak of light appeared out of nowhere before the old man, next arriving before Yan Zhaoge. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw a short sword hovering in midair, its blade green, tranquil, and distant. There was only a speck of crimson light circulating on its blade, emanating a sharp, baleful aura. Powerful energy fluctuations were retracted within, resembling the blade of the sword within its scabbard, not leaking outwards. However, carefully sensing it, one would be able to sense the terrifying power concealed within. Once it erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering and heaven-shocking. Yuan Zhengfeng said, "The sword is called the Green Abyss, its main materials being the green iron of the deep abyss produced in the distant seas, and the 9 suns pure gold obtained from attacking the fire domain earlier. Other than that, some precious materials that you brought back from the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint have also been added in by this old man." Yan Zhaoge bowed towards Yuan Zhengfeng. "Thank you, Grand Master." Then he extended his palm, grasping the hilt of the green abyss sword. Instantly, a sharp sword intent surged out from within. A scene appeared within Yan Zhaoge's mind. Beneath the vast blue sky, flowing fire streaked past, leaving behind a fiery red fissure within, resembling a scar of the heavens. As the fiery red fissure opened, gazing within, the heavens and the earth seemed to have been reversed. While he was clearly gazing at the sky at this moment, it was as though he was gazing at the fiery, red, deep abyss down below. The powerful sword intent surged, virtually wanting to first hack apart Yan Zhaoge's sword-wielding palm. Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly, bearing the boundless sword intent with his body, also infusing his martial will within the green abyss sword in reverse, striving to achieve a harmonious state with it. The two silently watched Yan Zhaoge refine the green abyss sword. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's stable and orderly manner, they could not help but nod. After a long time, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. "Grand Master, I had still thought that you were going to forge a spirit saber for me, or perhaps a spirit artifact with the concept of the heavenly broad creed palm integrated within. Who would have thought that it would be a spirit sword? Of broad creed mountains, 3 supreme arts, Yuan Zhengfeng cultivated in the heavenly broad creed palm and the immeasurable heavenly saber. When martial experts forged weapons, they would most likely infuse their understanding of the principles of martial arts within. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge teased Yuan Zhengfeng like this. Yuan Zhengfeng did not feel offended, instead chuckling, "Your luck is not good. This old man just happened to be analyzing the immeasurable heavenly sword recently. When forging this green abyss sword for you, I conveniently used it for practice." Yan Zhaoge also laughed. "That's what I said." As he laughed, a radiance abruptly flickered within Yan Zhaoge's eyes, the green abyss sword within his hands emitting the roar of a dragon before its sword light disappeared within Yan Zhaoge's sleeve in a flash. "Very fast, ah," Yuan Zhengfeng nodded, even faster than this old man had expected. Seeing Yan Zhaoge successfully begin refining this high-grade spirit artifact, the green abyss sword, Yuan Zhengfeng immediately said, "The matter of that last Yunsheng, Yan Di and Enshu have also mentioned it to this old man. After discussing it, we have decided to let her out. Jade that is not polished cannot be made into anything. My Broad Creed Mountain's disciples are able to take a beating. Still, we can't completely ignore it." Yuan Zhengfeng said, "Yan Di said that you'll be heading to the Marsh of Illusory Sea very soon. Let Yunxing accompany you. The Marsh of Illusory Sea is a good place for tempering. With you bringing her along, the clan will also be at ease." Chapter 414. Anyway, with Xue Fei already bringing Shijun along, Yan Zhaoge did not mind adding another person. Moreover, he and Feng Yunxing got along rather well. "I'm naturally fine. I just wonder what junior apprentice sister Feng means." Yan Zhaoge said, "From what she said, she wants to go tempering herself this time. If I can hold on, she naturally has no need to take the risk. I can also not act, but with me there it is a threat to the enemy. To her, she will inevitably feel a little more reliant on me, even if she tries to restrain herself." Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. "If even I can't hold on, then we'll both be doomed, let alone tempering ourselves." Yuan Zhengfeng said, "How can there be anything perfect in this world? We can only try our best to balance it out. Yunqing's thoughts are clear, and she naturally understands this principle. Speaking of this is already the most suitable outcome. Zhaoga, you are already at the 4th level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the early essence spirit stage. Also, when you truly fight, your strength far surpasses that of others, also possessing treasures all over your body. There are already not that many who can truly threaten your life. And for Yunsheng, who is still a martial scholar, you will be able to bear most of the dangers. Even if you make a move at the last moment, you will still be able to make it in time. As for opponents that even you cannot deal with, the marsh of illusory sea that you are going to this time is ultimately the territory of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Being strictly neutral, Turbid Wave Pavilion will definitely not allow the higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall to enter the marsh of illusory sea and kill you. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoga nodded. That is indeed so. Yuan Zhengfeng said, therefore, the danger of natural disasters is actually greater for you going over this time. As one of the 6 great danger grounds of the 8 extremities world, the marsh of illusory sea cannot be underestimated even though it is currently in its weakened phase. As compared to the storms of the great desert, the extreme coldness of the snowy plains, the blazing fire of the underground palace, and so on, the threat of the marsh of illusory sea does not seem to be as intense, but it is formless, instead being harder to guard against. Lost in the environment of the marsh of illusory sea, one might very well lose their life unknowingly. Yan Zhaoga said, Yes, Grandmaster. Rest easy, I know what I'm doing. In the end, other than Feng Yunxing, Xue Fei and Shijun Hanlong, and Yinglongtu are also going. Such a chance is truly hard to come by. Bring Longtu along with you. Yan Di waved his hands very naturally. Yan Zhaoga also found it rather funny for a time. It had already been a while since he had done something like this. It was not just Broad Creed Mountain. The various sacred grounds and sects would often use the method of the old leading the new, allowing their younger disciples to participate in tempering. The person leading the group could be a senior of the sect, or they could be a senior brother or sister who had entered the sect earlier and had a high cultivation base. When Yan Zhaoga had gone to the Sealing Dragon Abyss with Xikong Qing, Yi Jing, and the others, it had also been like this. However, Yan Zhaoga's cultivation speed was just too fast. Currently, he was still not old, and the difference in cultivation bases between him and those of the younger generation was a little too great. It would be very awkward to lead the team at this time. If the place he was going to was dangerous, the people he brought along would become his burden. They could only be carried by him like they were his belongings, completely protected, and would not be able to train them. If they went to a less dangerous place, it would be a waste of their talents. Still, of those accompanying them this time, little Shijun not included, the one with the lowest cultivation base, Yinglongtu, was already an outer aura martial scholar. Also, he was talented and not weak. Su Fei was even at the 2nd level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the mid-spirit vessel stage. It was only because Yan Zhaoga had consecutively leapt 3 times within a short period of time that it would have been uncertain who would be leading the team this time. In terms of experience in leading teams, Su Fei was much more abundant than Yan Zhaoga. Other than Xikong Qing, who was not present, those accompanying them this time were basically the most brilliant elites of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation in recent years. Yinglongtu not included, Yan Zhaoga, Su Fei, and Feng Yunxing could actually all lead fellow disciples of the clan with lower cultivation bases for tempering. While it was said that he was leading the team, Yan Zhaoga was actually quite worry-free as he immediately resumed his old occupation. After taking his leave from his father, he set off together with Su Fei and the others. Ahu and Pan Pan naturally set off as well. At this moment, having just experienced the invasion of the Flame Devils, the situation in the 8 extremities world appeared rather calm. However, Yan Zhaoga and the others knew that it was currently the time when undercurrents were surging, already like an arrow on a bowstring, with a storm that could descend at any moment. Jade Sea City, Lord Songliang, was in seclusion, recovering from his injuries, while the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, one to the south and one to the north, were restless. As Jade Sea City's allies, Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain, were also on guard at all times, prepared to rush to Jade Sea City's aid at any time. Yuan Zhengfeng personally set off, bringing along the clear Qi robe as he came to the Earth Domain, standing between the Fire Domain and the Water Domain, at the same time still influencing the Heaven Domain from afar. Yan Di and the others stayed behind to guard the clan, also being prepared at all times. Yan Zhaoge and the others were led by Yuan Zhengfeng to the Earth Domain, after bidding farewell to their Grand Master, heading south to the Lake Domain. Leaving the Earth Domain, arriving on the surface of the Lake Domain, Yan Zhaoge and the others could temporarily set their hearts at ease. While Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion, Lord Qinglin, was also in secluded cultivation due to heavy injuries, the possibility of the Sacred Sun clan having designs on this place was not high. As soon as there were any changes, Yuan Jingfeng would also be able to immediately head south to reinforce them. Senior Apprentice Brother Su, I've only just realized that you're coming this time. Was it also for Senior Apprentice Sister Xie? Yan Zhaoge guided Ing Lung Tu in the Big Dipper sword as he smiled at Su Fei. Between the Big Dipper sword and the Great Heaven-Earth sword, Ing Lung Tu had finally chosen the Big Dipper sword. The martial arts of the 8 extreme arts that he had previously cultivated in, the Vajra body, the chaotic elements uniting saber and the wind-fire calamities, were all vigorous and heavy, domineering and sharp. Since he was walking on an all-encompassing path, martial arts that leaned towards nimbleness naturally had to be cultivated in as well. Therefore, under Yan Di's suggestion, Ing Lung Tu had chosen the Big Dipper sword. Anyway, having come along this time, with both Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei, whether Ing Lung Tu chose the Big Dipper sword or the Great Heaven-Earth sword, there would be people who would be able to guide him. Teased by Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei was not vexed, as he said. Before the invasion of the Flame Devils on the East Sea this time, Junior Apprentice Sister Xie had already entered secluded cultivation in preparation for her breakthrough into the martial Grandmaster realm. That's how it is. During the 5th extreme Yin bout when I was at Turbid Wave Pavilion, I even saw her before. Still, at that time, Senior Apprentice Sister Xie had already successfully stepped into the heavenly connection stage of the peak of the martial scholar realm, beginning to enter secluded cultivation in preparation for her breakthrough into the martial Grandmaster realm. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, then chuckled as he looked at Su Fei, still Senior Apprentice Brother Su. You know about it very well, and their relationship is very close. Su Fei laughed. Is it very strange? Seeing him so frank, the flames of gossip within Yan Zhaoge's heart instead gradually extinguished. Oh, it's indeed nothing strange. You haven't married, and she hasn't married yet. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's rare, listless look, Feng Yunsheng and Ah were both amused by the side. Ing Lung Tu was still a little dazed. Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, Senior Apprentice Brother Su, what are you talking about? Yan Zhaoge said lazily, we're talking about when your Senior Apprentice Brother Su is going to get a wife, right? Just like your parents. Still, your Senior Apprentice Brother Su is still waiting. Even if we go over this time, we won't be able to see his future wife. She's already in secluded cultivation. Han Long nodded, not really understanding, before he suddenly asked, then, when will Senior Apprentice Brother Yan get a wife? Chapter 415. Han Long. Words were unintentional, but it caused the expressions of the others to change slightly. Xue Fei looked rather worriedly at Yan Zhaoge. While Ing Lung Tu did not understand the situation, he knew that Yan Zhaoge had once had a lover named Lin Yuxiao. But 3 years ago, Lin Yuxiao had unfortunately perished in the Eastern Tang at the hands of Yi Jing. Scratching his head, who also looked at Yan Zhaoge, not knowing what Yan Zhaoge was currently thinking. Hearing his words, Feng Yunqing's heart jolted slightly. While Lin Yuxiao had already died before she had entered the clan, she had also heard about the relationship between Yan Zhaoge and Lin Yuxiao from her fellow disciples. Yan Zhaoge was taken aback by Han Long's sudden question. The reason he was in a daze was not because of Lin Yuxiao. Although it was a pity that a young life had died, it would be a lie to say that he had deep feelings for someone who only existed in his memory. He had never even met her in real life, let alone spoken to her. Yan Zhaoge was more open to fate when it came to the matters between men and women. If a beauty threw herself into his arms, he wouldn't reject it. However, at this stage, his main focus was on improving his personal strength and promoting the development of the sect, so he didn't have any active thoughts. However, there were exceptions. For just that one moment, Yan Zhaoge's heart throbbed as he was attracted to it. The thought of taking the initiative to do so arose in his mind. That had been when Feng Yunsheng had taken the initiative to request to try out the cold marrow needles. At that moment, looking at that bright, beautiful, and resolute girl, Yan Zhaoge had vaguely felt a little dazed. In that instant, what Yan Zhaoge had thought of was not the importance of the extreme Yin crown, not the current situation of the Eight Extremities world, not the contest and competition between his broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan. He simply wanted to help the woman in front of him, to help her put on the crown as she wished and ascend to the peak of her life. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he almost unconsciously looked towards the other party involved. Still, he instantly stabilized his mind, his expression as per usual. This kind of thing is up to fate. How can I give an accurate time? But why is our Han Long suddenly so interested in getting a wife? Taken aback for a moment, Yan Zhaoge regained his wits, smiling as he looked at Ing Longtu. You've indeed grown up, ah. Is Han Long thinking about his wife now? Which girl is so lucky? Ing Longtu blinked his eyes, somewhat at a loss. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. Seeing this, Su Fei heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that as time passed, Yan Zhaoge had already successfully walked out of the haze of Lin Yuxiao's death. While the relationship between Yan Zhaoge and Lin Yuxiao did not involve romance, in the eyes of many, they had once been a pair of lovers. Lin Yuxiao had been killed by Yi Jing. Afterwards, Yi Jing had been personally slaughtered by Yan Zhaoge, dying without a complete corpse. Some had even viewed it as Yan Zhaoge's revenge. In order not to appear abnormal, Yan Zhaoge usually went with the flow. As one of Yan Zhaoge's fellow disciples who had the best relationship with him, Xue Fei had always been paying close attention to Yan Zhaoge's situation, worried that he would be unable to extricate himself from his earlier emotions. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's current appearance, not seeming like he was forcibly trying to keep his spirits up, Xue Fei felt much more at ease. Imitating Yan Zhaoge's habit, who stroked his lower chin as he thought to himself. However, after Miss Lin passed away, young master has always been single these past 3 years. This isn't a solution, If I can marry a young mistress sooner, giving birth to Lin sooner, family head will definitely be very happy when he becomes a grandfather. As he thought, Ahu looked furtively at Feng Yunsheng. I wonder what young master is thinking. Is it this one, or Miss Sikong, or perhaps someone else? Feng Yunsheng had originally been looking at Yan Zhaoge a little absent-mindedly. Now, feeling Ahu's gaze, she swiveled her head to look at him. Ahu rubbed the back of his head, grinning foolishly. Feng Yunsheng felt a little exasperated, yet also a little amused as she shook her head. Yan Zhaoge's gaze quickly swept past the side of Feng Yunsheng's exquisite features, smiling slightly. The group chatted and laughed as they traversed the territory of the lake domain, heading south. On the way, Yan Zhaoge and the others naturally couldn't just be concerned about whether Ing Longtu was thinking about his wife. Instead, they made use of this chance to teach him by example, telling him many things that he would not be able to learn at the clan. These were all necessary knowledge for a person to gain experience in the outside world. Han Long, his talent was extraordinary. At a young age, his cultivation base had already surpassed many others, but his thoughts were too simple and simple. As he grew older, following the careful guidance of the clan seniors, Han Long, Er's mind gradually opened up. While he still appeared naive and ignorant about some things, he was already gradually able to stand on his own. It was just that, as compared to others of the same age, he still appeared a little clumsy. As a martial practitioner, while one's strength was important, if one's mind was not perfect, being too honest and straightforward, they would still inevitably suffer losses. Therefore, along the way, as compared to Han Long, who was focused on cultivating in the Big Dipper sword, Yin Zhaoge and the others paid more attention to imparting various experiences and knowledge to him. Generally speaking, experts of the 6 great sacred grounds who had reached the essence, talisman, martial, grandmaster realm and above would not lightly step into the territory of other clans. If there was no special reason, and they were not notified beforehand, it could very easily be seen as a provocation. While Yin Zhaoge was currently still an essence, spirit, martial grandmaster, his status was different from that of ordinary people. Therefore, having come to the territory of the lake domain, according to etiquette, he also had to inform Turbid Wave Pavilion, paying them a visit at the same time. Yin Zhaoge's group arrived at Turbid Wave Pavilion. As Pavilion, Lord and Qinglin was still in seclusion. The other peak longtime elders of Turbid Wave Pavilion received them. After a short stay, Yin Zhaoge and the others took their leave of Turbid Wave Pavilion, heading to the marsh of Illusory Sea. While Turbid Wave Pavilion maintained a neutral stance in the conflict between the other sacred grounds, their relationship with the other sacred grounds was still not bad. At this time, they also sent out people to lead the way for Yin Zhaoge's group, sending them into the marsh of Illusory Sea. As one of the 6 great danger grounds of the 8 extremities world, even Turbid Wave Pavilion that ruled over the lake domain did not have complete control over this place. However, Turbid Wave Pavilion's understanding of this place was undoubtedly the deepest. I've been to the Great Western Desert, the extreme northern snowy plains, the outskirts of hell, and now entering the marsh of Illusory Sea again. Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue in praise. Of the 6 great danger grounds, there is only the distant ocean beyond the sea and the southern underground palace that I have not personally stepped into. Feng Yunxing said, "While you have not entered deep into the core region, you can still be considered to have been there before, passing through danger as though it were nothing." Yin Zhaoge laughed. "In my father's words, good people don't live long, while scourges live for 1,000 years. He swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunxing. "Right. I remember you saying that under the protection of your seniors that year, you too once entered the southern underground palace? This means that other than the extreme northern snowy plains and the distant ocean beyond the sea, you seem to have been to the other 4 as well." Feng Yunxing smiled. "Like you said, scourges live for 1,000 years. Su Fei smiled. "Is this considered flattery between the 2 of you?" Yin Zhaoge blinked at him. "I am actually flattering you, senior apprentice brother Su. After all, among us, only you have been to the marsh of Illusory Sea before. Now, it is time for an old horse to know the way." Chapter 416. Xue Fei shook his head. "How can I be considered an old horse that knows the way? I've only stepped a few times in the outskirts. If we really want to find an old horse that knows the way, we can only find it in Turbid Wave Pavilion." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "It's still better than us who have never been here before." Xue Fei walked at the front, saying as he walked, "Anyway, be careful and don't fall behind. Illusions abound in the marsh of Illusory Sea. The strangest and hardest thing to guard against is that it is often hard to distinguish what is real and what is illusory. Sometimes, falling into an illusion while being unable to detect it in time is the main reason why most people die within it. By the time they realize it, they have already sunk deep into the mud, unable to escape from it," Xue Fei said. "Therefore, it is very important for those in the same group to support each other." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "You lead the way, I'll bring up the rear." Su Fei agreed before tossing out a rope. grabbing one end while Yan Zhaoge caught it and held the other end. Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Ning Long Tu each grabbed the middle section of the rope. Walking at the front, Shui Fei lit a stick of incense, something that he had obtained from Turbid Wave Pavilion and used to disperse the bewildering fog within the marsh. While it could not completely resolve the threat of the illusions, it was still rather useful, especially now when the illusions were at their weakest over the past 10 years. The group advanced, barely able to determine their direction and position as they moved towards the region where the 10-character heavenly rainbow was. Holding one end of the rope, Yan Zhaoge walked at the very back, looking at Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Yinglong Tu up ahead while also paying attention to their surroundings. It was not that life was absent within the marsh of illusory sea. Many rare beasts resided here. These beasts had long since grown accustomed to the illusions within the marsh, often even making it hard for one to distinguish what was real from what was fake. Other than the illusions, many ferocious beasts were also a huge threat. Especially within the illusions, it was even harder to guard against them. Surveying their surroundings, Yan Zhaoge saw dense gray fog suffusing the area between the heavens and the earth. Dim blue smoke could vaguely be seen rising from the surrounding marsh, merging together with the gray fog as it emanated a strange, demonic feeling. Having just entered the marsh of illusory sea, with the help of Shui Fei's special fragrance, they had not felt anything abnormal. However, as time passed and they had traveled for over 10 days, Yan Zhaoge and the others could clearly feel that the mist within the great marsh before them was growing denser and denser. Even though they were on guard, all kinds of illusions began to surround them. Everyone encountered different situations. Fortunately, everyone was prepared. They took care of the front and the back, helping each other and moving forward together. After communicating with them, Yan Zhaoge discovered that the illusions that everyone had encountered had not been born out of thin air. Instead, they had originated from within their hearts and were related to themselves. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge himself with the highest cultivation base or Yinglong Tu with the lowest cultivation base, they were both in a similar situation. This illusion would not be biased based on whether one's thoughts were pure or not. No one could avoid it. Although Hanlong, Er's cultivation level was low, he was born with a heavenly dipper body. His mind was clear and bright, without any impurities. However, he was also disturbed by the illusion and had the illusion that his parents were still alive. Su Fei had the cultivation of a spirit vessel middle stage great grandmaster. He had a firm will and a steady temperament, but the illusions before his eyes were similarly heavy. There were scenes of him being homeless in his youth, roaming the world alone. Scenes of him interacting with his master, Shi Tai, also frequently surfaced. The most tragic, sorrowful memory of his life, the scene of him personally witnessing Shi Tai's death in battle, appeared unceasingly, slashing at his heart time and time again, fresh blood flowing. Many scenes that she could not bear to recall also appeared before Feng Yunqing's eyes. Her high-spirited youth when she had just entered the Sacred Sun clan, as well as the accidental injury in the Earth domain which changed her life's fate, as well as being forced by Xiao Xin and Pan Butai afterwards to flee the clan, fighting bloody battles all the way as she traversed tens of thousands of kilometers by herself. Some illusions were especially vicious, distorting the memories of the person in question, creating false scenes. However, these illusions were especially realistic, as though they would allow one to experience another life. Feng Yunsheng had experienced within the illusion that her extreme Yin physique had not been damaged, finally successfully suppressing all the other females in the first extreme Yin bout, wearing the extreme Yin crown that she had always yearned for. She had experienced the illusion of her failed resistance, being tainted by Xiao Xin. She had experienced being betrayed and abandoned by her master, being captured and killed by Pan Butai in the end. She had experienced the illusion of escaping from the clan, fleeing all the way, still ultimately being dismembered by those of the Sacred Sun clan. Despite having received Yan Zhaoge's help, the illusion of her extreme Yin physique being unable to recover. Various illusions that passed for truth seemed to have forcibly stuffed one true memory after another into Feng Yunqing's mind, to the point that she was almost unable to differentiate what exactly was what she had truly experienced. It was the same for Yan Zhaoge. To be precise, the illusions that had appeared within his mind were even more bizarre and bizarre. Various scenes, some of them were things that he could only long for in his dreams, yet could not achieve, beautiful to the point of causing him to be intoxicated within, unwilling to wake up. Some of them were things that he feared the most, worrying the most, had come true, causing him to virtually collapse, unable to bear it. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his mind time and time again, expelling all distracting thoughts, breaking free of the restraints and interference of the illusions. Past events came flooding back to him, all sorts of people appearing before him, then vanishing one by one, tides rising and falling, people coming and going. Ever since the invasion of the flame devils on the East Sea, when he had attempted to come into contact with the small crimson pagoda with the corpse of the ice dragon, yet failed in the end, having been slain by the flame devils, Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, regaining his calm as he continued striding forward. As he walked, Yan Zhaoge suddenly felt the bewildering fog up ahead grow denser and denser, his vision gradually becoming so dark that he couldn't even see his fingers before him. The figure of Ing Longtu, who was closest to him, gradually grew blurry. Before Ing Longtu was Ahu, who was much taller than him, but he couldn't even be seen. Yan Zhaoge frowned, calling out to Ing Longtu. The youth before him, however, didn't react, his figure also completely enveloped by the bewildering fog the next moment, unable to be seen any longer. The rope in his hand that had always been tensed up suddenly lightened. Lowering his head, Yan Zhaoge saw that the rope in his hand had shockingly broken, only half of it remaining as it drooped downwards powerlessly. Yan Zhaoge did not panic, intuitively feeling that this was yet another layer of illusions. However, before he could sort out his emotions, the bewildering fog that enveloped the great marsh before him suddenly dissipated, his surroundings instantly becoming empty. As the heavens and the earth shook, Yan Zhaoge raised his head and saw a massive hand flying over from beyond the heavens, slapping down towards him. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. That was not an ordinary palm. It was that massive palm that had struck towards the divine palace during the great calamity that year in Yan Zhaoge's memories. A strange light shot out from Yan Zhaoge's eyes as he focused on this palm. The scenes between the heavens and the earth before him shook slightly. As the palm descended, it suddenly vanished. The bewildering fog arose once more, though it was no longer as dense as before. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw two majestic rainbows, one horizontal and one vertical, piercing through the horizon. It was precisely the 10-character heavenly rainbow. To be continued. Chapter 417. Yan Zhaoge had once witnessed the phenomenon of two rainbows, one on the inside and one on the outside, forming a line as they curved through the horizon. While those two rainbows were both 7-colored, they were arranged in reverse order, one from the inside to the outside, from red to purple, while the other was the exact opposite, from purple to red. As Yan Zhaoge knew, that was due to the refraction of sunlight and water vapor. While it was rare, it could still be considered a normal sight. However, the 10-character heavenly rainbow before him was actually two rainbows that were exactly the same, intersecting within the horizon, one heading east and west, the other heading north and south, intersecting vertically. This was the first time Yan Zhaoge had seen such a sight, as he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. In the vicinity of the 10-character heavenly rainbow, the bewildering fog grew thinner as the bewitching power of the Marsh of Illusory Sea also seemed to have diminished greatly. Before Yan Zhaoge, the figures of Su Fei and the others appeared once more. Lowering his head, the rope was still in their hands, showing no signs of breaking. Yan Zhaoge did not immediately relax. Who knew whether the scene before him was a scene within a scene, a trap within a trap? Illusions would sometimes simulate things that one could only dream of, yet be unable to achieve. Searching for the 10-character heavenly rainbow was precisely one of the reasons why they had come to the marsh of illusory sea. The stubbornness within one's heart would often become a bewildering barrier that bewitched one's mind. Yen Jiaoge calmed his heart, his mind immersed within the peerless heavenly scripture that he cultivated in, the true essence of his entire body roiling. On the surface, Yen Jiaoge seemed normal, but if someone were to carefully observe Yen Jiaoge now, they would feel as if Yen Jiaoge did not exist at all. Yen Jiaoge vaguely felt that his perspective was gradually breaking away from the restraints of the marsh of illusory sea, having a tendency to transcend the outside world. The marsh of illusory sea before him seemed to be filled with numerous illusory scenes. Instead, it was much calmer in the vicinity of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. After calming his mind for a moment and feeling the changes in the spiritual qi, Yen Jiaoge could confirm that the 10-character heavenly rainbow before him was real, and that he had not fallen into yet another illusory scene. Instead, the situation of Ing Longtu before Yen Jiaoge seemed a little off. The little fellow's gaze was a little dazed, as he was currently giggling foolishly, as he seemed to be enjoying himself. Yen Jiaoge sighed. To Han Long, his short life was simple and pure, very easy to be satisfied, very easy to be happy. But Han Long, life was not smooth sailing at such a young age. Han Long would never be able to let go of the pain of his parents' early death. The death of his master, Shi Tai, was another huge blow to him. Even though Han Long had always been a carefree person, as if he didn't know what sorrow and worry were. But in his simple mind, the influence of these things would always exist. Yen Jiaoge landed a heavy palm on Ing Longtu's shoulder, the latter turning to look at him rather blankly. Just having turned, the index finger of Yen Jiaoge's other hand had already tapped on Ing Longtu's forehead. Ing Longtu was shocked as if he had been struck by lightning. All the hair on his body stood on end. At the same time that he was attacked, his body subconsciously prepared to defend and counterattack. However, it was also at this moment that Ing Longtu woke up. His eyes were no longer blank and lifeless, but had regained their clarity and brightness. Looking at Yen Jiaoge, Ing Longtu very quickly reacted, saying slowly, "Senior apprentice brother Yen, Yen Jiaoge smiled, waving his hands. "Stabilize your mind. Distinguish between truth and falsehood. False illusions are sometimes very beautiful. It is a very normal thing for people to yearn for them or yearn for them to be beautiful. However, this is not a reason for us to stop moving forward. What is false is still false at the end of the day. It depends on others and not on us." Looking at Ing Longtu, Yen Jiaoge smiled. "Calm your heart, calm your qi." Ing Longtu nodded obediently, inhaling and exhaling a few times as his breathing grew more and more stable. Having arrived at the region where the 10-character heavenly rainbow was, they halted, raising their heads to look at the miraculous scene in the sky above them. Feng Yunsheng muttered to herself, "Such a scene is really rare to see." After quietly feeling the spiritual qi flow in the surroundings for a while, she asked, "Is it because there are abnormalities in the space between the heavens and the earth here?" Born of a sacred ground-level power, as a direct disciple, her cultivation base aside, her discernment ability and knowledge were all top figures of her age in the 8 extremities world. Su Fei said that should be the case. It is the intense distortion of space here that forms such a unique scene. The weakening of the power of illusions in the marsh of illusory sea should also be due to the distortion of space. Without the skin, how can the hair attach? Even this region of the heavens and earth has become weak and distorted, let alone the numerous illusions here. Ahu scratched his head. "Young master, Brother Fei, other than looking for the 10-character heavenly rainbow this time, aren't we also looking for the empty spirit rain mist?" Yen Jiaoge said, "The empty spirit rain mist is extremely rare, and it is very hard to predict where it will appear. However, generally speaking, in the vicinity of where the 10-character heavenly rainbow appears, it is possible that the empty spirit rain mist also exists. Therefore, in coming here, we are actually dealing with both of our targets at the same time. However, some luck is still required. Su Fei said slowly, "According to what I know, the empty spirit rain mist most likely appears before or after the 10-character heavenly rainbow appears. I'll first look around the vicinity. If there is, that would naturally be best. If there isn't, we'll just silently wait for the moment when the 10-character heavenly rainbow finally dissipates." Su Fei looked at Yan Zhaoga. "Zhaoga, you stay here and quietly observe the movements of the 10-character heavenly rainbow as well as the abnormal changes in space here." Yan Zhaoga answered, "Since that is so, I won't accompany you, senior apprentice brother. However, you have to be careful. After leaving the area enveloped by the 10-character heavenly rainbow, the bewildering fog of the marsh of illusory sea will grow dense once more, the power of illusions immediately surging. Rest easy, I know." Saying thus, Su Fei let go of the rope, then began moving around the periphery of the area enveloped by the 10-character heavenly rainbow, searching for the empty spirit rain mist required to treat Ing Yuzhen. Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Ing Longtu also helped out. To Feng Yunsheng and Ing Longtu, moving alone now could also be considered their own tempering. Yan Zhaoga remained where he was, raising his head and narrowing his eyes as he paid close attention to the 10-character heavenly rainbow. After a long time of searching, Su Fei and the others returned to where Yan Zhaoga was, all of them sighing. "We can only wait for the 10-character heavenly rainbow to vanish to see if there is any empty spirit rain mist forming. If there isn't, trying to find it elsewhere in the marsh of illusory sea would be no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. The change in space is indeed great, but we still haven't been able to open a passageway that truly leads to another world." Yan Zhaoga also didn't have any gains here as he thought, it's still fine. The 10-character heavenly rainbow will be sustained for a rather long period of time. Perhaps there's still a chance. Carrying this thought, Yan Zhaoga and the others remained where they were, waiting quietly. Not even 2 days had passed. One noon, Yan Zhaoga's heart suddenly jolted as he abruptly raised his head. Then, where the two rainbows intersected, the distortion of space grew more and more intense, to the point where it was clearly visible to the naked eye. There, the sky resembled a canvas, being twisted and distorted intensely as a gap gradually appeared within it. It's appeared there really is. Yan Zhaoga's spirits rose as he immediately said to Ahu, "Hurry up and report to the clan. Tell my father." Before his words had landed, Yan Zhaoga felt his shadow shrinking pouch shudder intensely before a snow crane formed. A flowing light shot out from within. The snow crane's wings swept outwards, actually sweeping along Yan Zhaoga and the others beneath the 10-character heavenly rainbow before shooting towards the black hole within the sky at lightning speed. To be continued. Chapter 4:18. Within the sky, where the two streaks of light intersected, one horizontal, one vertical, the space distorted intensely. There, the 7-colored light vanished, only darkness remaining. A black point of intersection expanded unceasingly, devouring the surrounding rainbow light as well as everything else. After having expanded to a certain size, this black seemed to have calmed down. Gazing from afar, other than the distortion at the point of intersection being even more intense, the red light no longer straight, the 10-character heavenly rainbow seemed no different from usual. There was only a silhouetted snow crane that shot into the skies, flapping its wings as it flew towards the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. Amidst this silhouetted snow crane, Yan Zhaoga and the others were swept along by a strange force, following them towards the black hole at the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. "This is a little unexpected, Yan Zhaoga's expression turned solemn as he spread open his right palm, a jade hairpin on which a snow crane was inscribed. This was something that his mother Xue Chuqing had left in the 8 extremities world, having always been kept safe by his father Yan Di before this. It had always been ordinary and unremarkable, not seeming to have anything special about it at all, resembling just an ordinary accessory. Who knew that in that instant when the black hole at the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow had appeared, this jade hairpin had suddenly moved, streams of light emerging from within, transforming into a snow crane that shot out of Yen Zhaoga's shadow-shrinking pouch. Yen Zhaoga reached out in time, grabbing the jade hairpin that had flown out along with it. However, as the snow crane flapped its wings, it still swept along everyone within the vicinity of the 10-character heavenly rainbow, flying upwards. It's a mechanism with a teleportation function, Yen Zhaoga quickly deduced. There must be a catalyst before it can be awakened from its slumber. Raising his head, he saw that black hole at the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow gradually stabilizing, resembling the entrance to a passageway. At the center of the black hole, it was already no longer completely black, instead being multicolored. There seemed to be many scenes within, distorted and broken apart, merging as one after being disrupted. Chaotic space. Yen Zhaoga had already identified it. It really is a path that leads to another world, but is extremely unstable. It is indeed another world on the other side. The foundation of the mechanism should be there. The jade hairpin is like a token. When the two worlds are connected, the person holding the token will be automatically drawn over by the mechanism. Yen Zhaoga had already completely calmed down at this moment. Still, glancing at Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Su Fei, and Yinglong to beside him, as well as Pan Pan, who was being carried in Feng Yunsheng's embrace, Yen Zhaoga instantly smiled bitterly. It teleported everyone within the range of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. This ritual is very good and very powerful, but also very stupid. Now, all of them had disappeared without a trace. While Yen Zhaoga was very interested in going to the other world to take a look, his pitiful father was still anxiously waiting for news of the clan. Now, there wasn't even a single person to report to him. At this rate, who knew how long it would be before Yen Di received the news? Meanwhile, the elites of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation had virtually all vanished from the Eight Extremities world in a single night. If this news spread, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall would be laughing even in their dreams. It would be fine if the dimensional passageway still existed when Yen Di and the others arrived. However, if the dimensional passageway had already vanished, it would be very hard for them to understand the situation. Swept along by the silhouetted snow crane, Yen Zhaoga shook his head, yelling in a low tone, "Senior Apprentice Brother Su!" As he said this, Yen Zhaoga waved his hand, another black silhouette flying out from his shadow, shrinking pouch. It was an existence that resembled a short stone rod. After flying out, this thing expanded with the wind, immediately transforming into a massive stone pillar. It was precisely the pillar of the Divine Palace. Yen Zhaoga clapped his hands onto the pillar of the Divine Palace. The pillar of the Divine Palace emitted a brilliant glow, numerous streams of multicolored light extending outwards, resembling silk as they tunneled into the silhouetted snow crane from within. The suppressive power of the pillar of the Divine Palace exerted its effect as the silhouetted snow crane that shot into the skies instantly slowed, halting in midair. Su Fei was also an experienced person. Without Yen Zhaoga having to say anything further, he already knew what to do. Making use of the moment when the silhouetted snow crane slowed slightly, Su Fei made a grabbing motion behind him, a black broadsword exiting its scabbard with the roar of a dragon as it landed in his hand. The sword light was simple and unadorned, vanishing as soon as it appeared. Su Fei rapidly struck out with his sword, the black sword light condensing into tangible form, leaving behind marks in midair as they transformed into runes one after another. Then these runes descended, leaving the area of effect of the silhouetted snow crane as they landed on the marsh of illusory sea down below. The glow of the black runes was retracted, gradually dissolving within the mud of the marsh. Faced with such a major change, after their initial shock, Feng Yunsheng and Ah, who quickly calmed down. Seeing Su Fei's actions, Feng Yunqing smiled, asking, Senior Apprentice Brother Su, this should be a unique technique of turbid wave pavilions. Great marsh leaving letters? The marsh domain was densely dotted with lakes and marshes, with very little solid soil or mountain rocks. Wanting to leave a mark or leave behind a message in such a place was a very difficult thing. Martial experts could turn the false into the real, being able to leave behind words in the water or even in the air. However, there was a limit to how long words could be left behind, depending on the martial practitioner's cultivation base also being relatively short, especially now that they were in the marsh of illusory sea. Even enveloped by the 10-character heavenly rainbow, the illusory power was still powerful, as it would unceasingly wear down the sword intent aura chi of a martial practitioner, finally causing the traces left behind to vanish. Turbid Wave Pavilion's lineage had specially invented a unique technique of great marsh leaving letters, making it convenient for their disciples to preserve the messages they left behind for a long period of time in an environment filled with lakes and marshes, allowing their fellow disciples who arrived later to read them. Su Fei quickly explained the current situation. Using this method to leave behind messages, on one hand, they could preserve them for a long period of time, and on the other hand, they could prevent just anyone from seeing them. Turbid Wave Pavilion was on rather good terms with Broad Creed Mountain, and their disciples were relatively trustworthy. They could send a message to Broad Creed Mountain after discovering the words. Chief, Senior Apprentice Uncle Fong, and Grandmaster all know that I am proficient in Great Marsh leaving letters. Su Fei said as he sheathed his sword, if our clan seniors arrive here first and are unable to find any traces, they will also invite Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners over to unearth the messages I left behind. Ahu said sneakily, Brother Fei, who did you learn Great Marsh leaving letters from? Su Fei answered frankly, naturally from Turbid Wave Pavilion's junior apprentice sister Xia, but it's not convenient for me to teach it to you. Ahu smiled in an extremely simple and honest manner. Brother Fei, it's fine, right? It's not like this is a direct lineage martial Dao of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Otherwise, Miss Xia wouldn't have taught it to you. Su Fei smiled. Don't give me that. If we hadn't met with danger together in the marsh of illusory sea back then, in order to avoid being separated, junior apprentice sister Xia wouldn't have made an exception to teach it to me. Since she trusts me, it will naturally end here. The momentum of the snow crane shooting into the skies seemed unstoppable, the suction force from the other side of the dimensional passageway growing stronger and stronger, reaching its peak. Yen Jiaoga kept the pillar of the divine palace, everyone following the silhouette of the snow crane as they shot into the dimensional passageway at the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. Countless shadows flickered before their eyes, countless scenes intersecting as they appeared bizarre and dazzling, causing those who were experiencing this for the first time to click their tongues in wonder. Very quickly, the scenes before them stabilized. The first thing that appeared before Yen Jiaoga was a lush, primordial forest. Gazing back, they saw a dimensional passageway in the sky behind them in the midst of slowly closing. Seeing this, Ahu's expression instantly changed greatly. Young master, does this mean that we can only return after the next 10-character heavenly rainbow appears? No, the dimensional passageway still exists. Yen Jiaoga closed his eyes and carefully sensed it for a moment before shaking his head, smiling lightly. Ah, this place is very interesting. Chapter 419. The snow crane's figure streaked across the horizon. It spread its wings and soared, transforming into a stream of light and disappearing into the distance in an instant. Still within the silhouetted snow crane, Yen Jiaoga crossed his arms before his chest, curling his lips. The entrance of the dimensional passageway here is even more unstable than the one in our 8 extremities world. If I did not see wrongly, it seems to be shifting along the spiritual chi pulse of this world. We will have to properly search for it. Fortunately, Based on the time that the 10-character heavenly rainbow has existed in our 8 extremities world, there's still a very long time before the passageway closes. Yanjiaoge raised his head and looked at the sun hanging high up in the sky. Yes, if the time flow of the 2 worlds is the same. Everyone was flying with the snow crane as they observed their surroundings curiously. After glancing at Feng Yunsheng and Ying Longtu, Su Fei secretly sent a sound transmission to Yanjiaoge. Zhaoge, I remember that the snow crane was the symbol of your mother, Senior Snow, that year. The corners of Yanjiaoge's mouth twitched slightly as he answered with a bitter smile. I've let Senior apprentice brother Su see a joke. To tell you the truth, coming here this time is precisely due to the clues left behind by my mother that year. Shui Fei shook his head. Why would I laugh at you? It's just that I didn't expect your mother to be related to another world. When I first entered the sect, I even saw her once. Connecting this to the matter of Shui Chuqing suddenly disappearing in the 8 extremities world, Shui Fei's first thought was that she had come from this world, rather than just having discovered this place by pure coincidence. Yanjiaoge said, Anyway, let's see where the snow crane will ultimately land. Who knows? We might be able to obtain some information related to this world. We are completely unfamiliar with this place. We must first gain some understanding of it and ensure a path of retreat back to the 8 extremities world. Yanjiaoge rubbed his temples rather irritably. The current situation in the 8 extremities world is rather delicate, with various conflicts about to erupt at any moment. This is not the time to be pioneering a new world, especially when, swiveling his head to glance at Feng Yunsheng, Yanjiaoge knit his brows, especially when junior apprentice sister Feng still has to participate in the extreme Yin bout. Feng Yunsheng's expression was currently rather calm. Feeling something, she turned to meet Yanjiaoge's gaze. Seemingly understanding Yanjiaoge's thoughts, she shook her head slightly, indicating that she was fine. Su Fei said, Right now, we are completely clueless about this place. We also don't know what kind of experts there are here. It's best to be cautious. The entrance to the passage isn't fixed in this world. So even if someone were to rush over from the 10-character heavenly rainbow, their landing point in this world wouldn't be the same as ours, so it'd be difficult to coordinate with them. Yanjiaoge nodded, saying, It's also not that just anyone can come over. The chaotic flows of space can rip people apart at any time. The reason why we can be so safe is because of this snow crane. Shui Fei hesitated for a moment before saying, Speaking of this snow crane, it would be rather inconceivable if the ritual was left behind by your mother. Although Senior Shui's cultivation was not weak back then, it seems that he could not have left behind such a powerful ritual. Yanjiaoge spread his palms apart. Perhaps it is some sort of treasure. According to what his father Yendi had said, while his mother had concealed her origins, her cultivation base should have been real. With Shui Chuqing's cultivation at the time, it was indeed impossible for her to set up such a powerful ritual. As they conversed, the snow crane's silhouette gradually dimmed and began to descend. Yanjiaoge's spirits rose. Gazing over carefully, he saw a white pillar of light shooting into the skies amidst a primordial forest. The pure white snow crane landed within the pillar of light, gradually vanishing, while the figures of Yanjiaoge and the others landed on the ground within the pillar of light. Looking downwards, numerous spirit patterns lit up on the ground, profound and complex. Feng Yunsheng, Shui Fei, Ahu, and the others all involuntarily let out sighs of admiration. Yanjiaoge's pupils dilated slightly. This legacy of spirit patterns indeed has some resemblance to those of before the Great Calamity. It was not that people of later generations had researched and researched on the foundations of their predecessors, starting anew from scratch. Instead, it was like the complete legacy of the martial civilization of before the Great Calamity, not having been severed due to the Great Calamity. As they landed, the white pillar of light that shot into the skies gradually vanished, the numerous spirit patterns on the ground also beginning to dissipate. The white light congregated at the center of the spirit patterns. Looking over, Yanjiaoga saw that there seemed to be a mirror there. More accurately, it was half a mirror. Coming before the mirror, Yanjiaoga saw that it was a simple round mirror that had been split into two from the middle. There was only one half here, the whereabouts of the other half unknown. Xue Fei and the others appraised the mirror curiously. Yanjiaoga picked up this half mirror, infusing his true essence within, carefully feeling it for a moment. This half mirror is the core of the mechanism. After a long time, Yanjiaoga let out a long breath. There should still be another half that has not been lost, instead being buried somewhere in this world. He muttered within his heart, the mirror dimensional traversing art, it really is an ancient technique of before the great calamity, who looked curiously at the half mirror above Yanjiaoga's head. Young master, can this thing help us return to the 8 extremities world? Yanjiaoga tapped lightly on the surface of the mirror twice, not in a short period of time. In order to complete the mechanism just now, the power accumulated within this half mirror has been temporarily depleted, requiring time to recover. The time that the 10-character heavenly rainbow can be maintained for is limited at the end of the day, and we might not be able to make it in time. Foam, Yunxing pondered. Perhaps it lies in the other half of the mirror. Yanjiaoga snapped his fingers. That's right. With that half mirror, we should be able to more easily find that dimensional passageway entrance that follows the movement of the spirit vein here. Also, after the 2 broken mirrors have been completely merged together, there might still be other wondrous uses for them. Scanning their surroundings, Xue Fei sent a sound transmission to Yanjiaoga. If this mechanism was set up by Senior Xue to help you or Chief come over, there should be some information left behind, right? Yanjiaoga kept that half mirror, similarly appraising their surroundings. I think so too, having searched for a long time, yet still unable to find any traces of it. Yanjiaoga could not help but feel rather puzzled. Xue Fei was also very helpless. It looks like there isn't. Or perhaps it was discovered by someone beforehand and taken away. Yanjiaoga stroked his lower chin. Whatever the case, let's first try to find the other half of the mirror and ensure that we can return to the 8 extremities world in time. Xue Fei said, I had originally hoped that Senior Xue could have left behind some information to let us know the general situation here. Now we can only slowly probe around. I also don't know the specific situation of this world, what kind of people there are. Looking at the ground beneath his feet, Yanjiaoga smiled. Very soon, someone will come knocking on our door on their own accord, answering our questions. With the white light shooting into the heavens here just now, it could be seen clearly from far away. It would definitely have drawn the attention of others. When we were brought flying by the silhouetted snow crane, I noticed that there were signs of human activity along the way. Having said thus, just a moment later, the expressions of Yanjiaoga and the others all changed as they felt that someone was currently in the midst of approaching. To be continued. Chapter 420. His movement speed is very fast, but I can't feel any strong or chi fluctuations. Ahu's ears twitched as he asked curiously, is it some kind of special movement technique? What a strange martial art. Su Fei said, it is very likely that it is not completely the same as the martial legacies of our 8 extremities world. Yanjiaoga was also listening attentively to the newcomer's movements. It is not strange. After all, it is 2 different worlds. Actually, as compared to the differences in martial arts, I am more concerned about how different the language here is from ours. After all, even in the 8 extremities world, the dialects of different places are also very different. If we do not use the common language, only using their own dialects, it would be very hard for people of different places to understand what the other is saying. Yanjiaoga smacked his lips, wanting to find someone to understand the situation of this world. But if there is a language barrier, that would be awkward. Ahu asked, Young master, how about you not show yourselves first? I will interact with the people here. We currently have no idea how strong the other party is, and it is very hard for us to judge. There might even be some strange arts that we do not know of. Having always been by Yen Zhaoga's side, other than being a retainer, who had also been Yen Zhaoga's bodyguard for a very long time, while Yen Zhaoga's cultivation base was higher now, Ahu's way of thinking was still with Yen Zhaoga's safety as his number one priority. While he was usually mischievous when he was serious, he was still extremely reliable and responsible. In a brand new world, everything was foreign, unknown, and even dangerous. At this time, as a retainer, Ahu's heart was already completely taut. Yen Zhaoga waved his hands. If there really is a danger that even so many people cannot deal with, you alone would be no different from sending yourself to your death. Relax a little. While we are unable to judge the strength of the newcomer now, it should also not be too high. Comprehending one art, comprehending all arts. The great Tao of the world, all arts converge to their origins. While there are differences, the higher one goes, the more they tend to be the same. Yen Zhaoga gazed into the distance. Just like us and the flame devils, a martial saint and a flame devil king standing before you. The feeling they give you is completely different from that of a martial grandmaster or a great flame devil. Unless the other party has the intention, it is possible for you to misjudge the difference between an essence spirit martial grandmaster and an essence talisman martial grandmaster. But you will definitely be able to clearly distinguish between a martial saint and a martial grandmaster. Yen Zhaoga and the others temporarily concealed themselves within the dense forest. Very quickly, a figure flickered, appearing before them. It was a tall, middle-aged man with bronze skin, round eyes, and a rough face. His body seemed to contain an explosive power that was extremely powerful. His eyes, in particular, shot out divine light in all directions and were abnormally sharp. Yen Zhaoga nodded to himself. At the very least, he looks like a human on the outside, no different from us. He's not a mutant. Just as he was observing, he saw the burly man's eyes flash as he looked in Ing Longtu's direction. The people in the dense forest all frowned. Ing Longtu's cultivation base was the lowest among all of them, but he possessed the celestial dipper physique, which allowed him to control his qi and blood freely. His mind was clear and flawless. If he focused on hiding, it would be very difficult for others to detect his presence. Yen Zhaoga stroked his lower chin. Is it that this person has concealed himself deeply, his strength higher than I thought? Or is it that due to some special reason, his sensory abilities are extremely powerful? Then, after glancing at the place where Ing Longtu was concealed, that burly man's gaze turned to where Feng Yunsheng was. Yen Zhaoga coughed, lightly appearing. Seeing Yen Zhaoga, that burly man's expression was filled with wariness as he no longer looked in the direction of Feng Yunsheng and Ing Longtu, instead staring straight at Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga spread his hands apart, first asking, "How do I address you?" He first used the common language of the 8 extremities world. This was not nonsense, instead being the common language of the 8 extremities world, having been developed from the civilizations of pre-Great Calamity times, being the most systematic and also closest to the civilization of pre-Great Calamity times. In terms of pronunciation, he was also trying his best to get closer to that of ancient times. While there would still be some differences if Yen Zhaoga were to evaluate it, it was not due to luck that this language had become the current mainstream of the 8 extremities world. If the world before them also inherited the civilization of pre-Great Calamity times, there should be some similarities between them. In the end, that burly man did not react in the slightest, as his gaze was slightly vacant, his expression even more vigilant. He clearly looked like he didn't understand at all. Frowning, Yen Zhaoga pondered for a moment before repeating, "How do I address you?" This time, Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and the others felt it to be unfamiliar, not being easy to understand. The language that Yen Zhaoga used this time was the common language of pre-Great Calamity times. For example, compared to the current language of the 8 extremities world, it was like the difference between classical and vernacular. Some words had the same meaning, but without having studied them systematically, it would be very hard for one to understand their complete meaning. This was what it meant to be able to recognize each word individually, but unable to understand them when put together. According to Yen Zhaoga's guess, the martial legacy that his mother cultivated in was a relatively complete version of the martial arts of pre-Great Calamity times. Therefore, the language that she used was likely not lost through the generations, being the common language of pre-Great Calamity times. This time, that burly man seemed to have a slight reaction. Even as he was vigilant, he looked at Yen Zhaoga inexplicably. Yen Zhaoga felt rather helpless under that gaze. The other party seemed to be asking, "Do you even know how to speak properly?" Carefully observing him, Yen Zhaoga felt that this person's attitude towards the language of pre-Great Calamity times was like that of Su Fei, Feng Yunxing, and the others. This way, the greatest possibility is that the language here is the same as that of the Eight Extremities world, also originating from the civilization of pre-Great Calamity times. However, it has its own unique development, being completely different from the current language of the Eight Extremities world. Yen Zhaoga gradually came to a realization. It was just that, while he understood, it still gave Yen Zhaoga a bit of a headache. With the language barrier, the word awkward was placed right in front of him. Anyway, they all evolved from the language of pre-Great Calamity times. If he says a few more words, I might be able to understand the gist of it. Yen Zhaoga sighed. If it really doesn't work, I'll even use sign language, even though it looks a little embarrassing. As he thought this, Yen Zhaoga said a few more words in the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times. That burly man stared at Yen Zhaoga blankly and warily. Back then, in order to understand the current civilization of the Eight Extremities world, Yen Zhaoga had browsed through many books, understanding many different languages. Now, Yen Zhaoga unleashed his knowledge of languages to the maximum. It was not just the ancient language, but also the various dialects currently circulating in the Eight Extremities world that were different from the common vernacular, yet had all been derived from the ancient language. With each word, he observed that burly man's reaction. Feng Yunxing and the others stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied at this scene, only feeling that Yen Zhaoga had refreshed their understanding of the world once more. Ahu swallowed his saliva, sending via sound transmission with his orochi. "Young master, you're so impressive," Yen Zhaoga sent via sound transmission. "Do you think I'm willing to go through so much trouble? With a language barrier, even if I capture him and want to interrogate him, it won't work. I first have to ascertain what language it is, such that he can understand me, and I can also understand him." As he said this, he saw that the burly man still had a blank yet wary look on his face, at the same time growing more and more irritable. Just as Yen Zhaoga was about to switch to another dialect, that burly man grew impatient as, with a low roar, he lunged over. "That's not good, is it?" Yen Zhaoga rolled his eyes. To be continued. Chapter 421. Yen Zhaoga was proficient in many languages, causing Feng Yunxing, Su Fei, and the others to be dazzled by his words. However, his true target always looked like he didn't understand what he was saying, causing Yen Zhaoga to not know whether to laugh or to cry. The other party seemed to have an explosive temper, finally unable to suppress his anger as he lunged towards Yen Zhaoga. As he made his move, the hearts of the Broad Creed mountain martial practitioners here trembled slightly. The other party's speed was as fast as lightning, as he had already arrived before Yen Zhaoga in an instant. Su Fei and Ahu's gazes hardened as they saw numerous patterns of light actually light up on the surface of this person's skin. It was as though numerous runes had been inscribed on his body. On this person's fingers, numerous streams of light condensed, transforming into existences that resembled sharp claws as they clawed towards Yen Zhaoga. Within his body, he still couldn't feel the existence of orochi or true essence, only having a small amount of foundation inner chi. Generally speaking, this should be a characteristic of body refinement martial practitioners who had yet to cultivate chi into orochi. However, the powerful qi and blood contained within this big man's body far surpassed that of body refinement martial practitioners. Feng Yunxing stared fixedly at the other party's eyes, seeing that the big man's pupils had shockingly turned jade green at this moment, filled with brutality and bloodthirstiness, resembling that of a ferocious beast. Staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, the big man clawed out with his claws, light streaking through the air, leaving behind marks that did not dissipate even after a long time, as though space itself had been broken apart. The patterns of light flickering around his body suddenly transformed into surging thunderbolts, enveloping the surroundings. Those were true thunderbolts, snakes of electricity leaping about, seemingly unceasingly piercing through the air as a series of explosive crackling sounds resounded. The surrounding primitive forest began to be hacked into charcoal. Dark clouds filled the sky, the rumbling of thunder resounding as numerous streaks of lightning traversed the dark clouds. As the lightning appeared, the big man's speed increased once more. Where the lightning passed, it caused one's heart to feel numb and stiff. Yan Zhaoge was speechless. I haven't even said anything about capturing you and slowly interrogating you, and you've already made the first move. Feeling the piercingly cold winds and violent lightning shooting over, seeing the terrifying claws already grabbing at him, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. He raised his hands, accurately grabbing the other party's wrists, preventing those flickering claws from advancing any further. The burly man was shocked. He felt that his hands were tightly bound, and his wrists were almost broken. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, saying, "The first person I've met in this world. I had originally intended to interact amicably. Still, from the looks of it now, I can save myself the trouble." You might not understand this sentence. That big man indeed didn't understand, only wanting to break free from Yan Zhaoge's grasp now. Unable to move his hands, he moved his feet, wanting to kick towards Yan Zhaoge. However, even as Yan Zhaoge had spoken, he had already kicked out, striking that big man's lower abdomen. The burly man's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. His knees went weak, and his whole body trembled. Yan Zhaoge looked mildly at him. "I might as well just take you down, then see if you have any objects or scrolls on you. I'll compare them to your language here." The burly man was in unbearable pain. Blue veins were bulging on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot. He kept gasping for breath. The madness and bloodlust in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, and the patterns on his body burned brighter and brighter. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "Oh!" The big man roared madly, the patterns of light surging madly on his entire body. Blue lightning spreading like a frenzied tide as it gradually condensed into a silhouette amidst space. Within the silhouette was a six-legged leopard that was covered in lightning, roaring madly. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Six-legged flying lightning leopard. That big man's figure seemed to expand, the rumbling of thunder resounding from within his body as power surged madly. A crazed look appeared within his gaze as he stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, as if he would only let the matter rest after ripping him to shreds. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled, exerting more force with his hands. Even as he crushed the bones of that big man's wrists, he also shattered all the bones and meridians of his arms. An even greater force resembled the pressure of Mount Tai as it instantly suppressed that violent lightning into tiny sparks, limited to a circumference of a foot as it was unable to wreak havoc. The big man opened his mouth, but was unable to utter a sound due to the extreme pain. Yan Zhaoge appraised him rather interestedly. Interesting, turning fake into real, transforming one's power into actual lightning and thunderbolts. To martial practitioners, this should only be an ability that can be obtained after stepping into the essence, spirit, martial, Grandmaster realm, having refined aura chi into essence and cultivated into an essence spirit. However, this fellow's strength has yet to reach the level of an essence spirit martial Grandmaster. let alone refining Orochi into essence. He has not even refined Qi into Orochi. However, the Qi and blood of his entire body is far from what martial artists can compare to, being already comparable to martial grandmasters, manifesting actual thunderbolt while it cannot compare to the level of an essence, spirit, martial grandmaster. It is still rather powerful. Yan Zhaoge grabbed that big man's arms that had already been reduced to mush. Then he saw streams of light flickering amidst the already mangled flesh and blood of that big man's arms. It was as if an extremely powerful force was unceasingly awakening within his bloodline. This power of you could it be that it originates from the six-legged flying lightning leopard? Yan Zhaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. At first, I thought that it was a demon that had taken human form. However, from the looks of it now, it is exactly the opposite. Did you refine the bloodline of a demonic beast into your own body, thereby obtaining your power? Before the great calamity, I had never seen anyone cultivating in the martial Tao like this. An original creation after the calamity? Interesting, very interesting. I wonder if it is you alone or the lineage of your clan that you come from, or is it all the people of this world who are like this? Carefully feeling the changes in this big man's body, Yan Zhaoge indeed discovered many uncertainties. Under extreme pain and fury, that big man completely lost his rationality as he let out a series of strange roars. His voice was already no longer that of a human's, instead resembling the roar of a tiger or leopard. The next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, that big man's entire body was enveloped by patterns of light, his physique actually gradually changing. This person was beastifying. His head gradually turned into the head of a leopard, a tail appearing behind him, a pair of wings of thunder and lightning appearing behind him. His four limbs also turned into the claws of a leopard, his hind legs standing upright on the ground, completely resembling a leopard standing on its hind legs. His two front claws had been shattered by Yan Zhaoge, but two claws shockingly extended from his abdomen, clawing towards Yan Zhaoge. Enveloped by the patterns of light, the flesh and blood of this big man expanded, becoming extremely massive as he looked like he was about to transform into a six-legged flying lightning leopard that was several feet long, the size of a small mountain. This six-legged flying lightning leopard let out a crazed howl that shocked the heavens, thunder and lightning surging as it gathered the thunderclouds within the sky, descending in a chain. Yan Zhaoge grew more and more excited. Does this mean that the demonic blood in his body has gone out of control, causing a backlash against him? While his strength has increased greatly, he himself has become a demonic beast. Looking at the massive beast before him, Yan Zhaoge sighed in praise. Exchanging a few blows, I instead learnt quite a few things. Indeed, it is still better to directly make a move. P.S. I recommend a book to everyone. Book title: Blue Wolf, book number 306/8826, +/ to prevent blocking. The author is Yun Xiaotian Dao, a fat book of more than 4 million words. The technique is quite unique. To be continued. Chapter 4:22. As the patterns of light on Yan Zhaoge's entire body grew more and more intense, as he completely transformed into a six-legged flying lightning leopard, the strength of Yan Zhaoge's opponent rose unceasingly. When he finally shape-shifted completely and became a true six-legged flying lightning leopard, his power surged like the tide. It was as if that person had always been a cage that imprisoned ferocious beasts. Now that the cage had collapsed, the imprisoned beast had finally broken out of the cage, facing the six-legged flying lightning leopard that resembled a small mountain as it lunged over. Yan Zhaoge chuckled as he raised his palm, before slamming it downwards. After shape-shifting, that big man's body resembled a small mountain. Let alone standing up, even crouching on the ground, he was still much taller than Yan Zhaoge. However, as Yan Zhaoge raised his palm and then descended, it gave off the feeling that he was much larger than the massive beast before them. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal world. With a single palm strike, it was as if the heavens were falling. The fur of the six-legged flying lightning leopard stood on end. Because both of his claws were crippled, the rage stimulated by the pain instantly cooled down. After losing his humanity and turning into a beast, his intuition towards danger became even stronger. At this moment, the threat of death engulfed the six-legged flying lightning leopard's heart, causing it to instinctively turn around and flee. Therefore, everyone could only see the six-legged flying lightning leopard that had still been ferociously surging to the heavens a moment ago, resembling a ferocious beast that had escaped its cage, wanting to fight to the death and rip its opponent to shreds. At this moment, facing Yen Zhaoga's raised palm, it suddenly turned and fled. That speed was truly even swifter than when it had lunged towards Yen Zhaoga earlier. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoga could not help but be amused, losing their intelligence and becoming a demonic beast, instead becoming a little more intelligent. While Yen Zhaoga felt amused whilst also exasperated, Yen Zhaoga had no intention of letting the other party off. His palms still pressed downwards, a force that shook the heavens and the earth, directly breaking the spine of the six-legged flying lightning leopard. Amidst the rumbling, it was as if a thundercloud had exploded. The flying leopard howled and fell to the ground, its body twitching and unable to move. Looking at it, Yen Zhaoga sighed. Why do you think this is necessary? Even if they didn't speak the same language, they could still slowly try to communicate peacefully and amicably. Why did they have to fight? Although I also feel that it's more efficient to do it by hand. That six-legged flying lightning leopard's life force was indeed strong. While its body had virtually been broken into two by Yen Zhaoga, it was still not dead, as it even still had some strength remaining, streams of thunder flickering unceasingly on its body. However, at this moment, it had already completely lost all thoughts of resisting as it sprawled on the ground. Its gaze that was looking at Yen Zhaoga was filled with a pleading look. Yen Zhaoga sat down on its back nonchalantly, the flying leopard instantly letting out another mournful wail. "Let me see if you have anything valuable on you," Yen Zhaoga said as he extended his hand towards the ground. Previously, because the burly man had completely transformed into a six-legged flying lightning leopard, his luggage had been shattered by the fierce lightning. The items inside fell to the ground. Some of them were preserved, while others were blasted into powder by the lightning. Yen Zhaoga used his aura chi to draw the preserved items into his hands before beginning to inspect them. Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, Ahu, and Yinglong now approached as well, looking at the massive beast that Yen Zhaoga was seated on. Senior apprentice brother Yen, this leopard was transformed from that person. Han Long looked curiously at that six-legged flying lightning leopard. While inspecting the items within his hands, Yen Zhaoga casually answered, "That's right." Feng Yunsheng appraised it a few times before saying, "It's already completely a demonic beast. The spiritual qi within its flesh and blood is abundant, being completely different from that of a human." Weighing a seal within his hands, Yen Zhaoga said simply, "It's a special cultivation technique. I suspect that it is refining the demonic beast's bloodline into one's own body. Afterwards, one would no longer cultivate qi like us, instead using the power of the demonic beast's bloodline as a foundation to raise one's own strength. However, other than providing strength, this demonic beast bloodline should also be unceasingly affecting the cultivator's mind. If due to this or that reason a person's will collapses, their mind disappearing, the power of the demonic beast might then turn from guest to host, causing the person to finally become a demonic beast, no longer in human form." Yen Zhaoga spread his palms apart. This person should have been seriously injured by me, his mind gradually dissipating, at the same time also being overwhelmed by rage and hatred. He wanted to live, wanted to resist, wanted to take revenge, finally surpassing his own limits, becoming like this in the end. Su Fei and the others all clicked their tongues in wonder. Still, it really is a unique technique. not having reached the essence, spirit, martial grandmaster realm. He is already able to control true thunder and lightning, also possessing some power. Yan Zhaoge smiled, 6 legs like flying, a pair of wings on his back, wind and thunder accompanying as he walks, innately able to control thunder and lightning. This is precisely the innate divine ability of the 6-legged flying lightning leopard, just like how Pan Pan can control fire and water. The shrunken Pan Pan in Feng Yunxing's embrace blinked his eyes. Yan Zhaoge smiled, stroking Pan Pan's head before saying thoughtfully, "Earlier, I discovered that while the spiritual qi of this world has its own circulation path, it feels very thin." Right? No, it shouldn't be said to be thin, but that its circulation method is not beneficial for us human martial practitioners to cultivate in. Hearing his words, Su Fei looked at that 6-legged flying lightning leopard. "You suspect that the spiritual qi here is more suitable for demonic beasts to breathe in and absorb. Therefore, this kind of cultivation technique that induces demonic blood into one's body for refinement, changing one's physique, might not be an exception, instead being very common in this world." Yan Zhaoge clapped lightly. "I indeed suspect this." Saying thus, he leapt off the back of the 6-legged flying lightning leopard, completely shattering its head with a single palm, since it had already lost its humanity. Even if they could communicate, it would still be impossible to get anything out of it. Yan Zhaoge naturally had no need to keep it alive. Not needing Yan Zhaoge's instructions, Ahu walked over happily, opening his shadow shrinking pouch and keeping the corpse of this 6-legged flying lightning leopard. "Young master, what do we do next?" Hearing Ahu's question, Yan Zhaoge sighed. "With the language barrier and the information we have on hand being too little, we should first think of a way to find some living people, letting me study their language and characters before understanding the situation of this world. Still, we have to be fast." There was already no longer anything of value left where they had been. After packing up a little, they left. Within the primordial forest, various demonic beasts of various kinds emerged in an endless stream, seemingly proving some of Yan Zhaoge's guesses. Leaving the primordial forest, they gradually entered the plains. Here, the human population began to gradually grow denser. However, due to the language barrier, Yan Zhaoge and the others were very low-key in their actions. Only when a large manor appeared before their eyes did Yan Zhaoge appraise it carefully for a moment, his eyes instantly lighting up. His gaze was focused on an exquisite loft within the manor. Looking through the open window, he could vaguely see a tall bookshelf as well as a dazzling collection of books. Seeing this, Ahu scratched his head. "Young master, could it be that you want to steal books?" Yan Zhaoge exasperatedly punched him. "How can you call it stealing when it's a scholar's business?" Chapter 4:23. Ahu blinked. "Then, what do you call the matter of the scholars?" Yan Zhaoge said solemnly, promoting the cultural exchange between the two worlds, establishing a bridge of communication. Ahu opened his mouth, yet did not utter a sound. By the side, Feng Yunxing burst out laughing, while Xue Fei smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Han Long had a blank look on his face. Finally, with the lofty aspiration of promoting the cultural exchange between the two worlds, Yan Zhaoge successfully borrowed a large amount of ancient texts from the library of that manor. After a period of study, he finally gained a vague understanding of the language of this world. As he had guessed earlier, the civilizations here also originated from before the Great Calamity. However, because of the Great Calamity, culture had been severed, everything could only be restarted from the foundations left behind. Therefore, it was also very different from the 8 Extremities world. Fortunately, however, they still originated from the same source, being able to follow certain pathways. After some stumbling, Yan Zhaoge finally gained an initial understanding of this world that they currently resided in. This place was commonly known as the Floating Life World. Like the 8 Extremities world, this place had also been formed after the Great Calamity when the world had shattered. The civilizations of before the Great Calamity had been severed, with only a few remnants remaining. The people living here had re-established their own civilizations, unlike the Eight Extremities world. Currently walking on the same path as the world of before the Great Calamity, the Floating Life world walked on a different path. While there was also a martial civilization here, it was a completely different kind of martial Tao. The martial practitioners of the Floating Life world were known as demonic bloodline cultivators. They refined the bloodline of demonic beasts with their human bodies, then used it as a foundation to cultivate, raising their strength from there. If the descriptions of the environment here in those books are accurate, this Floating Life world should not be as huge as the Eight Extremities world. Yan Zhaoga stroked his lower chin. This way, it will at least be a little easier for us to find the other half of the mirror and determine the location of the dimensional passageway. Shui Fei said, "Even so, we still have to make the best use of our time. Who knows where the entrance of the dimensional passageway is? Traveling also requires time." Yan Zhaoga patted his head. "It is precisely so." Everyone continued onward, nearing a large city, seeing people coming and going, and hearing the unfamiliar language being spoken. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Yan Zhaoga shrugged. "It's still better to interact with people first. The ancient book doesn't describe the current situation." Shui Fei frowned. "It's fine if they think we're outsiders. However, if we're seen through that we're not from this Floating Life world, it would be hard for us to avoid trouble. Actually, a foreigner's face is already very eye-catching." Yan Zhaoga laughed. "There's an old saying that goes well. Children's words carry no harm." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoga leisurely walked and stopped, passing by some hawkers selling snacks as he roughly observed the amount of money spent by the people here. Knowing that gold and silver could also be used here, Yan Zhaoga stealthily stole away some cakes and candies, before leaving behind a bit of silver that far exceeded their value. Then he wandered around the city, following the sound of reading, and found a place that looked like a private school. Yan Zhaoga stood by the window, quietly looking at the teacher inside teaching some children. Even as the children were listening, he was actually listening attentively as well. Seeing this, Feng Yunsheng, Shui Fei, and the others did not have any intention of laughing at him. After the children had left school, Yan Zhaoga was all smiles as he used his half-baked language of the Floating Life world to try and get close to those children with some cakes and candies. Shui Fei swiveled his head and said to Han Long, "There are many children here. Do you know why your senior apprentice brother, Yan, is looking for children from the academy?" Han Long shook his head blankly as Shui Fei explained, "While children's words carry no harm, there are also differences between children. The children who play around in the marketplace know more about the minor matters of the marketplace. However, what we want to understand now is the broader situation of this world. Therefore, we are looking for these children from the academy." Saying thus, Shui Fei sighed. Also, the children who grow up in the marketplace are more mature, more slippery, and more mischievous. They won't be so easily coaxed by your senior, apprentice brother Yan. At the same time, news will spread quickly, and it will also be easy for news of us and our matters to be leaked. These children from the academy usually come into contact with simpler people. If it isn't the academy, it is their parents at home. Their hearts are also pure. Also, pay attention. The children that your senior apprentice brother Yan is looking for are all dressed in relatively simple clothes. These children's families are able to provide for their education, but they won't be too extravagant or rich. Most of their families are honest and dutiful, believing that it is better to avoid trouble. Even if the children return and mention the strange actions of strangers like us, the chances of news leaking out will also be lower. At the same time, their parents won't give them too much pocket money. Those children from wealthy families won't be easily bought over by your senior apprentice brother Yan with just a few pieces of cake. While he had mistakenly entered the Floating Life world and his future was uncertain, since he had brought Han Long out this time, Xue Fei would make good use of this chance to temper this junior apprentice brother of his. These were all insignificant matters. But Xue Fei mainly hoped that Ing Longtu's thoughts would become more flexible, becoming more and more enlightened. Hearing his words, Ing Longtu nodded thoughtfully. Ahu grinned. It really must have been hard for young master not to be taken for a human trafficker. Feng Yunxing smiled. It should have been hard for him to be able to converse with the locals so quickly. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. That's right. This time, I really admire young master to the point of prostrating myself in admiration. Yan Zhaoge was actually not relaxed at all at this moment, learning a new language on his own, and doing so within such a short period of time at that, was not a very comfortable thing. He had to expend a great deal of effort before he could make the students before him understand his questions. Yan Zhaoge just had the feeling that the gazes of these little children before him carried a deep disdain as they looked at him. Already so old, they still can't speak as fluently as us. It was roughly like this. As for the answers of these children, Yan Zhaoge didn't understand most of them, only able to memorize them, even coaxing them to write on the ground before slowly pondering over them himself later. Amongst these, there should also be many children who had misinterpreted his meaning, giving wrong answers. He could only slowly sort them out afterwards. Easy for me, Yan Zhaoge cursed unceasingly within his heart. Suddenly his mind jolted slightly as he swiveled his head to look. On the streets of the city, someone was dragging a massive prison carriage forward, the mournful roars of beasts resounding from within. Yan Zhaoge thought, from the looks of it, the people here will try to capture strange demonic beasts, then extract their bloodline and use it to groom demonic bloodline cultivators. With this, the children beside him could no longer sit still as they ran towards the prison carriage, watching excitedly. Yan Zhaoge stood where he was, not minding it at all. He had already asked all that he wanted to ask. However, as his gaze fell on a certain person, it involuntarily froze. Xikong Qing. No, it should be said that it's someone like Ouyang Qi and Changning. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. To be continued. Chapter 4:24. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that above those massive prisoner carriages, there was a pergola. Within the pergola sat people who should be the demonic bloodline cultivators in charge of escorting these massive beasts. On the prisoner carriage, which held the strongest demonic beast, a young girl sat within the pergola. Dressed in martial attire, her features were picturesque. While her hair accessories and makeup were different, her facial features were clearly exactly the same as Xikong Qing's. Seeing this Xikong Qing, the surrounding citizens all let out waves of cheers, appearing extremely reverent. Crossing his hands before his chest, Yan Zhaoge retracted his gaze. Unless we directly capture her, this is not a suitable time to interact with her. Having experienced the matters of Ouyang Qi and Changning back then, Yan Zhaoge was already very calm when he saw similar people now. When he had first arrived in this floating life world, he had still been wondering if he might meet someone similar to Xikong Qing here, just that he had not thought that it would be so soon. Through reading through ancient texts and reading about the geography of this world, as well as conversing with the local children just now, Yan Zhaoge already knew that the place they were currently in was a rather remote corner of the entire floating life world. Yan Zhaoge didn't have much of an opinion about this Xikong Qing, just that he was rather interested in the rune that she might possess. There are already 4 known of them in the 8 extremities world. I wonder how many of them there are in the floating life world. Yan Zhaoge memorized the insignia on that girl's clothes, then no longer paid her any attention. They strolled around the city once more, trying to obtain as much information as they could. Even as Yan Zhaoge was half-guessing, listening to the conversations of others, he also grew more and more proficient in the language of this place. This city is called Muzi. If you head north from this Muzi city, you'll reach the capital of the Furan Kingdom, Konghe City. Yan Zhaoge said to them, let's first head all the way to Kongha City before deciding on our next step. He paused for a moment before continuing. Having arrived there, I should have more or less grasped the language of this floating life world. At that time, I should be able to directly converse with demonic bloodline cultivators. Su Fei said, "It's all up to you. This time we've all become mutes." Yan Zhaoga smiled. "Everyone can learn together with me. It's fine if it's a little slower." Su Fei pondered for a moment before sending a sound transmission over to Yan Zhaoga. "Zhaoga, in my memories your mother, Senior Snow, is completely different from the demonic bloodline cultivators here. The martial Tao that she cultivates in is rather similar to that of our 8 extremities world." Did he only begin cultivating like us after arriving in the 8 extremities world? Or is it that, hearing Xue Fei's question, Yan Zhaoga did not speak? He now held deep doubts about whether his mother, Xue Chuqing, had come from this floating life world. Perhaps, to this floating life world, Xue Chuqing was merely a passerby? Everyone headed north. In order to save time, those with higher cultivation bases led those with lower cultivation bases. Having already stepped into the essence, spirit, martial grandmaster realm, the immortal crane wings were no longer of much use to Yan Zhaoga. Thus, he just passed it down to Ahu. Ahu was quite happy and couldn't bear to part with it. He said happily, "Young master, does this count as adding wings to a tiger? A tiger with wings on its waist should be called a tiger, right?" The corners of Yan Zhaoga's mouth twitched as he laughed. "That's right, you really are a tiger!" Traveling and stopping along the way, as they neared Kongha City, Yan Zhaoga already had a general grasp of the language of the floating life world. While his pronunciation might still be a little strange, he could at least understand most of the common words used here. He also had a greater understanding of the situation of the world before him. For example, the Furan kingdom before him was only a corner of the floating life world, located in the southern region, and the vast territory surrounding it, the Furan kingdom included, all belonged to the control of a clan known as the Blood Cloud clan. To the citizens of the Furan kingdom, the Blood Cloud clan resembled divinities of the heavens, possessing an incomparably exalted position. Being able to enter the Blood Cloud clan to cultivate was something that even the royal family of the Furan kingdom and the ordinary citizens could only dream of. However, if one wanted to become a demonic bloodline cultivator, talent was also required. Under these heavens, most people were unable to bear demonic blood entering their bodies, and those who could bear it also differed in what level of demonic beast bloodline they could bear. If one wanted to become a disciple of the Blood Cloud clan, the requirement for talent was even higher. The ordinary citizens revere the Blood Cloud clan like divinities. This is related to the region. The Blood Cloud clan has always been the ruler of the Furan kingdom, their influence deeply rooted. Therefore, it is very hard to judge from their evaluation what level this Blood Cloud clan belongs to in the entire floating life world. Yan Zhaoga said, "The world in the eyes of ordinary people is completely different from the world in the eyes of martial practitioners. Only upon reaching a certain height will one be able to see the full picture of the world. We need to come into contact with true demonic bloodline cultivators before we can truly understand the level of experts in this world." As they walked, Xue Fei said, "The clues left behind by Senior Xue at the place where we landed might have been completely swept away by someone. It should have been done by some demonic bloodline cultivator, also with a cultivation base that is not low. It is most likely to be the local tyrant of this region, a martial practitioner of the Furan kingdom, or someone of the Blood Cloud clan." Yan Zhaoga snapped his fingers. "It is precisely so." On the other hand, Yan Zhaoga already knew that the girl who resembled Si Gongqing, whom he had seen in Musi City earlier, from her attire, was precisely a disciple of the Blood Cloud clan. As they walked, their hearts suddenly jolted slightly as they gazed into the distance in unison. Over there, fluctuations of power emanated as a battle seemed to be currently taking place. After Yan Zhaoga and the others neared, they saw a group of people currently locked in battle with a massive demonic beast amidst numerous mountains. Beneath the mountain, a massive prison carriage toppled to the side, its cage shattered. Looking at that demonic beast, Yanjauga saw that it was a strange python with a pair of wings on its back and a sharp horn on its head. Having broken free of its cage, this strange snake unleashed its full strength, causing the people escorting it to be hard for them to resist, with more than half of them either dead or injured. The human martial practitioners were now in a precarious situation. It seems to be a mixed blood snake. Yanjauga and the others exchanged glances, nodding slightly. This might be a pretty good opportunity. After having made up his mind, Yanjauga signaled to Ahu, who punched out from far away. A terrifying black storm condensed and compressed, a black spear that resembled a solid substance shooting out, directly piercing through the body of that mixed blood snake. The mixed blood snake fell to the ground, struggling on its last breath. Those martial practitioners escorting this demonic beast instantly heaved a sigh of relief. The prison carriage had already been destroyed. While the snake was heavily injured and not dead, it would also be impossible for them to send it on its way again. Therefore, Yanjauga and the others saw those martial practitioners directly extracting its blood on the spot, then preserving it. This way, while the spiritual chi of the demonic blood had mostly dissipated, unable to be used for cultivation, it could still be used for other purposes. Following the direction from which the black storm had come, the martial practitioner in the lead was now searching for them. Seeing Yanjauga and the others, he immediately asked in the language of the floating life world, "May I ask which experts you are?" Chapter 4:25. While this pair of martial practitioners who had been escorting Huashi had accidentally allowed Huashi to escape the cage, causing immense damage, they had mostly maintained their composure in the face of danger and death, also cooperating in battle in an orderly fashion. Looking at their clothes and weapons, they were also neat and of high quality. Yanjauga judged that their backgrounds should not be bad. Indeed, these martial practitioners belonged to a major power of the Furan Kingdom's capital, Kongha City, the Eagle Feather Sect. Yanjauga and the others had limited understanding of this Eagle Feather Sect, but there was a bright yellow insignia on that damaged prison carriage. Yanjauga already knew that in the various kingdoms of the floating life world, the royal family was similarly used to using bright yellow as the insignia. Like the Eight Extremities world, they all imitated the ancient etiquette of pre-Great Calamity times. While they had developed their own civilizations and started anew, the martial practitioners of the floating life world, cultivating in completely different ways, many things were still influenced by the civilizations of pre-Great Calamity times. For a sect to flourish in the capital of a kingdom, either their strength surpassed that of the kingdom or they had a close relationship with the royal family. The Eagle Feather Sect was not the Blood Cloud clan, not possessing such great strength, asking them to help escort the prisoner carriage. It clearly belonged to the latter, that they were following the royal family of the Furan Kingdom for a living. Yanjauga was extremely satisfied with this. While they were currently pretending to be people from the wilderness, the royal family of the Furan Kingdom probably hoped to recruit experts or those with ability to submit to them. Yanjauga had no interest, nor did he have the time to be a guest. What he was interested in was who had taken away the stone inscription left behind by his mother. At the same time, conversing with these Eagle Feather Sect martial practitioners, Yanjauga also gained a greater understanding of the floating life world from the perspective of martial practitioners. The higher echelon experts of the floating life world were known as the Three Demons and Four Clans. The Blood Cloud clan was one of the four clans, currently the strongest power of the floating life world. In this world, the cultivation of demonic bloodline martial practitioners was rather special. This was because even as they guided the demonic beast bloodline into their bodies to cultivate, the demonic beast bloodline would also unceasingly influence the martial practitioner's mind. If they lost control, the demonic bloodline martial practitioner might break through the taboo boundary, causing the demonic beast bloodline that they had refined into their bodies to awaken. In such a state, demonic bloodline martial practitioners were often called semi-demonized martial practitioners, being much more powerful than their original selves. At the same time, if they continued cultivating with the demonic beast bloodline as their foundation, their rate of improvement would also be much faster than that of ordinary demonic bloodline martial practitioners. However, their humanity had diminished and their bestial instincts had awakened. They were unable to recover and became half-beast, half-human. Although it was possible for them to change back to their original appearance, the nature of a half-demon martial artist was more like a demon beast that had refined its own bloodline. They were bloodthirsty, brutal, and began to crave human flesh. Cannibalism by half-demon martial artists was a common occurrence. Because of their familiarity with human society and human warriors, the semi-demon warriors were often more ferocious and terrifying than many demon beasts when they wreaked havoc. Yen Jiaoge stroked his lower chin. In the primordial forest, that leopard that was killed by me, when the power of thunder and lightning on his body manifested the silhouette of a six-legged flying lightning leopard. Its gaze was filled with wild greed and bloodthirstiness, its strength abruptly rising to a whole new level. That should have been it transforming into a semi-demonized martial practitioner after losing control, right? Su Fei said, after you crippled his arms, he was stimulated, and the demonic beast bloodline in his body awakened a step further. In the end, he completely shed his human form and became a true six-legged flying lightning leopard. Although the temperament of a semi-demonized cultivator had changed greatly, they could still cultivate according to the demonic bloodline cultivators' methods and increase their strength. However, if they lost control a step further, allowing the demonic beast bloodline in their body to completely awaken, the final result would be a great increase in their strength, but they would still turn from human into a demonic beast. From a certain perspective, it was like a demonic beast obtaining new life with the body of a human. Yen Jiaoge curled his lips. I've really sinned, ah. Generally speaking, semi-demonized cultivators were hated by everyone. Under the influence of certain psychological factors, people's wariness and hostility towards semi-demonized cultivators surpassed that of true demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the three demons of the so-called three demons and four clans did not refer to the demonic beasts or the demon race in Yen Jiaoge's memories. Instead, they referred to the current three strongest semi-demonized cultivators of the floating life world. Because they had become semi-demonized and their strength had skyrocketed, these three semi-demonized cultivators could basically also be viewed as the current three strongest experts of the floating life world. While the demonic bloodline cultivators of the four clans were as numerous as the clouds in a one-on-one battle, not a single one of them would be able to stand against the three demons. Normal demonic bloodline cultivators would mostly surround and kill semi-demonized cultivators as a group. Gradually, the semi-demonized cultivators also began drawing closer to the three demons, being recruited by them, resembling demonic beasts surrounding the side of a beast king as they resisted the human martial practitioners. Other than the three demons and four clans, the floating life world also existed some pure, powerful demonic beasts, existences that people did not dare to provoke lightly. Demonic bloodline cultivators and demonic beasts, semi-demonized cultivators and demonic beasts, all of them clashed with each other. True demonic beasts and semi-demonized cultivators also rarely interacted, mostly fighting and devouring each other's flesh and blood to increase their own strength. The entire floating life world appeared violent and bloodthirsty. Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, even if Madame was not born in this world that year, she should still have left behind some traces here, right? There's no news of Madame?" Yen Jiaoge shrugged. At the very least, this person of the eagle feather sect indeed seems to be unaware of it. Of course, it would not be good for me to ask too deeply. Thus, they traveled together, entering the capital of the Furan Kingdom, Kongha City. While the architectural style of Kongha City also appeared crude, it was naturally much more prosperous than Musi City by the southern border. That eagle feather sect martial practitioner Qinshuo was a rather forthright person, as he treated Yan Zhaoge and the others courteously, also introducing them to his master, the chief of the eagle feather sect, Gao Fong. Gao Fong was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, looking hale and hearty. This old man seemed to have the same forthright personality as Qinshuo, but being shrewd with age, he unceasingly attempted to probe out the background of Yan Zhaoge and the others as they conversed. The cultivation techniques of demonic bloodline cultivators were vastly different from the martial civilization of the Eight Extremities world. If they were true demonic beasts, they would instead be able to deduce from the fluctuations of their demonic power and spiritual qi. However, the source of demonic bloodline cultivators' power, as well as the foundation of their cultivation, all lay within the demonic blood within their bodies, after which numerous formless runes were inscribed on their bodies. These things would usually not appear when they were not fighting. Their qi cultivation levels were also very shallow, causing Yan Zhaoge and the others to be very hard-pressed to determine the strength of these floating life world martial practitioners. As for Gao Fong, Qinshuo, and the others, after Yan Zhaoge and the others had intentionally retracted their auras, they were also unable to see through their cultivation bases, leaving them only able to guess. As for Gao Fong's probing, Yan Zhaoge dealt with it as it came. While Gao Fong, Qinshuo, and the others still couldn't understand each other's language, Gao Fong, Qinshuo, and the others still couldn't help feeling suspicious. They still managed to get over it on the surface. After Gao Fong and the others had taken their leave, Yan Zhaoge left his lodgings and strolled about Kongha City, gaining a greater understanding of the eagle feather sect from the mouths of others. This sect was indeed attached to the Furan royal family, being one of the few major powers of Kongha City. And the news that drew the most attention in the Furan kingdom in recent days was that an envoy of the Blood Cloud clan would be arriving, holding a talent selection meet in Kongha City. The young geniuses of the Furan kingdom and the surrounding countries would all be able to participate in it, being a major event. While it's a different world, many things are the same. Yan Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, an attendant serving tea. As the tea reached his lips, Yan Zhaoge's nose twitched slightly, his gaze instantly hardening slightly. To be continued. Chapter 4:26. Yan Zhaoge did not pause in his teacup, as everything was very natural. However, he secretly sent a sound transmission to Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the others. There's a problem with the tea. Someone has come to greet us. Feng Yunsheng and Su Fei placed their teacups on the table, not yet in a hurry to touch them. However, Ahu and Yinglongtu had already raised their teacups, receiving Yan Zhaoge's sound transmission. Yinglongtu was slightly taken aback as he stood blankly where he was. Seeing his strange expression, the maidservant serving tea by the side all looked over curiously. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he received the teacup from Yinglongtu. "What, is it too hot?" Han Long blinked, nodding dazedly. Ahu behaved normally, just that after touching the teacup to his lips, he pursed his lips tightly, not letting the tea enter his mouth as he asked quietly, "Young master, there's a problem with the tea?" The tip of Yan Zhaoge's tongue lightly touched the tea, smiling as he sent over via sound transmission. "Well, they have indeed come to greet us. It's just throwing flirtatious glances at the blind. It's fine even if we drink this tea." Hearing his words, Feng Yunsheng and Su Fei both smiled, raising their teacups and lightly sipping their tea. Yan Zhaoge put down his teacup, smiling warmly at the maidservant standing by the side. "Please help us prepare food." The maidservant acknowledged respectfully, removing the teacups for them before leaving the room. Ahu looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, what is it?" "Me, Brother Fei, and Miss Feng have all checked it, and we really didn't find anything abnormal." Feng Yunsheng and Su Fei both gazed over as well, Yan Zhaoge smiling, "because it wasn't prepared for us in the first place. Oh, it should be said that it was prepared for us. If we are demonic bloodline cultivators like them, or demonic beasts." Hearing his words, Thoughtful looks appeared on the faces of Ahu and the others. Because only Yen Jiaoga alone grasped the common language of the floating life world. The others were still learning it with great difficulty. Yen Jiaoga's explanation when interacting with Gaofeng and the others was that they were people of the wilderness, their ancestors having already lived in seclusion thousands of years ago. While Gaofeng and the others might not believe it, they had temporarily not thought that Yen Jiaoga and the others were not of the floating life world at all. Habitually, they still thought that Yen Jiaoga and the others were demonic bloodline cultivators like them. The combination of spinning top fragrance and grain essence grass has a very strong paralyzing effect on demonic beasts. It can weaken the spiritual power of demonic beasts, causing them to be in a weak state for a long time, unable to increase their strength. Yen Jiaoga shrugged. It was originally used to capture beasts, but if I am not wrong, it should also be effective against demonic bloodline cultivators. But for us, it's like putting spices in our tea. Feng Yunxing frowned. Using this means that they haven't seen through our origins. Shui Fei said quietly, biting the hand that feeds you. Drugging him should be the first step. Yen Jiaoga spread his hands apart, smiling. Beside him, Ahu stood up, smiling savagely as he exercised his wrists and neck. Have they all had tea? Gaofeng stared at the maids in front of him like a hawk. The maidservants replied with some trepidation. Other than that young man, the other 3 men and 1 woman all drank. Gaofeng nodded. That's good. You can leave now. The maidservants hurriedly retreated. Gaofeng saying to a tall, slender man beside him, "Wait a moment. We can begin." The stronger the demonic beast or martial practitioner, the less effective the medicinal fragrance will be. Because we cannot ascertain their true cultivation bases, we might not be able to use our full strength. If the other party's strength surpasses our expectations, I hope that Mister can lend us a hand. That tall, slender man dressed like a scholar asked, "Are you sure that they have a Pishio?" After the great calamity, the Pishio went extinct, never having been discovered. Our understanding of them only stops at the records in ancient texts. No one has ever seen what they truly look like. Gaofeng answered confidently, "Relax, its characteristics are exactly the same as those in the ancient texts. This old man is sure that it is a pure-blooded Pishio." The tall, slender scholar nodded. "That's good. It will be sufficient to account to His Highness afterwards. Master, why are you doing this? They saved the lives of me and a few of my junior apprentice brothers." Qinshua looked uncomprehendingly at Gaofeng from the side. Gaofeng stroked his white beard. "Foolish. How can you be sure that they do not have malicious intentions? That they are not intentionally borrowing the power of our clan to get close to His Highness, intending to harm him?" Qinshua was taken aback for a moment. They can't even speak the official language properly. Who would find such assassins? Gaofeng said mildly. How do you know that they are not pretending? You are so easily deceived. If something happens afterwards, and they track you and our clan down, how will you get out? Qinshua's lips twitched. Gaofeng glanced at him. Next time, be more vigilant. The tall, slender scholar glanced back at Gaofeng, smiling somewhat disdainfully as he thought. Before your disciple, you still want to put on an act? Gaofeng had wanted to make a move partly because he had his eye on the Pishio Pan. To the people of the floating life world, a powerful, precious beast represented many things. Most importantly, however, it represented the possibility of a powerful bloodline. On the other hand, while Gaofeng had not been able to dig out any details of Yen Jiaoga's background from his conversation with Yen Jiaoga, he had felt Yen Jiaoga's intentions in getting close to the Furan royal family. According to Qinshua's words, there was someone in Yen Jiaoga's group who could insta-kill a mixed-blood snake from a distance. This caused a feeling of unease and danger to arise within Gaofeng's heart. There were too many people gathered around the Furan crown prince, already causing the Eagle Feather sect to feel extremely congested. How would the tall, slender scholar not feel the same? This was also the reason why he was willing to help. After drinking that cup of tea, even if they still have combat power left, it is not that we have to personally kill them. We just have to force them to break through their limits, becoming half demons, the tall, slender scholar said. At that time, there will be plenty of people who will take care of them. Master, this disciple still feels that it is inappropriate. Chen Shuo was silent for a moment before he said earnestly, before he had finished speaking. Gao Fong waved his hands. Some martial practitioners came forward, lifting Chen Shuo up and bringing him away. Swiveling his head to look, Gao Fong saw that tall, slender scholar staring nonchalantly at the residents of Yan Zhaoga's group, seemingly not paying any attention to the dispute between Gao Fong and Chen Shuo beside him at all. This old man will go first. Mister, please hold the line for this old man. Saying thus, Gao Fong strode forward. He strode like a dragon and a tiger, his back arched slightly, his momentum extremely ferocious as he resembled a massive eagle swooping down from the sky. Looking at Gao Fong's back, the tall, slender scholar's gaze flickered. Cultivating in the bloodline of the flying brilliant eagle to such an outstanding degree is truly rare. Even I do not have the confidence of defeating this old man. There are many who have pledged allegiance to the Crown Prince, but those who are able to stand tall and stand firm in this Kongha city are few and far between. The Eagle Feather Sect's current foundation is indeed not due to luck. Looking at Gao Fong's figure entering the courtyard, he thought, perhaps there is no need for me to act? Chapter 4:27. After Gao Fong entered, there was not the slightest movement from inside. The tall and skinny middle-aged scholar was the first to feel relieved. It looks like it didn't take much effort. The cultivation of that group of people was lower than expected. They were all knocked out by the medicine. However, the tall and skinny scholar was soon puzzled. But if his cultivation wasn't high, how could he have killed the mixed-blood snake in one strike? He patiently gazed at the house that Yan Zhaoga and the others were residing in. But as time passed, there was still no movement from inside. Gao Fong and the other Eagle Feather Sect martial artists did not come out either. The tall and thin scholar vaguely felt that something was wrong. There were no fluctuations of bloodline power. Not to mention the foreigners, even Gao Fong and the others didn't seem to have made a move. Although semi-demon martial artists were hated by everyone, when faced with the threat of death, there would always be people who would choose to half-awaken their bloodline and become semi-demon martial artists in order to obtain the power to turn defeat into victory or to survive when facing the threat of death. Based on the middle-aged scholar's understanding of Gao Fong, this old man's persistence in this aspect was not as stubborn as he usually appeared. However, let alone Yan Zhaoga and the others, the middle-aged scholar had not felt any signs of Gao Fong awakening his bloodline and transforming into a semi-demonized martial practitioner. Could it be that the other party is too powerful and killed Gao Fong in an instant, preventing him from even awakening his bloodline? The middle-aged scholar was startled by his own thoughts. I don't think so. Gao Fong is a well-known figure in Kongha City. Otherwise, how could he have a place in front of His Highness the Crown Prince? To be able to capture and kill him in an instant, how strong must the other party be? Could it be that they didn't even make a move? The middle-aged scholar's eyes narrowed into slits. Did the other party take out something valuable that moved Gao Fong, causing the two sides to reconcile and conspire? He became alert. If it was said that it was too crowded in front of His Highness the Crown Prince, then he and the Eagle Feather Sect were both people who occupied space. If he got rid of him, he would be able to make room. Thinking of this, the middle-aged scholar became even more vigilant. Regardless of the possibility, he had already made up his mind not to enter the door. However, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, he had to know the truth of the matter. Only then could he plan his next move. It might be difficult for others, but not for me. The bloodline power I cultivate is the shadow snake. The middle-aged scholar sneered. His body did not move, but the power of his bloodline was activated. Runes of light lit up beneath his clothes. The formless shadow force turned into a line and probed the residence in front of him. It was silent and untraceable. The middle-aged scholar's pupils turned dark yellow, transforming into the vertical pupils of a snake. The scene in front of him became dim and blurry, as if he had gone blind. But in the next moment, scenes appeared one after another, as if they were burning, and then gradually became clear. As the power of darkness continued to seep forward, a distant voice rang out in the scholar's ears. The shadow power continued forward, entered the house, and arrived at the main hall. Then the middle-aged scholar saw a scene that left him dumbfounded. Within the great hall, Yan Zhaoge sat leisurely unmoving. Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and Ing Longtu were also seated. Ahu stood up and stood in the middle of the hall, carrying a person in his hand like an eagle catching a chick. That person was the Eagle Feather Sect's sect master Gaofeng, who was usually old and shrewd like a hawk. However, at this moment he had turned from a hawk to a chicken in someone's hand. Around Ahu, a group of Eagle Feather Sect martial practitioners lay strewn about. While it was not the two sides plotting against him, the scene before him was instead even more shocking. The middle-aged scholar could only feel a chill surging up from the soles of his feet, shooting straight to the top of his head. Then he saw Yan Zhaoge looking over at him. The middle-aged scholar unconsciously wanted to stop his probing power of darkness, but before he could do so, he saw Yan Zhaoge's figure flicker, stomping over. Then the middle-aged scholar discovered that he was unable to retract his probing bloodline power, even feeling as if his entire person had been stomped on by Yan Zhaoge as a result, unable to move. Who exactly are they? The middle-aged scholar was shocked. Yan Zhaoge's current expression was also rather strange as he lowered his head to look at the shadow beneath his feet that resembled a living being, before swiveling his head to look at the dispirited and listless Gaofeng in Ahu's grasp. Why does it feel like something is wrong? Yan Zhaoge muttered. Feng Yunsheng looked at the shadow beneath Yan Zhaoge's feet. It shouldn't be a demonic beast like the dark shadow snake, but a demonic bloodline cultivator who has refined the dark shadow snake's bloodline. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Won't you know after you take a look? Saying thus, he made a grabbing motion within the air, instantly grabbing that shadow within his hand. As his true essence surged, this illusory shadow seemed to turn tangible. Then, like tugging on a rope, Yan Zhaoge tugged on this shadow. Outside the mansion, the middle-aged scholar was immediately dragged into the mansion involuntarily. He wanted to struggle, yet felt as light as a strand of straw, completely unable to resist the immense force emanating from within. He wanted to completely sever the connection between his body and the released power of darkness, yet was similarly unsuccessful. At this moment, he didn't even have the time to awaken his bloodline and become a semi-demonized martial practitioner before he was dragged away. The other Eagle Feather Sect martial practitioners who were standing guard outside the manor watched in shock as the middle-aged scholar resembled a fish that had bitten the hook as it was pulled up by someone, being dragged into the manor. While he had always been a loner, this middle-aged scholar had always been on equal footing with their chief, his reputation in this Kongha city. Now, however, he was being dragged away like a dead fish. How could this not cause all the Eagle Feather Sect martial practitioners here to stare, wide-eyed and tongue-tied? They saw this middle-aged scholar being dragged along the ground, smashing through the walls of the manor before vanishing amidst the smoke and dust. Dragged to the ground, the middle-aged scholar felt his body being dragged across the lawn of the garden, along the long corridor of steps before his head knocked against the door-sill of the great hall within the manor, breaking it apart as he was dragged straight into the great hall. Stroking his lower chin, Yan Zhaoge looked first at this middle-aged scholar and then at Gaofeng before slowly asking, "The two of you in this Furan Kingdom's Kongha city, what exactly are your martial practitioners at?" The middle-aged scholar's face was ashen as he felt that even if he awakened his bloodline and became a semi-demonized martial practitioner, or even completely awakened into a demonic beast, he would still be powerless to stand against Yan Zhaoge. He could only make a final struggle. Chief Gao and I are both retainers of the Crown Prince. While you are powerful, wanting to rampage in Kongha City would only be courting your own destruction. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh. You came to plot against me, and I stretched out my neck to be slaughtered. Wouldn't I die? The middle-aged scholar hurriedly said, We do not have any intention of killing you. To tell you the truth, we just fancy your Pishio, wanting to wrest it away and offer it to the Crown Prince. In saving the Eagle Feather Sect martial practitioners, you are also merely seeking a chance to come into contact with the Crown Prince. Offering up the Pishio is precisely the best way to advance. You are powerful. We will naturally make amends later, even introducing you to the Crown Prince. Looking at him, Yan Zhaoge asked, The two of you can speak before the Furan Crown Prince. Thinking that Yan Zhaoge was moved, the middle-aged scholar immediately said, Before the Crown Prince, Chief Gao and I are ranked among the 6 ministers most trusted. He paused for a moment before saying, Still, with your strength, even the king would probably view you as an esteemed guest. Of course, the Crown Prince is a heaven's favored son who has hopes of entering the Blood Cloud clan. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands, interrupting him. No need to go through so much trouble. The middle-aged scholar was taken aback, returning to his seat neither hurriedly nor slowly. Yan Zhaoge suddenly broke into a smile. Since the Furan Crown Prince values you so much, with me keeping you here, he should take the initiative to ask about this matter, right? I'll wait for him here. To be continued. Chapter 428. The middle-aged scholar and Gao Fong were captured by Hu, one in each hand, resembling an eagle catching chicks. Sitting on a chair, Yan Zhaoge raised his head and gazed at the ceiling, his gaze unfocused as he instead felt like his mind was wandering beyond the heavens. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Oh, a lot of people? Within Yan Zhaoge's senses, a large number of martial practitioners were currently surrounding the house he was in, their imposing aura also emanating a sense of orderly solemnity. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh, shaking his head. Great army? Are they taking us as demonic beasts to surround and capture? Feng Yinsheng, Su Fei, and the others exchanged looks. They had already known earlier that in this floating life world, in order to deal with semi-demonized practitioners, in order to actively hunt powerful demonic beasts to obtain the power of their bloodline, demonic bloodline cultivators would often form formations together. It was not just the Furan kingdom. Even large sects like the Blood Cloud clan would specially train in grand formations, forming them to face enemies together when the need arose. Su Fei said slowly, While our 8 extremities world also has formations, most of them are established based on geographical advantage, rarely forming battle formations with many people. Yan Zhaoge said, This is a difference brought about by different cultivation methods. The people forming battle formations here mostly cultivate in the same or similar type of demonic beast bloodline. This way, their power can be linked together, guided by the battle formation. It is not suitable for our side. There were some battle formations before the Great Calamity, but they all had their own unique requirements, not being so easily realized. Wanting to obtain power that surpasses the ordinary, there will always be some price to pay, some restrictions. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. This brother does know some pretty good battle formations, but the problem is that they are all too high-end. Hu asked from the side. Young master, is the other side intending to win by numbers? Gathering chicken feathers to gather courage, wanting to gang up on them. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, swiveling his head to look at the two. It looks like in the eyes of your crown prince, you are also not very important. The face of the chief of the Eagle Feather Sect, Gao Fong, was ashen, while feeling the aura of the great army outside that could topple mountains and overturn seas. That middle-aged scholar's expression could not help but turn a little ugly. It is not the crown prince who has come. It is the grand commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps who has come. This person has always acted on his own, his temper stinky and hard. He must have thought that your actions of detaining us in Kongha City are equivalent to provoking our Furan kingdom, and thus acted. Yan Zhaoga asked rather interestedly, how is it that he can freely mobilize his army, not having to consult your king and crown prince? The middle-aged scholar and Gao Fong felt a little awkward. The king is currently in seclusion and has great trust in this person. Yan Zhaoga pulled back the corners of his mouth. He was loyal to the king, but he didn't like the crown prince. Such a person, Yan Zhaoga laughed. That is to say, this person also won't care about your lives. The smiles on Gao Fong and the middle-aged scholar's faces were somewhat forced. The middle-aged scholar barely managed to raise his spirits. Thus, there's no use for you to detain us. Why don't you release us? We'll help you deal with the Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps. The Great Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps is loyal and devoted to the monarch. It's just that he doesn't have a grain of sand in his eyes. We can completely turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. Your strength is outstanding, and the Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps would definitely not want to make such a powerful enemy for the Furan Kingdom. Having a great battle in Kongha City would be even more unseemly. Looking at the two of them, Yan Zhaoga seemed like he was smiling whilst also not, asking, could it be that just after I let you out, you would instead pour oil on the fire in front of that Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps, urging his army to immediately attack? As you say, this Grand Commander and the Crown Prince behind you are not on good terms anyway. Whether or not he can kill me is another matter altogether. If I kill him, to the Furan Crown Prince, it seems to be something that he would be happy to see happen? Gao Fong and that middle-aged scholar both hurriedly said, definitely not, definitely not. From outside emanated a killing intent that had virtually condensed into tangible form. Cold sweat began dripping down the foreheads of the two. Yan Zhaoga smiled, waving his hands. Relax a little. I'm just curious as to where your crown prince is at this time. From what you say, your positions in front of him are still rather important. Exchanging glances with that middle-aged scholar, Gao Fong hesitated for a moment before saying, His Highness might be receiving envoys of the Blood Cloud clan, receiving the news a little later. It would not be good to neglect our esteemed guests, Yan Zhaoga nodded, that Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps daring to make a move. Not fearing that he would not be able to eat us up is actually also because someone from the Blood Cloud clan has come, right? Gao Fong and the middle-aged scholar nodded. However, they could not be optimistic. After all, having already fallen into Yan Zhaoga's hands, they could be killed at any time. Even if an expert of the Blood Cloud clan could avenge them, who would be willing to lose their lives? Yan Zhaoga asked interestedly, I've heard of the 3 demons and 4 clans before, but how much stronger is the Blood Cloud clan compared to you? For that Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps to be so confident? Gao Fong and that middle-aged scholar both looked rather strangely at Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga smiled mildly. When my ancestor reigned over the floating life world, the 3 demons and 4 clans had yet to exist. It's just that the past is like passing clouds and smoke. It's fine not to mention it. I am someone who places more importance on the present and the future. Gao Fong sighed. If it is said that the king is enraged being able to destroy my eagle feather sect in a single day, then if the Blood Cloud clan wants to make a move against the Furan kingdom, it should be the same situation, perhaps even more important. The middle-aged scholar said, including the Furan kingdom, there are a total of 36 kingdoms in the surroundings, all of which are governed by the Blood Cloud clan. This time, the Blood Cloud clan holding a great meeting in the Furan kingdom to recruit disciples is actually only for the 6 kingdoms, including the Furan kingdom. Such a great meeting is still being held in 5 other places, facing the other 30 kingdoms. There are 9 grades of demonic beasts. The upper 3 grades of demonic beast bloodlines are only possessed by the Blood Cloud clan and the other 3 clans. The middle 3 grades of demonic beast bloodlines are already extremely precious to the Furan kingdom, comparable to national treasures. However, in the Blood Cloud clan, they are merely ordinary. Yen Zhaoge listened intently. Hearing this, he suddenly asked, "What grade is the 6-legged flying lightning leopard here?" Gao Fong answered, "The 3rd grade of the upper 3 grades. Yen Zhaoge asked seemingly unintentionally, "Are there any famed martial practitioners who cultivate in the bloodline of the 6-legged flying lightning leopard?" The two exchanged glances. The bloodline of the 6-legged flying lightning leopard only exists in the Blood Cloud clan. There are 2 rather famous experts, one being the longtime elder of the clan, the Leopard King Lingang, and the other being his disciple, the Little Leopard King He Taiching. The middle-aged scholar looked at Yen Zhaoge rather disbelievingly. "You shouldn't have come into conflict with Lingang and He Taiching before, right? He Taiching is already a famed expert many years ago. Even if you can defeat him, if you provoke his master Lingang, you definitely won't be able to bear the consequences, let alone the entire Blood Cloud clan standing behind them." Yen Zhaoge smiled, looking thoughtful. As they conversed, the battle formation of the Crimson Halberd Corps outside had already been completely formed. While they didn't charge in, the demonic power that resembled the tides of the sea caused the house to collapse inwards from the outside. To be continued. Chapter 429. Feeling the power fluctuations emanating from outside, Yen Zhaoge blinked. As Gao Fong and that middle-aged scholar looked at Yen Zhaoge's group now, it was like they were looking at a bunch of dead people and lunatics. While Yen Zhaoge had not mentioned it, they could vaguely guess that Yen Zhaoge's group had very likely already offended the Blood Cloud clan. They suddenly felt extremely vexed. If they had long known of this situation, why would they have still been worrying about how to get rid of Yen Zhaoge's group? They would have only needed to report Yen Zhaoge's movements to the Blood Cloud clan, and there would have been nothing to worry about. Whether it was the Furan kingdom or the surrounding territories, they were all under the influence of the Blood Cloud clan. Offending the Blood Cloud clan here, how could they possibly have a good ending? Gao Fong and the middle-aged scholar felt delighted, as though they could already see the demise of Yen Zhaoge's group. However, amidst their delight, the two also felt extremely bitter, having fallen into Yen Zhaoge's hands. Even if Yen Zhaoge was killed by the Blood Cloud clan, they would still have to accompany him in death. Why had they come to this? The middle-aged scholar swiveled his head to glance at Gao Fong, his gaze filled with resentment. "You old ghost, making a move without properly investigating the other party's background. Dragging me down with you as well." Yen Zhaoge's expression remained relaxed and calm as he grabbed Pan Pan by the neck and brought him before him. "You've taken a liking to this fella. What grade is it?" Gao Fong said listlessly, "The Picio is only mentioned in the legends of pre-great calamity times. This is still the first time we have seen one. Therefore, it is still hard to say what grade it is, having to analyze it for some time before we can be certain. However, according to the legends of pre-great calamity times, it is at least the upper 3 grades. Yen Zhaoge smiled. "The highest 1st grade, what are there?" The middle-aged scholar answered, "The highest 1st grade, not counting those that have appeared in history, but only those that currently exist. There are a total of 5. A mixed blood swanee, a blue bird that is a mixed blood descendant of the blue luan, a pure-blooded golden ape, a green scaly dragon, and a fire crow." Yen Zhaoge blinked. "Are there any true dragons or cheelants or golden crows?" The middle-aged scholar answered, "There is no such thing. They are all legends of pre-great calamity times." Yen Zhaoge laughed, throwing Pan Pan back to Feng Yunsheng as he said in the language of the 8 extremities world, "This lazy fella's bloodline, amongst the bloodlines that martial practitioners of the floating life world are able to come into contact with, can already be considered a top-grade existence. However, although most of them are of mixed blood, there are more mutated beasts here than in our world. No wonder they can't walk the normal path of martial arts, so they have to cultivate the bloodline of demonic beasts. As they spoke, the courtyard outside had completely collapsed and was razed to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Only the hall that everyone was in seemed to be protected by an invisible force and remained motionless. The demonic energy outside fluctuated a little. A cold voice rang out, "Ignorant fool, quickly come out and surrender. Don't make a mistake." Yen Jiaoga swiveled his head to look at the two, smiling. "This is the Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps?" The two nodded. "That's right, the Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps, Liang Han. He is one of the top 5 experts of Kongha City, cultivating in the 4th grade bloodline, the bloodline of the Crimson-Eyed Golden Eagle. The Crimson Halberd Corps under his command mostly cultivate in the bloodline of the Crimson-Eyed Golden Eagle, being able to form the Crimson Feathered Great Halberd Battle Formation." Yan Zhaogan nodded slightly, saying mildly, "Commander Liang, is it? What I mean is that you should invite that monarch of yours who is in seclusion to leave seclusion. You cannot take responsibility for the current situation." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. Outside the hall, the courtyard had been reduced to rubble. After the dust had settled, a tall, middle-aged man appeared, garbed in red armor and with a stern expression on his face. Hearing Yen Zhaoga's words, this man said coldly, "Since you are so thick-headed, kill without question." Saying thus, he raised a hand, wanting to make a downwards chopping motion. Meanwhile, the numerous soldiers around him, garbed in black armor and wielding great crimson halberds, were all prepared to attack. However, that red-armored man's hand suddenly halted in midair, frowning slightly as he looked to the other side. There, a group of people did not retreat due to the might of the Crimson Halberd Corps, like the others, instead standing there watching the show. The one at their head was a tall youth, garbed in luxurious clothes, yet not in the attire of someone from the Furan kingdom. Seeing the red-armored man look over, this youth could not help but smile. "Please continue, Commander Liang. This solitude is very happy being able to see such a good show in coming to Kongha City." The red-armored man, Liang Han, had already recognized the other party's identity. It was the crown prince of the neighboring Ziyu kingdom. The Furan kingdom and the Ziyu kingdom had always been at odds with each other, often having waged war with each other. The youth before him was an old enemy of the Furan crown prince, the two having fought since young. They were also direct competitors in the Blood Cloud clan's disciple recruitment this time. While Liang Han was not on good terms with the Furan crown prince, towards the Ziyu crown prince before him, their relationship was even more so. "The people inside, are they from your Ziyu kingdom?" Liang Han asked coldly. The Ziyu crown prince chuckled. "No, but this solitude admires them very much now." Before Liang Han could speak, a voice resounded from afar, "They will be dead very soon." The Ziyu crown prince snorted lightly before the crowd parted. A group of people, led by a sinister-looking youth, arriving before them. Liang Han paused for a moment before bowing, "Elder Rong, Crown Prince." This sinister-looking youth was the Furan Crown Prince. Beside him was an old man who looked old, but whether it was the Furan Crown Prince or Liang Han, they were both extremely respectful towards him. He was the elder of the Blood Cloud clan who had come to preside over the great meet this time. The Ziyu Crown Prince smiled as he bowed, "Elder Rong." Elder Rong nodded mildly before looking in the direction of the great hall where Yen Zhaoga and the others were, asking the Furan Crown Prince, "Your subordinates have reported that the other party is able to freeze illusory demonic power, transforming it into a tangible rope and dragging people in." The Furan Crown Prince answered, "Yes." Elder Rong raised his voice towards the great hall. "Are you of the Snow Crane sect?" This old man is Rong Ji of the Blood Cloud clan. Within the great hall, hearing the words Snow Crane sect, Yen Zhaoga's heart involuntarily jolted slightly. Beside him, Su Fei swiveled his head to look at him as well. After pondering for a moment, Yen Zhaoga smiled. No, it was silent outside. Looking at the two, Yen Zhaoga asked, "What is the background of the Snow Crane sect?" The two exchanged looks before Gao Fong answered. "It is a rather strange clan, having been established just over 10 years ago. The people of the clan do not cultivate in the power of their bloodline, instead unceasingly cultivating in qi and tempering their body. That has long since been proven to be a dead end. However, that chief of the Snow Crane sect seems to have some unique areas in the Tao of qi cultivation, possessing a very high cultivation base. Sadly, the disciples of the clan are all far too lacking. Thus the clan has not been able to develop. However, the daughter of this Snow Crane sect's chief has tied the knot with the son of the chief of Green Dragon Mountain of the Four Great Sects. With the two families becoming in-laws, there is no one who would offend the Snow Crane sect." Hearing the situation of the Snow Crane sect, Yen Zhaoga's eyes lit up slightly. "Oh!" Chapter 430. Looking at Gao Fong, Yen Zhaoga asked, "It has only been over 10 years since their founding. That is to say, this current chief of the Snow Crane sect is also their founding chief? How much do you know about this person? Is there a portrait of her?" Gao Fong shook his head. "There are portraits, but we definitely don't have one on hand now. We only know that she is a woman, her husband a demonic bloodline cultivator, but not as powerful as the chief of the Snow Crane sect." The middle-aged scholar on the other side said, "I heard that she was the maidservant of some expert that year and can also be considered half a disciple. That expert is elusive, having already not appeared in this world for many years. I heard that this chief of the Snow Crane sect only followed him for a short period of time, but established her current foundation. The chief of the Snow Crane sect does not hide this past, instead feeling proud of it. The more she is like this, the more curious everyone is about that expert. However, there is very little news about him." Yen Zhaoga narrowed his eyes. "This expert, was he a man or a woman?" "It is rumored that he was also a woman." Yen Zhaoga asked, "What exactly was his cultivation base like?" Gao Fong and the middle-aged scholar opened their mouths, but paused before they both said, rather awkwardly, "Actually, we don't really know much about him. Just guessing based on the current chief's cultivation base." Yen Zhaoga asked again, "How long has it been since she last appeared?" "About 30 years." Gao Fong thought for a moment before answering. Yen Zhaoga continued asking, "Never appeared again?" The middle-aged scholar answered, "At the very least, we have never heard of him again." Yen Zhaoga was silent for a moment before he smiled slightly. "One last question. How is the relationship between the Blood Cloud clan and Green Dragon Mountain with the Snow Crane sect?" The faces of Gao Fong and the middle-aged scholar both stiffened. Before they could answer, intense fluctuations of demonic power emanated from outside. The Crimson Feather Great Halberd battle formation of the Crimson Halberd Corps was instantly unleashed to the maximum, at the same time also surging with demonic power even stronger than this. Looking at the two, Yen Zhaoga could not help but laugh. "All right, you don't have to answer. I already know the answer." While Yen Zhaoga had already denied that he was of the Snow Crane sect, Rong Ji clearly still believed that he was related to it. Yen Zhaoga felt that from a certain perspective, the other party's guess was actually not completely wrong. He turned to look at Xue Fei and the others and said, "We found some unexpected clues, but it has also brought us some trouble." Before he finished speaking, the violent demonic energy had already bombarded the roof of the hall. A gigantic, red-eyed, golden condor flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its feathers, which were made of light, turned crimson. It clawed at the roof of the hall with its claws, as if it was going to tear the entire hall apart. The crown prince of Ziyu stood with his hands behind his back. His expression did not change as he watched the scene unfold before him. However, his gaze had already turned rather solemn at this moment. The reputation of the Furan Kingdom's Crimson Halberd Corps is well-deserved. Manifesting the silhouette of demonic beasts is a characteristic of half-demons. However, these soldiers of the Crimson Halberd Legion haven't awakened their bloodline yet. They're relying on the special power of the battle formation to manifest the silhouette of the crimson-eyed golden condor. The Crown Prince of Ziyu felt solemn within his heart. With a Grand Commander like Liang Han as their commander, their strength is already no longer just a matter of accumulating numbers. Instead, it is an increase in their intrinsic quality. Looking at the hall beneath the claws of the golden condor, he thought, "You can also be considered to have died a worthy death. At least, this solitude can witness the true strength of the Furan Kingdom's Crimson Halberd Corps." Just as he thought of this, he abruptly stared wide-eyed as he saw a black storm suddenly arise around that lonely hall, enveloping it. Isolated by the black hurricane, the massive condor was completely unable to approach at all. Beneath its claws, they were unceasingly sliced apart by the black hurricane, riddled with wounds as they were on the verge of breaking apart. The Crown Prince of Ziyu could not help but be dazed. Liang Han's eyes looked on the verge of imploding. The Furan Crown Prince's face darkened. Even the elder of the Blood Cloud clan, Rongji, frowned at this. Within the hall, Ahu asked, "Young master, is there still a need for us to remain in the Furan Kingdom?" Yan Zhaoga said, "It most likely won't be of much use. Our time is rather limited. Let's first leave this place." "All right, young master. Sit well." Ahu grinned, the immortal crane wings on his back expanding, numerous streaks of light expanding outwards. The aura chi of his entire body surged together, the terrifying black hurricane surrounding the entire house before uprooting it entirely. Within the hurricane, the silhouettes of immortal cranes appeared, flapping their wings as they flew high into the air, stirring the hurricane as they directly flew off into the distance. Within the room, Yan Zhaoga pointed at Ahu, smiling. "You idiot, you're really too showy. Flying like this, your speed is slow and also a waste of strength." Outside the room, everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, Elder Rong frowning tightly. Could it be that this old man saw wrongly that they are actually semi-demonized martial practitioners? But I can't feel any fluctuations of demonic power. Thinking about this, he did not slow down as he struck out with his palm. As he struck out with his palm, patterns of light flickered on Elder Rong's entire body, the light instantly condensing to form a massive tiger claw, clawing towards the black hurricane in midair. Liang Han's face was livid, his gaze filled with fury as he drew upon the power of the crimson, feather, great halberd battle formation. The massive condor spreading its wings, shooting straight into the clouds. Within the black hurricane, another dense aura chi suddenly surged. The aura chi condensed to form a massive palm, clashing with Elder Rong's tiger claw in midair. As soon as they clashed, Elder Rong felt as though a great mountain was pressing down on him. As the power of his demonic blood clashed with it, he felt as though he was unable to bear the heavy burden. That power was massive and heavy to the extreme, boundlessly heavy as the great earth, as towering as a great mountain, seemingly unshakable. In virtually just an instant, the tiger claw, formed of patterns of light, was directly smashed apart by that massive palm. Elder Rong was shocked by this. Luckily, that palm did not pursue him. After smashing apart the tiger claw, it struck towards the incoming massive condor from the other side. A great boom resounded as countless crimson feathers shattered, transforming into an all-encompassing rain of light that scattered all over the ground. The massive condor emitted a mournful, enraged howl as it struggled unceasingly. The figures of Liang Han and the crimson halberd corps soldiers beside him all swayed for a moment, blood spurting out of their mouths. They forcibly persevered, the massive condor flapping its wings as it fought to the death, not retreating as it lunged towards the black hurricane once more. In the end, that massive palm slammed down once more, splitting mountains and breaking rivers as it completely sent the massive condor plummeting back to the ground. Liang Han and the others were no longer able to persevere now as they spat out another mouthful of blood. Other than the Grand Commander Liang Han, who had the highest cultivation base, the others all collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Liang Han was also no longer able to hold on as he knelt down on one knee. Within the hall, Xue Fei retracted his great heaven-earth palm, sitting down once more. Gao Feng and the other two looked dazedly at Hu and Xue Fei. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, a pondering look appearing on his face. On this day, the people of Kangha City all witnessed a bizarre scene. A black wind swept along a house, sending it flying out of the city. Now, from the distant Furan Kingdom's royal palace, powerful fluctuations emanated. "Who is causing trouble in my Furan Kingdom?" An authoritative voice resounded before numerous patterns of light instantly enveloped the entire city with the royal palace as their center. Then, a massive silhouette appeared in the sky above Kangha City, virtually enveloping half of the sky. A three-headed horse galloped madly towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. To be continued. Chapter 431. The three-headed horse galloped madly, trampling through the air as it shot towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. It was the king of the Furan Kingdom who had been in secluded cultivation, breaking out of seclusion and making a move, also activating the formation of Kangha City. Seeing this scene, the Ziyu Kingdom's crown prince felt a chill within his heart. This is different from a battle formation, being a formation that makes use of the geography of the land. To think that the Furan Kingdom still had such a move hidden up their sleeves. If my Ziyu attacks the Furan Kingdom, with its geography of the land, it will be hard for us to take down Kangha City. Coming here this time, it has really not been a wasted trip. As he was thinking this, he saw a dim saber light suddenly shoot out from within the house that was flying in midair. As the dim saber light landed on the neck of the horse, it instantly let out a mournful wail. The black hurricane that enveloped the house expanded, combining with the dim saber light which was concealed within the storm, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The black hurricane became even sharper, as though it was entirely formed of saber light. "You dare!" The king of the Furan Kingdom roared furiously, the three heads of that horse neighing together, blazing fires simultaneously spurting out of its mouths. The flames clashed with the black hurricane, transforming into a sea of flames that enveloped the horizon, wanting to trap the house within. Within the house, Ahu scratched the back of his head, swiveling his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, it looks like we still have to tear the house down." Yan Zhaoge glanced at him. "Weren't you pretty good at acting just now?" Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. "Wasn't this thinking of learning from young master?" "Is that all I have?" Yan Zhaoge pinched the corner of his forehead, yet saw that other than Han Long, who had no reaction, Feng Yinqing, Ahu and Su Fei were all looking at him earnestly before nodding in unison. Yan Zhaoge shook his head exasperatedly before saying, "Since it's already flying, what would it look like to tear the house down now?" Not moving from his seat, Yan Zhaoge lightly clapped his palms together, opening his shadow-shrinking pouch. A short stone rod flew out, instantly enlarging within the hall as it took on the original appearance of the pillar of the Divine Palace. The pillar of the Divine Palace controlled its size, becoming exactly the same height as the ceiling of the hall before gradually merging with it, becoming its pillar. Uprooted by Ahu, its entire frame shook. The house, which had originally been on the brink of collapse due to Ahu's aura chi, instantly stabilized, emanating a concept of indestructibility. The entire house seemed to have become completely different at this moment. "Just hit it directly." Yan Zhaoge raised his right hand, flicking his wrist as he pointed forward, his tone light and casual. "All right, young master." Ahu grinned widely and laughed happily. In the next moment, the black tornado, along with the middle-grade spirit artifact, the serene, clear sunlight saber, and the house that everyone was in, collided with the enormous three-headed horse. The incomparably huge three-headed steed shattered with a loud bang. The black tornado shook violently, but the house in the storm was different. It flew steadily in the air, not swaying at all. Feng Yunsheng quietly sensed the energy fluctuations during the collision and judged the strength of the other party's formation. "It doesn't feel that outstanding," Yan Zhaoga said mildly. The people of the floating life world should just play with battle formations. They're not proficient in setting up grand formations based on geography. Of course, this is the evaluation of us of the 8 extremities world. If it was against others of the floating life world, choosing a general from a dwarf might be a great weapon. Seeing the image of the three-headed steed shatter, the Furan Crown Prince and the Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps, Liang Han, were both dazed. The hearts of Elder Rong and the Xiu Crown Prince both sunk. Above the distant royal palace, the figure of a middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe appeared, his gaze fixated on the black tornado. He snorted coldly, bringing his palms together before striking out towards the distant royal palace down below. Seeing this, Liang Han was instantly greatly shocked. "Your Majesty, you can't!" The expression of the Furan Crown Prince changed as well. "Royal Father!" The royal palace shook mightily, a loud, clear roar resounding. Then, amidst infinite radiance, a true three-headed steed galloped madly out. This three-headed steed was tens of feet tall, each of its heads resembling the size of a small house, a demonic light flickering within its massive pupils. As the steed galloped madly, roiling waves of fire surged about, the surrounding great earth quaking as its hooves moved. Three-headed, blazing flames, howling wind beast. The Xiu Crown Prince sucked in a breath of cold air, the Furan's guardian beast. "It's easy to let this thing out, but it will be hard to take it back. The Furan family is going all out this time. Aren't they afraid that half of Kongha City will be destroyed afterwards?" Seeing this, Elder Rong of the Blood Cloud clan flew up, chasing after Yan Zhaoga's group. That massive blazing flames, howling wind beast galloped away in rapid succession. The guardian grand formation of Kongha City shone with radiance, numerous patterns of light filling the entire city. The silhouette of the three-headed steed appeared once more, gradually merging with the true blazing flames, howling wind beast. Bolstered by the power of the grand formation, the blazing flames, howling wind beast howled madly, its speed rising yet another level. As the patterns of light flickered, an effect similar to shifting space was virtually manifested, causing the blazing flames, howling wind beast to very quickly arrive in the vicinity of the black tornado. The blazing flames, howling wind beast galloped madly, like a tornado, coming to a sudden halt as it stood where it was, directly standing on its hind legs. It raised its 2 front hooves high before stomping down towards Yan Zhaoga and the others with the pressure of Mount Tai. Within the room, Yan Zhaoga laughed lightly, pulling out Pan Pan from Feng Yunqing's bosom. Pan Pan blinked, a dazed look on his face. Yan Zhaoga smiled. "Always a lazy glutton. Haven't you discovered that you've become much fatter recently? Exercise me a bit after your meal." Saying thus, he directly threw Pan Pan out of the room. Seeing this, Gao Fong and that middle-aged scholar were both dazed. Even if this Pisha's appearance is extraordinary, it is still only an infant. How can it stand against a 4th-grade demonic beast, the blazing flames, howling wind beast, that has already reached its peak? Isn't this just courting death? However, next, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Flying out of the room, Pan Pan, who was small as a speck of dust in comparison to the blazing flames, howling wind beast, felt the light before his eyes abruptly dim, a massive shadow obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun. Raising his head, he saw the 2 front hooves of the blazing flames, howling wind beast pressuring down like a mountain. Pan Pan, who had still had an adorable look on his face earlier, abruptly let out a frenzied roar, his voice instantly drowning out the neighing of the horse. Pan-Pan's figure expanded madly, like a balloon, returning from its shrunken state to its normal size, before expanding further. In an instant, Pan-Pan stood on his hind legs, his height also reaching several tens of feet. While he was slightly smaller than the blazing flames howling wind beast, his majestic strength was greater. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the king of the Furan kingdom and the others, Pan-Pan's two front claws, with the momentum of a heavenly king holding up a pagoda, forcibly blocked the two descending front hooves of the blazing flames howling wind beast. The figures of the two massive beasts halted simultaneously, Pan-Pan's two hind claws instantly stomping deeply into the ground. However, the next instant, Pan-Pan raised his two forearms, easily flipping the blazing flames howling wind beast, whose front hooves were suspended in the air onto the ground. At this moment, Pan-Pan was even more tyrannical and brutal than the most violent of ferocious beasts. Roaring, he strode forward, his massive claws waving as he directly sent one of the heads of the three-headed, blazing flames howling wind beast flying. To be continued. Chapter 432. The blazing flames howling wind beast was flipped over by Pan-Pan. Just as it was struggling to get up, Pan-Pan rushed over and slammed it into the ground with a palm. Of the three massive heads, one of them had its neck directly broken by Pan-Pan's palm strike, its head flying outwards and smashing heavily onto the ground. In the distant imperial palace, the face of the king of the Furan kingdom was sunken. When the blazing flames howling wind beast had been flipped onto the ground by Pan-Pan, the Furan crown prince, the grand commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps, Lian Han, and the others looked as if they had lost their parents, while the king of the Furan kingdom had instead been extraordinarily calm. There was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. The hands of the king of the Furan kingdom stretched out horizontally, also letting out a low roar. The light patterns of the grand formation that enveloped Kongha City rippled like water, enveloping the severed head and injured body of the blazing flames howling wind beast. However, with a roar, Pan-Pan sent one of the blazing flames howling wind beast's heads flying with a single palm strike. The numerous patterns of light circulating on the grand formation were continuously shattered by Pan-Pan's claws. Seeing this scene, the expression of the king of the Furan kingdom changed slightly as he flew away from the skies above the imperial palace, hurrying over to where Pan-Pan and the blazing flames howling wind beast were. At this moment, Pan-Pan was standing on the ground, raising one of his hind claws and stomping heavily on the body of the blazing flames howling wind beast, which only had two heads left. The blazing flames howling wind beast instantly let out a long howl filled with pain as it was stepped on by Pan-Pan, unable to move. The massive silhouette of a three-headed steed appeared once more, enveloping the entire body of the king of the Furan kingdom. Its hooves were like the wind, virtually not touching the ground as it charged over madly. Within the Black Hurricane, seeing this, Yen Zhaoga shrugged. Although I don't know what exactly you want to do, I don't know. But we have no obligation to cooperate with you. Pan-Pan roared as streams of black water surged forth, transforming into an impenetrable wall that stood before the king of the Furan kingdom. The huge, three-headed horse crashed into the black water wall and let out a mournful cry. Streams of light shattered, but it was unable to break through the water wall. At the same time, Pan-Pan exerted force beneath his feet once more, stomping down with a violent force as the great earth shattered unceasingly in all directions. The flaming, howling wind beast's ribs were broken, and its two remaining heads were bleeding profusely. The flames surrounding its body were on the verge of extinguishing. Ahu said, "Let's go." The Black Hurricane swept Pan-Pan up once more. Pan-Pan blinked, his massive body shrinking once more, quickly disappearing within the Black Hurricane. The face of the king of the Furan kingdom was livid, but he no longer had the heart to continue chasing. He hurriedly landed beside the dying blazing flames howling wind beast, attempting to save it with all his might. Elder Rong also stopped in his tracks helplessly. He stared in the direction where the black tornado had disappeared, unable to speak for a long time. The Furan Crown Prince and the Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps, Liang Han, both had ugly looks on their faces. Not only had the Crimson Halberd Army's formation been easily broken, even the king had been forced to come out of seclusion and personally activate the great formation that enveloped Kongha City. However, he had still been unable to stop the other party. They mobilized their guardian beast, the three-headed blazing wind beast, only to be beaten half to death by the other party's Pishio. They had suffered heavy losses, yet they hadn't even managed to keep a single strand of the enemy's hair. This caused the people of the Furan kingdom to feel despondent and resentful, as well as a sense of lingering fear. Looking at the feather-strewn state of Kongha City, the Ziyu kingdom's crown prince was naturally inwardly delighted. However, he also felt slightly apprehensive. The strength of the Furan kingdom has surpassed my predictions. If not for these outsiders of unknown origins, if my Ziyu really went into an all-out war with the Furan kingdom, we would probably still be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, the Ziyu kingdom's crown prince also felt a little fear. Where exactly did these outsiders come from? Are they really related to the Snow Crane sect? The Snow Crane sect itself probably doesn't possess such great strength, right? I have to swiftly report this back to Royal Father. While these outsiders have now offended the Blood Cloud clan, my Ziyu has to be careful as well. Before they have been exterminated by the Blood Cloud clan, my Ziyu must definitely not get into a conflict with them. Otherwise, the Furan kingdom will serve as an example. The Ziyu kingdom's crown prince unceasingly calculated within his heart, but as he looked at Elder Rong's seemingly much older back, his heart jolted once more. Can the Blood Cloud clan really exterminate those outsiders? After leaving Kongha City, gazing back, Yen Jiaoge saw that within Kongha City, streaks of blood-red light very quickly shot into the skies, forming numerous rings of light within the air. Sending a message to the Blood Cloud clan's nearby reinforcements? Yen Jiaoge smiled nonchalantly. Before him, Gao Feng and the middle-aged man were already shocked to the point of numbness. They now suddenly felt that their earlier worries had been completely delusional. Someone like Yen Jiaoge would want to pledge allegiance to the Furan Crown Prince? Want to pledge allegiance to the king of the Furan kingdom? What a joke! Thinking of how they had originally attempted to oppose such a figure, Gao Feng and the middle-aged man had the urge to smash their heads into the ground and die. Yen Jiaoge's expression was as per usual as he suddenly asked, "That Rong Ji just now in the Blood Cloud clan, what level of strength does he possess?" Gao Feng and the middle-aged man shuddered, exchanging glances before that middle-aged scholar answered carefully, "The Blood Cloud clan has as many experts as there are clouds. We cannot be certain. After all, Elder Rong and the others are at a much higher level than us. However, we can be sure that there are still quite a few people with higher cultivation bases than Elder Rong." Yen Jiaoge smiled. "Tell me about those you know. I believe that you wouldn't lie to me, right?" Hearing his words, that middle-aged scholar and Gao Feng both smiled bitterly, nodding repeatedly. After a while of asking and answering questions, a rather strange expression surfaced on Yen Jiaoge's face as he muttered, "Something's really not right." After pondering for a moment, Yen Jiaoge retracted his thoughts, swiveling his head to look at Ah Hu, smiling. "How does it feel to sweep along a house and fly?" Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. "If it's for a long time, it is indeed a little tiring." Yen Jiaoge waved his hands. "Tiring isn't the main point. The main point is that it's too slow. We're in a rush for time, Ah." Hearing his words, Ah Hu instantly exerted force beneath his feet, the entire house instantly breaking apart. He looked at Gao Feng and the middle-aged man who were currently already trembling in fear. "Young master, how do we deal with these two?" Yen Jiaoge said, "Do as you see fit." Ah Hu nodded, grabbing Gao Feng and the middle-aged man with each hand, instantly leaving far away. After a period of time, he returned, reuniting with Yen Zhaoge and the others. That is to say, after this, we will be making a trip to that Snow Crane sect? Su Fei asked, hearing Yen Zhaoge's introduction. Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the others all became interested in the Snow Crane sect. Yen Zhaoge said, "That's right. Let's go take a look at the situation first." They had already learned earlier that the Snow Crane sect and Green Dragon Mountain were located in the northwest of the Furan Kingdom. However, the distance was very far, having to cross the territory of several kingdoms. Yen Zhaoge and the others sped off, hurrying northwest at their greatest speed. Meanwhile, while the Blood Cloud clan had tried their best to conceal the news of what had happened in Kongha City earlier, it had still spread very quickly. As the Blood Cloud clan received the news, a great number of experts were dispatched, beginning to search for the whereabouts of Yen Zhaoge and the others. The floating life world, which had originally already been restless and uneasy, grew even more turbulent. To be continued. Chapter 433. The capital of the Furan Kingdom, Kongha City, had fallen into chaos. The Blood Cloud clan that dominated the southern border of the floating life world had been enraged. The Pishio Mountain that had only existed in legends after the Great Calamity had appeared. The various powers of the floating life world all paid attention to this news. The vast western region of the floating life world had always been the sphere of influence of Green Dragon Mountain. Meanwhile, the Snow Crane sect was located amidst the numerous mountains in the west, occupying the Jade Ridge snowy mountains where it had been established. It had only been over 10 years since the sect had opened its doors, but it had already become a major sect that was renowned far and wide. Other than the daughter of their chief, Jade Crane Suyun, who had married the son of the chief of Green Dragon Mountain. Suyun herself possessed outstanding strength, also being admired by the nearby heroes as she was not inferior to any man. Yen Zhaoge and the others headed northwest, heading straight for the Jade Ridge snowy mountains. The spiritual chi flow of this floating life world is not suitable for martial practitioners of our generation to absorb and refine. Normally speaking, while cultivating here is not necessarily useless, one would definitely have to expend multiple times the amount of time and effort. As they walked, Su Fei said, "There is a limit to one's lifespan. If one cannot break through in time and increase their longevity, they may very well die of old age." Saying thus, he sighed, "If not for a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, this chief Su would probably be known as a peerless genius." Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge smiled. "It is still unclear exactly what her cultivation base is." Su Fei said it shouldn't be too low. Also, it has only been over 10 years since she rose to fame. Considering the difficulty of cultivating in this floating life world, it should already be very difficult, especially when, according to you, the others of the Snow Crane sect seem rather mediocre. In comparison, they are even more extraordinary. Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Yinglong Tu had also generally understood the situation now. Feng Yunsheng now said, "Compared to the difficulty of cultivating in here, the mediocrity of the others might be the norm." They all nodded. Yen Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, "It has yet to be discovered in the 8 extremities world after the Great Calamity. However, before the Great Calamity, there were once records of a strange physique that appeared, known as the living source body, also known as the living water of exhausted source or the bitter sea traversing body." Hearing this, Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the others all grew interested as they swiveled their heads to look at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge recalled as he said, "Under normal circumstances, there is nothing special about the living source physique, as it would be no different from an ordinary person. However, in the era of doom where spiritual energy is extremely scarce and almost dry, it will be difficult for normal people to absorb and refine spiritual energy. But the warriors who boast the living source body can train as usual. It's like a dry field that has a source of fresh water. To put it simply, if there is such a person who possesses the living source physique, he might appear very ordinary in our current 8 extremities world. Of course, It's also possible that your aptitude is still outstanding, but that will depend on your innate aptitude in other aspects. It has nothing to do with the living source body. However, when this person came to this floating life world along with the others, while it would be difficult for others to even take a single step, having to put in hundreds of times more effort than cultivating in the 8 extremities world, this person who possesses the living source physique is able to do so as though it is flat ground, no different from cultivating in the 8 extremities world. When everyone heard this, they all clicked their tongues in wonder. The boundless universe is truly full of wonders and mysteries. Su Fei asked, "You suspect that Chief Su is of the living source physique?" Yan Zhaoge said, "This is merely one possibility. It is also possible that this Chief Su's aptitude is extremely outstanding, far surpassing our imaginations, or that she has had some heaven-defying fortuitous encounter." As they spoke, they advanced. After a long and arduous journey, the pure white, snowy mountains had already appeared in the distance. Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept over. He saw that there were currently numerous figures scattered about the snowy mountains, as though they were searching and guarding against something. Gazing carefully, they were all garbed in white clothes and draped in cloaks of crane feathers, seemingly having merged as one with the surrounding white snow. With Yan Zhaoge's eyesight, he was able to see that there was an image of a snow crane flashing its wings on their clothes. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge instantly understood that these were all disciples of the Snow Crane sect. Roughly appraising them, Yan Zhaoge sighed inwardly. These Snow Crane sect martial practitioners were mostly of the body refinement realm. There were very few who had attained the martial scholar realm of chi refining. Su Fei and who also saw those martial practitioners who seemed to be one with the snowy ground. These people, could it be that they are searching for us? Su Fei knit his brows. The Blood Cloud clan's Rong Ji revealed that we might be related to the Snow Crane sect in Kongha City. While most people might not know why he came to this conclusion, it would not be strange for the news to spread. Feng Yinxing said, "What Senior Apprentice Brother Su means is that because the Snow Crane sect is unable to ascertain our background and intentions, they have also first taken precautions against us." Who scratched his head. "But with just these body refinement martial practitioners, how can they guard against us? The difference in cultivation bases is too great. They wouldn't even be able to discover us, even if we walked past them." While we didn't exert much strength over at the Furan Kingdom, we should also know that a defensive line formed by body refinement martial practitioners would be completely useless. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before smiling. "Throwing a stone to test the waters? The other side indeed doesn't understand us, and also doesn't hope for these body refinement martial practitioners to discover us. What they are hoping for is that we can discover these Snow Crane sect martial practitioners. Feng, Yunxing murmured. "If we had come for the Snow Crane sect, we would naturally have taken the initiative to contact them, introducing them to Chief Su Yun through these Snow Crane sect disciples." Su Fei nodded. "Whether we have good intentions or bad intentions, we would still inevitably have to interact with those of the Snow Crane sect." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "It is precisely so. Let's go down." Exchanging glances, they smiled as they descended from midair, landing on the snowy mountain. Yan Zhaoge and the others did not conceal their tracks, not concealing their auras as they strolled amidst the snowy lands, as though they were climbing a mountain for a stroll. Very quickly, some Snow Crane sect martial practitioners discovered them. "This Jade Ridge snowy mountains are under the jurisdiction of my Snow Crane sect. Fellow Taoists, please report your names." Hearing the other party's question, Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly. "Please inform Chief Su of your sect. You only need to say that an old friend has come to visit." After a slight pause, Yan Zhaoge added, "An old friend from 30 years ago." The Snow Crane sect disciples exchanged looks, an old man walking out from the crowd, saying, "Guests, please wait a moment." Saying thus, He swiveled his head to the side. The Snow Crane sect martial practitioner beside him nodded, turning and leaving. Seeing this, Su Fei said, "It looks like that Chief Su is in the vicinity." Yan Zhaoga nodded, heading in the direction of the Furan Kingdom, waiting for us in this area, where we have just arrived at the Snowy Mountain. Feng Yunsheng asked, "Green Dragon Mountain should have received the news very soon, right?" "It shouldn't be too late. After all, strictly speaking, the Jade Ridge Snowy Mountains are also within the sphere of influence of Green Dragon Mountain. The Snow Crane sect is a vassal of Green Dragon Mountain." Yan Zhaoga gazed at those Snow Crane sect martial practitioners. "Still, I am rather interested in another matter now. There are actually grand spirit stones here, and their quality is not bad at all. Their production also seems to not be low." Yan Zhaoga's eyes lit up. To be continued. Chapter 434. Yan Zhaoga's gaze fell on the jade pendants hanging from the waists of the Snow Crane sect martial practitioners. The jade pendants seemed to be made of white jade. The workmanship was exquisite and unique, and it was lifelike. What caught Yan Zhaoga's attention was that every Snow Crane sect martial practitioner had one, seemingly a symbol of their identity. Carefully feeling the spiritual qi fluctuations emanating from these jade pendants, Yan Zhaoga's eyes could not help but gradually light up. It really is a grand spirit stone, and it's even a grand spirit stone essence condensed from its essence. Yan Zhaoga muttered to himself, "As a symbol of identity, it seems that everyone who enters the clan has one. This means that this thing is not especially rare here." Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Su Fei, and Yinglongta looked at each other. Yan Zhaoga's current, slightly miserly appearance was rather rare. Xue Fei thought for a moment, then quietly asked, "Why does Zhaoga mind so much?" "I have also heard of the Grand Spirit Stone. It is already extinct in our 8 Extremities world, having been extremely rare in pre-Great Calamity times. Still, it doesn't seem to be a particularly valuable item." Yan Zhaoga laughed. "That is because very few people know that these Grand Spirit Stones have great uses." Senior Apprentice Brother Su, the people of the Floating Life world do not specialize in setting up spirit formations that make use of geographical advantages. Because they cultivate demonic blood, they focus more on creating battle formations that require many people to work together. However, because they have only been developing for a short period of time, their battle formations are still rather crude. Yan Zhaoga smacked his lips. In researching ancient texts and excavating various legacies, I actually made a huge gain, which was a powerful battle formation of before the Great Calamity. Unfortunately, the requirements for setting up the formation are quite high. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice, so I can only put it on the shelf. But if there is a large amount of Grand Spirit Stone essence, then one of the 2 conditions that restrict the formation will be solved. Yan Zhaoga surveyed his surroundings. Due to the spiritual qi of the earth veins, there are extremely few treasures in this floating life world that are suitable for us human martial practitioners to cultivate in. On my way here, I have not found anything of value. Going by the standards of the 8 Extremities world, it would not be too much to say that this is a barren, barbaric land. Yan Zhaoga's gaze fell on the jade pendant at the waist of the Snow Crane sect martial practitioner. However, things are different now. Feng Yunsheng asked, "You just said that you need a large amount of Great Spirit Stone essence. How much is considered a large amount?" Yan Zhaoga said nonchalantly, "And above 500 kilograms. Feng Yunsheng and the others all had expressions on their faces that they knew this would happen. Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, while I know that when you make a move, it has always been a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering, heaven-shaking, earth-shattering move of yours is indeed not something that just anyone can afford to play with." Feng Yunsheng smiled bitterly. "Great moves all require great capital as a foundation." Yan Zhaoga laughed. "Is there?" Xue Fei also shook his head and laughed bitterly. I have only heard of the Great Spirit Stone and have never heard of the Great Spirit Stone Essence. But I know of the Scenic Blue Jade and the Scenic Blue Jade Essence, the Fongqing Stone and the Fongqing Stone Essence. As the name implies, the Great Spirit Stone Essence should be condensed from the Great Spirit Stone's spirit energy essence. Generally speaking, the output of such essence condensation is at most 1% of the raw stone. You want more than 500 kilograms of Great Spirit Stone Essence. Then how many ores do you need? How much ore was needed to mine and refine the raw stone? How big of a mine would it take to satisfy your needs? Xue Fei sighed. The Great Spirit Stones of the Eight Extremities world have long since gone extinct. But even if all the Great Spirit Stones produced in history were accumulated, it would still not be enough for you. The Great Spirit Stones of the Floating Life world might not be little, but would they be enough to satisfy your needs? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, chuckling. I finally have some interest in this floating life world. Don't pour cold water on me, ah. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. Young master, if you are interested in this place might be in for a calamity. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. It is still too early to say such things now. I first have to confirm some things with this Chief Su. Amidst their conversation, intense power fluctuations suddenly emanated from the distance. Those power fluctuations were the strongest they had encountered ever since having come to this floating life world. However, what truly caused the expressions of Yan Zhaoge and the others to change was that these power fluctuations did not come from demonic bloodline cultivators, instead being exactly the same as the martial Tao they cultivated in. Snowstorms assaulted the distant horizon. Yan Zhaoge and the others exchanged glances, turning false into real, refining aura into essence, the methods of essence spirit martial grandmasters. As the snowstorm neared, the snowy mountain shook as it seemed like an avalanche was about to happen. However, the newcomer quickly halted her momentum, dispersing the snowstorm as she descended towards the snowy mountain. Light circulated as she landed before Yan Zhaoge and the others. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that the other party was a middle-aged woman. She was garbed in white, her looks merely above average. However, she was graceful and magnanimous, possessing a certain air of her own. The surrounding Snow Crane sect martial practitioners all bowed in unison. We greet Chief. That white-clothed woman nodded towards them before her gaze fell on Yan Zhaoge, asking, I am Su Yin, the chief of the Snow Crane sect. I wonder how I should address you? Yan Zhaoge smiled, cupping his hands. I am surnamed Yan Zhaoge. Chief Su greets you. Even as she carefully appraised Yan Zhaoge, Su Yin asked, You said that you are a descendant of an old friend of mine. Just that I do not know if you are a descendant or if you have some other relationship? Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling. If you were here to seek revenge, we wouldn't be talking like this. Su Yin said mildly, Don't blame me for being suspicious. This is something that is very hard to say. You're right. Yan Zhaoge thought nothing of it as he flashed the jade hairpin with the image of a snow crane on it. This thing could also have been obtained from someone else before coming over to pass it off as their own, right? Su Yin said, It's possible, but it's easy to verify it. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Oh! Su Yin said, This snow crane hairpin is indeed Miss's original head ornament. I also know that Miss had refined your own blood essence into this hairpin. When it comes into contact with Miss's blood, it will react. Therefore, the verification is very simple. You just need to infuse your power into it and see if the jade hairpin will change. Stroking the snow crane hairpin with his finger, Yan Zhaoge smiled. No wonder I felt that there was an inexplicable mechanism inscribed on it. However, could it be that he had predicted that someone would come here in search of his mother? Su Yin shook her head. This is a set of accessories that Miss casually forged for herself when cultivating in the blood sacrifice artifact forging technique. It is far from just a single one, just that it just happens to have this effect, making it convenient for us. It has to be of pure blood for it to be effective. Therefore, there is no need to worry about a fake obtaining a portion of a true person's essence blood and refining it into his own body to bluff his way through. From the looks of it, you also don't seem to have been coerced by someone. Swiveling his head to look at Feng Yinsheng, Su Fei, Ahu, and Yinglong too, Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Why me and not my companions? You are actually already certain of my identity in your heart, right? Looking at Yan Zhaoge, a hint of a smile finally blossomed on Su Yan's face. Between your brows there is a 40 to 50% resemblance to ladies. Especially when you smile, it is especially similar. Chapter 435. Holding the snow crane hairpin. Yan Zhaoge had a leisurely expression on his face. From what I know, my mother has no other blood relatives. Su Yun nodded. That is also what I know. Therefore, if she does, it would be a descendant. Yan Zhaoge asked, rather interestedly, if it is my father who comes looking for her, what then? Su Yin smiled. If it is son-in-law who comes looking for her, I would have no way of distinguishing him, only able to reject him outright. Therefore, if I offend son-in-law, there would be nothing I can do about it. Still, I believe that with lady's eyesight, son-in-law will definitely not be bad. I should not have the ability to stop son-in-law. Yan Zhaoge's smile was rather strange. That is to say that I am easy to bully. Su Yin shook her head, saying resolutely and decisively whether or not I am a match for him. If someone wants to harm lady, I will fight him to the end. Yan Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he scanned the surrounding snow crane sect martial practitioners. Su Yin didn't use voice transmission when she spoke, just now. Her voice spread out, and everyone in the surroundings heard it clearly. The snow crane sect martial practitioners all had blank, helpless expressions on their faces. In their innate impression, the strength of their chief often left them feeling that it was deep and immeasurable. While she always claimed that her cultivation base was still insufficient to reach the peak experts of the floating life world. Just the power that she displayed was already extremely powerful. Others were unable to cultivate in the Qi cultivation path, yet their chief was able to cultivate in it to an extremely profound level, not letting demonic bloodline cultivators monopolize her. As the only sect of the floating life world that did not cultivate in the bloodline of demonic beasts, instead cultivating in the traditional martial Tao of pre-Great Calamity times, the Snow Crane sect being able to occupy a place in the floating life world was not just because Su Yun's daughter had married the son of the chief of Green Dragon Mountain. Su Yun's own strength was similarly an important reason. From a certain perspective, it was also not that any random sect could form a marriage alliance with the son of the chief of Green Dragon Mountain. At this moment, however, as the Snow Crane sect martial practitioners looked at their chief, whom they usually revered like a divinity, her tone was clearly respectful to the extreme, filled with reverence as she spoke of the lady that she spoke of. However, Su Yin didn't seem to feel anything unusual about this. Her expression was calm, and she spoke from her feelings as if it was a matter of course. Looking at her, Yan Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "It's not that there aren't people in this world who are not related by blood but have similar appearances, or even exactly the same. You are completely sincere. I will not make things difficult for you." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge spread open his palm, holding the snow crane hairpin before him before sending a strand of his true essence within. The snow crane hairpin shook slightly within Yan Zhaoge's palm, a bright radiance suddenly flickering within. Amidst the radiance, the silhouette of a huge snow crane appeared on the snowy mountain. Then it spread its wings and let out a clear cry. Su Yin looked at the snow crane with a dazed expression. For a moment, her gaze actually lost focus. The crowd of Snow Crane sect martial practitioners similarly stared blankly at that gigantic snow crane. Some of them reacted quickly, and a look of realization appeared on their faces. Su Yin was the founder of the Snow Crane sect. While she had yet to die, in the ancestral hall of the Snow Crane sect, the disciples of the Snow Crane sect already had incense to worship. That incense was not Su Yun's, but that of a snow crane. There were many different kinds of rumors in the world. Some said that Su Yun had been saved by a snow crane, having had a fortuitous encounter afterwards, thus resulting in the current foundation of the Snow Crane sect. Some also said that all of Su Yun's martial arts had come from a snow crane. A more reliable rumor was that Su Yun had been taken in by an expert in the past, becoming both a servant and disciple. That expert had taken the name of the Snow Crane, having vanished without a trace afterwards. In gratitude for that expert's benevolence, Su Yun had established her sect as the Snow Crane sect, also using the name of the Snow Crane to worship it. The people of the Snow Crane sect, however, knew that the final rumor was true. While they did not understand why Su Yun did not directly revere that expert as the ancestor of the sect, not even directly worshipping the incense of the living, not even telling her descendants his name, instead using the Snow Crane as a substitute. That expert, however, had truly existed. He was precisely the source of the Snow Crane sect. Connecting this with Yen Zhaoga's earlier words of descendant of an old friend, the Snow Crane sect martial practitioners now gradually understood. Looking at that snow crane, Su Yun did not speak for a long time. After a while, she sighed, her gaze shifting downwards, falling on Yen Zhaoga once more. At this moment, her gaze that was on Yen Zhaoga clearly contained some respect, some warmth, even some excitement mixed within. This essence, spirit, martial grandmaster did something that caused everyone here to be slightly shocked at this moment. She did not hesitate in the slightest as she bowed deeply towards Yen Zhaoga before her. Greetings, young master. It is Su Yun's honor to be able to see you. Yen Zhaoga's true essence roiled, only allowing her to bow halfway before he stopped her. Su Yun was taken aback, first not speaking of how much strength would be required to stop her movements as an essence, spirit, martial, grandmaster herself. As their true essences clashed, she could clearly feel that this youth of around 20 years of age before her was an essence, spirit, martial grandmaster, just like her. Possessing such a cultivation base at such an age, how terrifying of a thing must it be? Should I say, truly worthy of being lady's son? Su Yun sighed in admiration within her heart. No, young master has surpassed his master. Feeling the fluctuations of Su Yun's true essence, Yen Zhaoga realized. Life creation, heavenly scripture, one of the direct lineages of the jade, clear lineage. Indeed a little more solid than Broad Creed Mountain's legacies. This mother of mine, what exactly is her background? Thoughts flashed through Yen Zhaoga's mind at lightning speed, but he quickly retracted them, first focusing on what was before him. Looking calmly at Su Yun, he said, in imparting the life creation, heavenly scripture to you, Mother did not view you as a maidservant. She did not take you as a disciple. You two are similar in age, so I will just call you Aunt Yin. Looking at Yen Zhaoga, Su Yun smiled. Young master is too kind to Su Yun. At this moment, she was already completely devoid of her previous solemnity. Having confirmed Yen Zhaoga's identity, she was completely as warm as a spring breeze. The people of the Snow Crane sect all felt rather awkward now. Earlier, they had been like facing a great enemy, yet their chief had been so humble at this moment, leaving them rather at a loss as to what to do. Su Yun's authority was unshakable. Even after experiencing today's events, the people of the Snow Crane sect were still unable to feel dissatisfied with her. However, some people were unable to come to terms with this, feeling despondent within their hearts, yet having nowhere to vent it. A well-built man of around 30 years of age swiveled his head to look at the people by his side, shaking his head slightly before bowing towards Yen Zhaoga, Snow Crane Sexchong, and greets young Master Yen. His etiquette was also extremely humble and courteous. Eldest apprentice brother. The other Snow Crane sect martial practitioners were even more shocked as they looked at their eldest apprentice brother. Chang'en's lips did not move as he sent a sound transmission through his orochi to his fellow disciples. Even if we do not look at their background, we also have to look at their cultivation bases. Not knowing how to send sound transmissions, the person beside him asked softly, "Eldest apprentice brother, you can see through their depths?" Chang'en wished he could stuff his mouth as he smiled at Yan Zhaoge and the others while continuing to send via sound transmission. "I can't see through the others at all. I can only see that child's cultivation base. That child is at least an early outer aura martial scholar." Chang'en virtually said each word at a time. "What cultivation base do you think the person leading him would have?" Chapter 436. Early outer aura martial scholar? That youth of around 10 years of age. Hearing Chang'en's words, the other Snow Crane sect martial practitioners all sucked in a breath of cold air. Unlike the others of the floating life world, the Snow Crane sect martial practitioners were well aware of what the early outer aura martial scholar realm entailed. The fourth level of the martial scholar realm, the early outer aura stage, was the ultimate goal of most chi cultivators of the floating life world. Also, there were not many who could achieve it. However, the Ying Longtu before them, who was merely around 10 years of age, was already a late outer aura martial scholar. How could they not feel dizzy at this? Even Chang'en himself, upon discovering this, was greatly shocked as he was only able to stabilize his mind after a long while. As compared to Yan Zhaoge's identity, this discovery shocked Chang'en even more. And very quickly, connecting Ying Longtu's cultivation base to Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei, and the others, he felt cold sweat trickling down his back. When they had first heard that Yan Zhaoge's group had wreaked havoc in Konghe City, Chang'en and the other Snow Crane sect martial practitioners had not paid much attention to it. After all, the Furan Kingdom was merely one of the 36 kingdoms under the rule of the Blood Cloud Clan, let alone massive entities like the Blood Cloud Clan and Green Dragon Mountain. Even the Snow Crane sect was much stronger than them. Now, however, Chang'en deeply felt that Yan Zhaoge and the others had probably not taken the Furan Kingdom seriously at all back then. Otherwise, the Furan Kingdom might have long since been destroyed. The Snow Crane sect martial practitioners beside him were unable to recover for a long time, someone asking slowly, "Eldest apprentice brother, I'm not doubting you, but this is really too unbelievable. You couldn't have seen wrongly, right?" Chang'en sighed, not blaming his junior apprentice brother. Even he himself had initially thought that he had seen wrongly, only daring to be certain after confirming it a few times. You can't be blamed for not being able to hear it, because most of your cultivation bases are insufficient, Chang'en said slowly. The pulse of that youth's blood is very faint, virtually inaudible. However, it is not weak, instead being heavy and smooth. Do you still remember? This is the phenomenon of blood resembling lead mercury that Master once spoke of, a characteristic that only appears after an early outer aura martial scholar has completed the second cleansing of the marrows. As Chang'en spoke, the remaining Snow Crane sect martial practitioners with higher cultivation bases had already simultaneously bowed towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. Seeing this, the other Snow Crane sect martial practitioners no longer had any doubts in their hearts as they hurriedly paid their respects. Newcomers greet young Master Yen. Some people also had a vague feeling in their hearts. That senior expert, whom sect master Su Yin had always regarded as a deity, the founder of the Snow Crane sect, if he had a descendant, he should also have such an imposing manner and strength. Yan Zhaoge smiled and nodded towards them, but quickly retracted his attention, looking at Su Yun once more. "Aunt Yun, about 20 years ago, did my mother return to the floating life world? Have you seen her?" Su Yin gestured with her hand. "This way, please, young master. Please come to my Snow Crane sect. We'll talk on the way." Yan Zhaoge nodded, saying goodbye to Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the others, introducing themselves to Su Yin before setting off together. Having already received the person, the Snow Crane sect martial practitioners had no need to remain in the outskirts of the snowy mountain as they all returned to the clan together. On the way, Su Yin sighed. While Lady never mentioned it, I can basically guess that she is not a native of our floating life world, instead coming from beyond the heavens. It was all thanks to Lady that I did not freeze to death by the roadside, even taking me in and always staying by her side, imparting supreme martial arts to me. As young master says, Lady has never treated me as a servant. It was I myself who wanted to serve her. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how I could repay her kindness. Su Yin was a little despondent, but Lady is not a person of this world. She would still have to leave at the end of the day. 30 years ago, Lady still left at the end of the day. I also don't know where she went. I wanted to ask, but also didn't dare to. Lady knew what I was thinking, only saying it in a joking manner. While she had considered bringing me along with her, she was afraid that I would be implicated and met with danger. It would instead be safer and happier for me to remain in the floating life world. I believed that Lady would not lie to me. Therefore, I listened to her and stayed behind, only praying for her every night. Hearing this, Yanjiaoga's eyes narrowed slightly into slits. Met with danger? Thoughts flashed within his mind, but Yanjiaoga did not speak as he continued listening to Su Yun. He heard Su Yun say, "Young master asked me whether Lady had returned after leaving. I dare not be certain, because ever since Lady left 30 years ago, I have not been able to see her again. However, I feel that Lady has returned before." Yanjiaoga raised his brows slightly. Was it 20 years ago? Su Yin said, "I am also not certain of the exact time. It was around 16 years ago that I went to the Southern Territory. In a primordial forest there, I saw some things that felt like they were left behind by Lady." Yanjiaoga's spirits rose. Over the past few days of study, while they were still not proficient in it, they could already generally understand some of the language of the floating life world. Hearing her words, they could not help but exchange looks as they thought of that half-broken stone carving that had been shoveled away. Indeed, Su Yin said that was a stone carving that was left on a cliff. Because I went there 20 years ago, I knew that when Lady left 30 years ago, these stone carvings were not there. Therefore, I guessed that Lady had once returned to this floating life world. The meaning of the stone carving is hard to understand, seemingly possessing infinite profundities that I was unable to comprehend. Thinking about it now, perhaps it was left behind by Lady and young master. I was blinded for a moment, cutting it off and taking it away, delaying young master's matters. "Please punish me, young master." Yanjiaoga shook his head. "Well, you made me run a little longer. It was also because you missed my mother too much, not having known about it beforehand. How could I blame you? Instead, is this stone carving still in Aunt Yan's hands?" Su Yin answered, "It is enshrined in our Snow Crane sect's ancestral hall. Young master, following me back to the clan, you will immediately be able to see it." The group traversed the Jade Ridge snowy mountains, finally arriving at the main peak of the mountain range. The headquarters of the Snow Crane sect was established here. The entire clan was not large. After all, in the floating life world, chi cultivation and body cultivation were not mainstream. Those who could go against the flow, like Su Yun, were few and far between. "This is my husband, Shen Nua." At the entrance, Su Yun introduced Yanjiaoga and the others to a middle-aged man with a resolute expression on his face. This Shen Nua was a demonic bloodline cultivator. Seeing Yanjiaoga, he bowed neither obsequiously nor haughtily. "Young master Yan." Yanjiaoga nodded. "Mr. Shen." Su Yin said, "I will bring young master into the ancestral hall to see what Lady left behind. If people from the outside world come, please temporarily receive them, husband." Shinua had a steady personality as she nodded. "You can rest easy." "Young master, please follow me." Su Yin led Yen Zhaoga's group straight into the Snow Crane sect's ancestral hall. Raising his head and gazing over, what entered Yen Zhaoga's eyes was an ice sculpture of a snow crane, wishing to soar high into the sky. To be continued. Chapter 437. Yen Zhaoga looked at that ice sculpture of the snow crane, which was lifelike and elegant. Beneath the ice sculpture of the snow crane was also a jade bracelet, which also had the image of a snow crane on it, looking to be of the same set as his own snow crane hairpin. Su Yin said, "I've let young master see a joke. This was left behind by lady that year, and I've always kept it as a memento. If young master wants to take it away," Yen Zhaoga smiled, "how could I? This was left behind by mother for you, Aunt Yin. Also, Aunt Yin, you can just call me Zhaoga." Su Yin smiled, raising her palm lightly. That ice sculpture of the snow crane emitted a bright glow before rising into the air. Amidst the glow, numerous spirit patterns intermingled, forming a small-scale formation which slowly opened up space, leading to a small-scale foreign dimension. Yen Zhaoga knew that this should be the snow crane sect's forbidden ground or sacred ground. Entering alongside Su Yin, a massive mountain rock appeared within the foreign dimension. Yen Zhaoga's gaze hardened slightly as he gazed at the mountain rock, seeing a large amount of strangely shaped characters inscribed upon it. Oh, something like a secret code. Yen Zhaoga's thoughts flashed at lightning speed as he recalled that before he had left Broad Creed Mountain back then, his father Yen Di had once told him many things. These things might not actually all be useful, but Yen Di also didn't know what exactly his son might encounter. Therefore, there was no harm in being prepared as he poured out everything that might be useful to Yen Zhaoga. After pondering for a moment, Yen Zhaoga extended his palm, infusing his true essence within the mountain rock. The characters on the mountain rock began rapidly changing. Yen Zhaoga extended his other hand, writing within the air with his finger. Numerous silhouettes seemed to have been inscribed onto the surface of the mountain rock, merging as one with the original spirit patterns. Su Yun looked at this scene rather curiously. After a while, Yen Zhaoga ceased his actions, the silhouettes intersecting and changing before finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the characters left behind on the surface of the mountain rock had already completely changed. Looking at those lines of characters, Yen Zhaoga nodded slowly. While there are some differences, they are extremely similar to the characters of before the Great Calamity, being even more ancient than the ones of the Eight Extremities world and the Floating Life world. Their lineage is clearer. Yen Zhaoga smiled. In his few memories, this mother of his had been extremely happy to delve into ancient texts and ancient characters. His interest in ancient texts and characters stemmed from what his mother, Shuechuqing, had seen and heard when he was young. Perhaps this language that was extremely similar to the common language of pre-Great Calamity times was what Shuechuqing had been used to before coming to the Floating Life world and the Eight Extremities world. Yen Zhaoga compared it to what he knew and had learnt while carefully studying the records left behind on the stone. Why can't you just say it directly? Do you have to go through so many twists and turns? If it's really inappropriate and inconvenient to talk about it, there's no need to leave a message, right? Yen Zhaoga pondered within his heart before analyzing the characters on the stone, his expression becoming increasingly strange the more he read. There are a total of 2 paths to the world beyond worlds. The most basic method is to reach the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, surpassing the limits of the Great Thousand Worlds. Why don't you learn from me? With an artifact that can stabilize the dimension rift to protect yourself, you'll be able to search for the wounds of the sky. The corners of Yen Zhaoga's mouth twitched unceasingly. This tone, why does it sound like you're reminding me to bring an umbrella when it's raining outside? Also, this isn't a very important matter, but you suddenly remembered that you had forgotten to mention it, therefore casually leaving a message behind. What's with that feeling? Yen Zhaoga sighed. Father, what kind of wife did you find that year? Still. Yen Zhaoga's gaze turned slightly solemn. World beyond worlds. Wounds of the sky. What exactly has the original world become after the great calamity? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering as a hint of a smile gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. I'm getting more and more interested. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge retracted his thoughts. He already had a general idea of the contents of the characters on the stone. Still, Yan Zhaoge did not retract his palm as he instead continued infusing his true essence within. After a while, a change suddenly occurred on the stone. The originally tough stone suddenly became like soft mud. The stone caved in, forming a circular indentation. Yan Zhaoge observed the size of the indentation before taking out that half-round mirror that he had obtained when he had first arrived in the floating life world. When they had come over, they had been drawn in by the mechanism that his mother Shui, Chuqing, had left behind. This half-round mirror was the core of that mechanism. After activating the mechanism, this half-round mirror had temporarily lost its effects. Yan Zhaoge had always kept it by his side, hoping to find some clues to find the other half of the mirror. At this moment, this half-round mirror was accurately embedded within that circular indentation, occupying half of its space. Looking over, Yan Zhaoge saw that flowing water was actually gradually forming out of nowhere within the other half of the empty indentation, filling it up. Numerous scenes seemed to flicker on the surface of the water. Still, they were not stable enough as they were strange and dazzling, making it hard for one to clearly see them. Yan Zhaoge crossed his arms before his chest. It looks like I'll have to wait for some time. Su Yin had been quietly waiting by the side all this time. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, a warm smile appeared at the corners of her lips as she seemed to see Shui, Chuqing, whom she had once served and followed on Yan Zhaoge's body. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head. Aunt Yin, it looks like I'll still have to trouble you for some time. Su Yin smiled. Young master can stay as long as he wants. Yan Zhaoge asked, right, Aunt Yin, are things like grand spirit stones very common in the floating life world? Su Yin said, they can't be said to be common, but their production is still not bad. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before asking, where can I find them? Su Yin answered, the mines are rather scattered. There aren't any especially large ones, all of them being small and medium-sized, scattered all over the place. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. Now a voice suddenly resounded from outside, Mother. It's my daughter, Shenrong. Su Yin first explained to Yan Zhaoge, who smiled and nodded. I'll go out with you. Please don't let anyone else in for the time being, Aunt Yin. Su Yin said, that is only natural. Leaving the flowing water by the cliff to accumulate on its own, Yan Zhaoge and Su Yin exited the foreign dimension together, returning to the Snow Crane sect's ancestral temple in the outside world. A girl in her 20s was waiting there, looking extremely similar to Su Yin. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Shenrong's gaze was rather curious. Still, she first bowed. Shenrong greets, young master. From the way she addressed him, it was clear that she had already received instructions from her father, Shen Nuo. Also, even though she had already married into Green Dragon Mountain, Su Yan's status in her heart was extremely high. At the very least, she did not dare to act rashly in the slightest in front of Su Yin. Yan Zhaoge smiled, greeting her. No need to be so polite. I'm older than you. You can just call me brother. Su Yin asked, Rong, is there something over at Green Dragon Mountain? Shenrong nodded. Yes. Father-in-law and the others have already received news of the arrival of Brother Yan's group. Father-in-law sent me and husband over to send a letter, inviting you and senior apprentice brother Yan to Green Dragon Mountain together. Chapter 438. Su Yin asked, other than inviting us as guests, is there any other news? Glancing rather worriedly at Yan Zhaoge, Shenrong answered, yes, mother. Green Dragon Mountain has received news that the chief of the Blood Cloud clan has personally left the mountain and headed west. He has already entered the western domain governed by Green Dragon Mountain. Yan Zhaoga laughed lightly. Coming for me? Shenrong nodded. That is how it is rumored. Yan Zhaoga smiled, not continuing on this topic, as he instead appraised Shenrong with a glance. Oh, late inner aura, martial scholar. You can already prepare for your breakthrough into the outer aura, martial scholar realm. Swiveling his head to look at Su Yin, he smiled. Aunt Yin, are you mother and daughter the legendary living source physique? Shenrong looked rather quizzically at Yan Zhaoga, Su Yin feeling rather taken aback as well. From their earlier conversation, Su Yin had been able to tell that Xue Chuqing had not mentioned the matter of her and the floating life world to Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di. Yan Zhaoga should not have known of her existence at the start, naturally not having understood her situation in detail. Replying to young master, I indeed possess the living source physique. Inheriting my bloodline, Rome, also possesses the living source physique. Su Yun sighed emotionally. Lady once said that the living source physique might not necessarily be passed down to her bloodline descendants. Afterwards, it was proven that this was indeed the case. My husband and I had a total of 3 children, but of the 3 of them, only Rome alone inherited my living source physique. Yan Zhaoga smiled. The possibility of the first child inheriting it is the greatest. At the same time, if your first child has already inherited your living source physique, your subsequent children would basically have no hope of inheriting it all. Looking at Shenrong, he asked slowly, possessing the living source physique, cultivating in the martial Tao in this floating life world is exceptionally convenient. Of those under your tutelage, only Rome can inherit your legacy. Being able to attempt a breakthrough into the outer aura martial scholar realm at this age is something that only an extremely small number of people in my world can accomplish. Su Yin replied, Young master is too kind. To us qi and body cultivators, this floating life world is extremely lacking in spiritual qi, and resources are also very poor. But because there are too few qi and body refining martial artists, the resources are evenly distributed to everyone, which makes it seem very rich. Rong, in addition to having the living source body, also has some talent in martial arts cultivation. She can comprehend a thing or two from the supreme art that Miss left behind, which is why she has her current achievements. Yan Zhaoga asked still of your lineage's disciples. Only Rong stands out. Wouldn't this arouse the suspicions of others? Su Yun smiled faintly. In the past, Miss had said that you wouldn't forbid me from taking in disciples. Hence, the reason why I established the sect was to pass on the legacy of Miss Lost Art. Before the disciples enter the sect, they have already made it clear that learning is not easy and they may not succeed. Those who are able to stay and persevere have relatively strong temperaments. Of course, there are also people who think that I am biased towards my daughter. Regarding this, I have my own way of dealing with it. Hearing her words, Yan Zhaoga smiled as well. The Su Yin who appeared benevolent in front of him might not necessarily be like this in front of her disciples. Aunt Yin, has the living source body been considered in the marriage alliance between Green Dragon Mountain and the Snow Crane sect? After laughing, Yan Zhaoga asked mildly. Su Yun answered, More or less. This has always been taken into consideration. To tell you the truth, I have had many interactions with Green Dragon Mountain all these years. While it does not involve the secret arts that Miss taught me, I have imparted much of what I have gained in the process of cultivation to those of Green Dragon Mountain. As demonic bloodline cultivators, they are not too deeply versed in qi cultivation techniques. However, the stones of other mountains can be used to attack Jade. Green Dragon Mountain has gained quite a bit from my Snow Crane sect. Su Yun smiled, shaking her head. The chief of Green Dragon Mountain, that in-law of mine, has always concealed himself deeply. Actually, he has improved quite a bit over the years. While he cannot compare to the 3 demons, he is already gradually showing signs of surpassing the experts of the 4 clans. Perhaps Green Dragon Mountain really does have some thoughts about the child that Rome, or gives birth to in the future, hoping to have a descendant who possesses the strengths of both sides. However, Rome, and her husband are rather in love with each other. That son-in-law of mine, I can tell that he is not faking it. Otherwise, I would also not have agreed to this marriage. Of course, Rome has not revealed misdirect lineage to Green Dragon Mountain. Shinrong nodded lightly by the side. Yan Zhaoga nodded slightly. If that is the case, it would be for the best. Su Yin said, Young master, if you do not wish to attend Green Dragon Mountain's invitation, I will reject it for you. Smiling noncommittally, Yan Zhaoga suddenly said, Right, Aunt Yin, I have always had a question that I have wanted to ask you. I was too busy just now and forgot about it. Su Yin said, Ask away, young master. Yan Zhaoga's gaze flickered dimly. Aunt Yin, you are at the 4th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, an early essence spirit Martial Grandmaster. In Green Dragon Mountain, or perhaps in this floating life world, what level do you stand at? How many are there who are stronger than you, or who are on the same level as you? Other than that, there is something else. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoga swiped his finger in midair, forming an image of light. Within the image of light was a middle-aged man with a shrewd appearance. This man was precisely that person whom Yan Zhaoga and the others had met in the primordial forest when they had just arrived in the floating life world. This person cultivates in the bloodline of the 6-legged flying lightning leopard. I wonder if Aunt Yin knows who he is? As Yan Zhaoga and the others were guests at the Snow Crane sect, winds were currently surging and clouds were surging in the floating life world. The lands of the West Domain had always been the territory of Green Dragon Mountain. However, currently in the West Domain, gazing towards the southeast towards the south, numerous crimson clouds of blood could be seen appearing in the horizon. A martial practitioner of Green Dragon Mountain gazed at the clouds of blood that were sweeping over from the southeast, asking in a heavy tone, What is it that Chief Lu has personally come to the West Domain without informing us? The clouds of blood broke apart, green light flickering as a long-bearded middle-aged man appeared. Behind him, numerous figures were indistinctly visible amidst the clouds of blood. The long-bearded middle-aged man said coldly, Someone of the Snow Crane sect under the protection of your Green Dragon Mountain caused a great disturbance in the south, starting a fight first. Yet you have come to feign ignorance now. If you wish to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. As the martial practitioner of Green Dragon Mountain said this, his attention was not placed on the long-bearded middle-aged man, as he instead looked behind him. Amidst the numerous figures, the figure of a white-haired old man was indistinctly visible. A deep sense of fear appeared within the gaze of the martial practitioner of Green Dragon Mountain. That white-haired old man was the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, Lu Ming, one of the few experts of the floating life world. That long-bearded middle-aged man had still wanted to speak when an ancient voice suddenly resounded from within the clouds of blood. What need is there to say? Saying thus, a streak of green light shot out from within the clouds of blood. That Green Dragon Mountain martial practitioner exclaimed in shock. Unable to react in time, his body was already cleaved apart at the waist by the green light. To be continued.